Day 2, Race 2 of the 2023 Asian Le Mans Series is going to be getting away in just a few minutes' time. Again, under beautifully clear skies here at Dubai Autodrome, and it's going to be another galaxy of colour as the cars emerge, coming to the grid for this round 2, for the second of four-hour races here in the United Arab Emirates this weekend and next. I'm Graham Goodwin. This is Sports Car Racing legend Oliver Gavin. We'll be taking you through the action, Ollie. Plenty of that. We'll see those highlights just shortly from race 1 last night. 4 more hours to come this afternoon, and then we take a break while the teams move across to the other side of the United Arab Emirates, the capital Abu Dhabi, and the fabulous Yas Marina circuit. Absolutely amazing stuff to go. First, though, we're going to give you a great look around this 5.39 kilometre Dubai Autodrome. That's going to be with Ollie Gavin aboard the number 61 Aston Martin from TF Sport.
So here we are on board the TF Sport Vantage AMR GT3 number 61 car, and at the Dubai Autodrome, 5.39 kilometres, 16 turns, and across the start-finish line, and coming down here into turn 1. This is plunging downhill about 245 kilometres an hour before we hitting hard on the brakes and down into second gear, about 110 kilometres an hour here at turn 1, through and off of there into a very high-speed sweeping section of the racetrack. Very hard on the left front tyre here at the Dubai Autodrome. You've got GT3 cars, you've got to be watching for the P cars coming through here because they've got a lot more downforce than these GT3 cars. To come down into the lowest part of the racetrack, turn 6 here, and winding through into turn 7, second gear at 100 kilometres an hour, and the exit of that corner, going back up through the gears, coming into turn 9, one of the banked hairpins here at the Dubai Autodrome. Very, very important corner here for lap time. Getting a really good exit off of here is super important, and with the wind conditions today, it's going to be about 260 kilometres an hour in 6th gear at the end of this straight. A very important overtaking point also at the end of this straight, a very hard braking point. It's turn 10, slowest part of the racetrack, about 65 kilometres an hour, getting to the apex there, nicely done, on the power, hard off of there and into turn 11, sweeping through, and then up to another hairpin, which is another good overtaking opportunity here at the Dubai Autodrome, and it's down to about 80 kilometres an hour. Third gear though, as you're coming off here, looking for that traction, looking to keep the rears under you as you make it off of there, and then rowing back up through the gears up to 220 kilometres an hour through turn 13, and then hard on the brakes to another banked hairpin, which is again about 80 kilometres an hour at the apex, lining the car up nicely for the exit, driving off of there and into turn 15, which is a little bit of a breathe, up and over the crest and onto the brakes again for the final turn on the racetrack, turn 16, about 100 kilometres an hour at the apex, using a little bit of curb here on the exit, and that is a lap of the Dubai Autodrome.
And that was Ollie Gavin on the roof of the number 61 TF Sport car. Some sad news, I'm afraid, about that car, Ollie.
Yeah,
we're not going to see it. It was out for warm-up this morning after repairs that kept it out of the race yesterday. But team not confident that that repair is to the required standard. So they're now assessing options ahead of Abu Dhabi. But the 61, the Avisa G sponsor car, we're not going to see that car. We are going to see this car, though. This is the number 3 DKR Engineering Orica 07. Took part in an epic battle in LMP2 all evening yesterday. The race going on further into the darkness than initially intended, and what a great race we saw in LMP2.
Oh, it was fantastic. Really a great highlight of the Asian Le Mans Series yesterday. The Dubai 4 hours, and the P2 battle was fantastic. But I think we are now going to be going to the highlights package of the race yesterday. Take it away, Graham.
Yeah, that 4 hours at Dubai, the first of the 4-hour races here at Dubai Autodrome, got underway in bright sunshine. Charlie Cruz, the number 43 Inter Europol competition car, got a great start on what was principally the bronze drivers. Toughed it out into and through turn 1 with Sally Jolic trying to get around the outside, not managing it there, and Charlie Cruz was able to enforce his authority and get moving there. Trouble early on for the number 66 Bullet Race Aston Martin, side-by-side contact with the 16 Mercedes AMG, left that with double broken suspension. Great action in the middle of the race before we got into darkness from the Herbert Racing Porsches. 3 of them here in close proximity to each other. 33 doing well to get by the 91, but that would be a late race retirement. Then there was drama for the Cool Racing 37 car. Alexandre Kwani misjudging a pass on the D station car. That brought out full course yellow and delayed the 37 car. Back underway, and 4 into 1 can go if you're very, very careful. The 25 Orica threading its way as 4 cars locked to the same apex at the same time. And action 2 between the 2 Japanese gentleman drivers in the D station and the car guy Kessel Racing Ferrari sorted it out that time. Later there'll be contact between the 2 though. 43 and number 3. D-Car Engineering finally made it by. This is Hyunjin Guven managing to get by the number 43 car as the sun started to set. It sets remarkably quickly in these parts, and that led to a chase with the Nemo car to the 4. I said it went down quickly, not quite that quickly, but as we got into night and the track started to cool, the action just got hotter. The sun disappearing on the horizon over the city of Dubai. Another full course yellow, this time for a blown engine. Highly unusual for a Mercedes AMG. Hub Auto, though, out of the race. But the front of GT, the number 34 BMW, was beginning to have a very good night indeed. Action for the minor podium places. Number 7 HRT car got by the 10 from Get Speed. Those positions will be reversed by the time we get to the checkered flag. And still battling, this time in LMP3 after 2 of the leading cars hit trouble. MV2S in the closing minutes of the race made it to the front. 25 won out though. The Algarve Pro Racing car taking a win. 3 times champions Algarve Pro Racing start their account with a win on the way to what they hope will be a 4th. Valkenhurst Motorsport taking the win in GT. MV2S making it home and a win, debut win in LMP3 after a cracking first 4 hours. What have we got to come for the next 4 hours here in Dubai? So cars beginning to make their way out, Ollie, to the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all the cars coming down pit lane. They're working through all of their pre-race, all of the pieces of preparation that they need to go through. The final fuel stops here. We're seeing that on the 95 car. The TF Sport just topping the fuel off and just running through those final checks. Cars leaving the pit lane, coming round to the grid.
See in the background, by the way, there's the Hub Auto car that had that blown engine. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw Mercedes AMG with real terminal engine trouble. One thing to say, by the way, is we see the 34 car. This is yesterday's winner in GT. Coming around to the grid. There have been some fairly significant changes overnight to balance the performance. The BMWs, the Mercedes AMGs reeled in. They were pretty dominant yesterday.
I think the changes the BMW is going to have, or has had, I think that's going to maybe take about a second a lap off of its performance. Maybe just a little bit more, but I think it's still going to be running pretty close to the front. The Mercedes have also been pegged back, and the Porsches. Yep. But I think that the McLaren and the Aston Martins have
given a bit of a break. So we should see pretty much a lot closer action there. Next up, we're going to be talking about qualifying for this race and the grid that we've not yet seen for this one. 2 quick-fire qualifying sessions on Saturday morning to set the grids for both races. Second fastest times in those sessions to set the grid for this race, but that session massively interrupted by a huge shunt for Philipp Seeger in the dynamic GT Porsche. That left the circuit with very significant barrier damage and well over 2 hours under the red flag as the barriers and their foundations were replaced. Cold tyres on the number 54 car. It's a new rule, no tyre warming in any OCO series for this season, and that was the first victim of finding out just how tough that is. into the race though, and it was a dominant performance. The number 34 Valkenhurst Motorsport BMW M4 GT3. Number 11 car would make it to the front of the grid for race 2. It was a double pole, by the way, for Valkenhurst. The W10 by Rinaldi Duquesne. And the 43 starting from the front row in race 1 and race 2, thanks to an astonishing run from Charlie Cruz in his very first qualifying session in an LMP2. That then is our grid. 149.329 from Charlie Cruz. DCAR Engineering that will share the front row. It is the 11 and the 73 Inter-Europol competition car in LMP3. The United Autosports car there out of position, and then in GT it will be a double pole position for Valkenhurst Motorsports, and the 7 Haupt Racing Team AMG will share the front row there. And working down through the order, some very small gaps indeed in the GT cars. And remember, everything has changed again today with the revised balance of performance ahead of race 2 here in Dubai.
Well, absolutely. Thanks for that, Graham. And it's certainly going to be a different set of circumstances today for everybody here for race 2. We are going to be starting earlier in the day. It was due to the race was delayed. The race start was delayed yesterday due to that 2-hour red flag, and so we are now starting the race at the original time that the races were due to start, and it's going to be a 3 o'clock kickoff for us, which means that it's going to be hotter for all the drivers. All the teams and engineers and crews are they're going to be having to look at how they adjust tyre pressures and the setup of the car, and also how they look at running their drivers through the race, because certainly yesterday it was quite complicated for some of the teams to be able to make sure that they could get their drivers in the car before it got dark, because some of those drivers in those cars were late replacements and they hadn't had a chance to run in the darkness.
Yeah, we've had a number of those, and we'll run through those as we get a chance to see the cars involved in it. Some dramas for a number of cars yesterday. We saw the number 72 in trouble, we saw the 37 in trouble, did rejoin the race. A couple of front runners at LMP3 in trouble, including that number 11 car that is on pole position here today, was in a pretty dominant position yesterday. Electronics, we think gear change problems for that car eventually took it out of the race. The Nielsen Racing car, champion from a couple of seasons ago, that car with starter problems. There is the number 11 Duquesne, really good looking livery. The Wochenspiegel sponsored car. Wochenspiegel, by the way, a German newspaper, and the Weiss family that own that newspaper. Young Leo Weiss is one of the 3 drivers aboard the car. But you're right, a lot of lessons that can be learned overnight from yesterday, with a lot of new names aboard these cars, but some of the things they learned yesterday won't be that useful today, because the conditions are totally different. They're going to be dealing with heat for a lot longer.
Yes, they are, but you know, I think that there's a lot of stuff that they will have taken away from yesterday, looking to apply that, and there'll be drivers that have got a lot more experience now on this racetrack in tricky conditions, dealing with the traffic. I think that's something else that was really great to see yesterday in the P2 category in particular. The racing was fast and furious. It was sort of like the energy lifted when that race really seemed to come alive in that sort of second and third hour, and that's another element to the Asia Le Mans series that we hadn't really seen up until yesterday. Now I think it's just grown and grown, this 46 car grid now, because we've lost a couple of cars out of it. It's still a record grid for us in the Asia Le Mans series, and it's created amazing racing. It really kept, I think, everybody on their edge of their seats in every class all the way to the very end.
Just seeing I can spot through the cars whether or not the Bullet Racing Aston Martin suffered quite severe damage to suspension front and rear after a side-by-side clash with the 16 AMG. See if that's made the grid. Just talk briefly about the 2 cars we've not got here. We talked briefly about the 61. That car had a substantial shunt in testing. The TF Corsa car effectively rebuilt the full front end of that
TF
car.
Sport.
Did I say that car went out in the morning warm-up, but the team not happy that car is in a state to be raced over the full 4 hours. They will assess their options ahead of Abu Dhabi. The other car we saw in the highlights clip there, big impact for Philip Sagan. We should say Philip is fine, but that was a huge impact for the 54 dynamic car. That car destroyed, and team not with a viable option to replace that car. They have withdrawn, I believe, from the series.
Yeah.
So we're down to 47 with the possibility of the 61 to return. Let's go down to the grid, and Haley has got the latest of late replacements in the 99 racing car. Who have you got with you, Haley?
That's right, you mentioned last minute additions, and I think that Gonzalo actually beat that record because he jumped in the LMP2 car for the very first time yesterday in qualifications for car number 98. Now, just tell us, I mean, how did that come about?
Yeah, I think we took last minute to another level. Yes, I had a chance to do it. We grabbed that chance, and yeah, I can tell you it was a different experience than I expected. First time in a P2 car, we didn't have time to do a proper seat, so I was not 100% comfortable with the seat as well, trying to understand the car in 15 minutes qualifying. So it was quite challenging, I must say.
Now, I'm actually used to seeing you as a driver coach, which is actually why you're here for Guillermo Oliveira, Nico Pino. I mean, what is it like to kind of switch roles so last minute? And what are you taking away from this as a coach?
Well, I do respect them much more now. I think they are amazing drivers, and it's good actually that I can be in the car to value what they do, and it's good the experience to be able to pass that experience as well to them, because now I can really understand them.
Absolutely, you did a fantastic job yesterday, and good luck with the race today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, made it to the podium, the 99 racing car, in amongst what was a hectic LMP2 race, a thrilling LMP2 race, and as we said last night, I think a breakthrough race for the class in this series, Ollie.
Absolutely.
There was plenty of time to look at the other classes, but very little time to take your eyes off 2 or 3 key battles in amongst that 9-car LMP2 class.
And we're seeing the 43 car coming down the grid there, and that was one of the cars that really came to life, particularly in the hands of Nolan Seagull. He did a fantastic job yesterday, and that was brilliant watching him battling away with Neil Yarni. That little restart that Neil and he had, Neil got past Nolan into turn 1, and I think most probably Neil was thinking, that's the deal done.
Got this done.
Got this done.
Young lad, not done this before.
Nolan Seagull, I don't think I'm going to need to worry about him too much, but Nolan absolutely
40 minutes.
40 minutes, fought him tooth and nail, and every move that Neil tried, Nolan was back on his gearbox, and he couldn't shake him off, and that was impressive to see until they had a really nasty bit of bad luck, and they had a wheel bearing failure on the 43 car.
Yeah. But for just about the rest of that stint, you can't quite right, Nolan Siegel. I'm sure the rear end of the paint on the number 98 car is a lighter shade than the rest, with the heat lamp it actually got from the closeness of the headlamps into the darkness with young Nolan Siegel. It is a very different grid from most ACO rules racing series here. We've got a mixture of world-class talents, emerging talents, aspirant gentleman drivers, a lot of new guys coming in, taking a look at teams and drives that might be forming part of their development. Nolan Siegel is one. Kiffin Simpson, another driver in the winning car last night, that is here to prove again his pace and his worth. I know no less a personality than Chip Ganassi was watching and tweeting out that he was keeping an eye on one of his junior drivers. This group, though, the number 3 D-car engineering car, the car we will call Nemo for reasons that we can obviously see, with the 2 Turkish drivers and Charlie Eastwood, boy did they feature.
Oh, absolutely. Ayuncan Given was spectacular in the car. Sally Yorick did a great job at the start, and then Charlie Eastwood got in to do the finish, and again he lit up the timing screens, got the car back to the front, and I think they led twice.
They did. 3 times, in fact. Twice through pit stop, and then once again by going by the 43 car. I
think that they might have a little bit of a disadvantage with the pit stops. I think that they're giving up some time with refueling. So I think that's something that's going against them, but they have got great pace.
Going to be interesting to see. We've got one car on the grid that wasn't yesterday. Joined in late, the 23 car. You saw it there, the black and orange Ben Motorsport Park liveried United Autosports car. Problem before going to the grid meant that car started a lap down. So let's wait and see what Yasser Shaheen can do at the start of this race.
Also interested to see here what the car in shot is, number 24 Nielsen car. They were in the hunt, and I think that they might have got themselves in a little bit of a battle with one of the United cars towards the end of the race, which was a lap down, and I think there might have been a little bit of contact there, which I think blunted the 24 car's progress and bringing it back to the front. So let's see how this race shapes out, but I mean, it's set up for another fantastic 4 hours of Dubai here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and I'm looking forward to a battle later in the race between hopefully those young emerging talents of Kiffin Simpson, Ion Given, Nolan Siegel, and if you can get Multi Jacobsen into that as well in the 37 car, I think that will be amazing.
Yeah, and he got young Multi Jacobsen as we look at the winning car from yesterday, and John Falb, I think, will be taking the start again this race. John, one of our American gentleman drivers, there's quite a crop of those here. Did notice, by the way, yet another American gentleman driver. It's not in the race, a guest of Cool Racing, Mo Smith. I call him ELMS Santa because he looks a little bit like Santa. Doesn't like it very much, but it's never stopped me. But delighted to see him here with his racing family. He's one of the reigning LMP3 champions and something of a personal mentor to young Malte Jacobsen. There is the 37 car. They were unlucky not to feature in that that battle at the end. Yeah. Alexandre Coigny got himself a bit tangled up with one of the GT cars and lost laps to that.
Alexandre Coigny just tried a little bit of a move coming down into that 5-6 section, which has caught out a number of people this weekend. Multi-class racing here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and that section 1, 2, 3, turn 4 down into turn 5, it really funnels down. And with the P2 cars coming down using all of the road and then trying to dive up the inside of a GT car. GT car was unsighted and contact, and it blunted that 37 cars race and really effectively put it out of contention.
Great to see the investment in Dubai Autodrome and more spectator facilities and more spectators coming out with us. You're all very welcome trackside. It is free entry here with registration required before you attend Dubai and next weekend at Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi. So if you are in the United Arab Emirates or on your way, you want to come along and see us, please do. Just call the circuit, they will register the tickets and you're free to turn up with your friends and family. Let's talk quickly about LMP3. It was a great race at the end between Graf Racing and MV2S. We lost a couple of front-running cars in the night, with Nielsen Racing suffering a starter failure with that gear shift problem for the number 11 car that's on pole position here today. If those two cars stay reliable and we get the kind of pace we've got a little lower down the field here, that could be quite a race as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's really set up nicely. I managed to have a quick chat with Nico Varone just before he went off for some lunch, I think, and they're very confident in the 11 WTM Byron Audi car. I think that they have got themselves in a nice spot. They seem to be very strong on old tyres, and I think that they are very quietly confident. I mean, Torsten did a great...
Did he?
A great start to the race yesterday and looked to be controlling things, and I think that if they get themselves through that first hour, have no problems, I think we're going to be on for a great cracking race in LMP3.
Let's go through the starting grid. Pole position for the number 43 Inter-Europol competition car and number 3 DKR Engineering on row 1. United Autosports number 23 and the Nielsen Racing 24 make up row 2. The winner yesterday, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car and Cool Racing's 37, that's your row 3 in LMP2. Row 4, ARC Bratislava and podium finishers 99 Racing. That's 8 out of 9 of the LMP2 cars before we get to the pole car in LMP3, the WTM by Rinaldi number 11, with CD Sports, who also made the podium yesterday, defending champions number 1. First of the Inter-Europol cars, 73 Ligier, and the MV2S Racing Ligier, the winners yesterday evening. That's your next row. Row 7, Cool Racing and Rinaldi Racing, the black, blue and silver and the multicoloured German Duqueine. DKR Engineering with their orange and black Duqueine, and the Nielsen Racing number 4 unlucky yesterday. They make up row 8 and row 9. Graf Racing were in the mix yesterday and made the podium. The 53 into Europol, Ligier alongside. Graf Racing at the outer position, number 22 United Autosports Orica from LMP2, row 10, and row 11 RRM Sports and the second CD Sport car make up that row. Into the GTs, pole position again for Falkenhurst Motorsport, the BMW, Haupt Racing Team and the black Mercedes AMG. Then it's the Get Speed 10th anniversary car and the 21, the red and yellow Ferrari from AF Corsa on row 13. 14, the Hub Auto 72 AMG and the bright purple Herbeth Motorsport Porsche number 33, and then row 15 the all black 99 Herbeth Motorsport Porsche, and out of position LMP3 the 63 from Inter Europol, before we get into Aston Martin country and the 77 D station car and the first McLaren, the number 88 car from Garage 59. Row 17 Haupt Racing's yellow and blue AMG and the number 91 Herbeth Motorsport Pure Racing Porsche, then the bright pink Mercedes AMG from Get Speed and Bullet Racing 66 Aston Martin. Row 19 is the solo Lamborghini from Leipzig Motorsports and Castle Racing 74 Ferrari, another Ferrari 60 from Formula Racing and the 20 Herbeth Motorsport Porsche, 21 the red TF Sport 95 Aston, the bright yellow 57 Castle Racing Ferrari, then the Garage 59 McLaren, the white and blue car, and the orange Racing McLaren 2. 18 the 360 Racing Ligier and the Viper Nisa Racing Aston Martin. That completes a 46 car starting grid, we hope. Still trying to pick out the Bullet Racing car to see if that's with us this afternoon.
30 seconds, under 30 seconds to start the formation lap. We are under 30 seconds to start the formation lap.
We have a gap at the back of the field. That is the number 67 orange racing car. Just there behind the space behind the Castle Racing car, so we'll wait and see what occurs there. If they're going to join the race, it will be a lap down.
Yes, it will. I'm just looking here on the start grid, and the starting drivers in particular. I think it's a little bit interesting with the likes of Rob Bell.
Start of the formation lap. Start of the formation
59,
lap.
number
Please
59
do
car.
not leave two big gaps like you did yesterday. Let's minimize the gaps from the start, please.
Always reassuring to hear the voice of Eduardo Freitas there. He's just giving some final details to the teams. But also the number 72 Hub Auto car starting Ollie Milroy.
Silver ranks?
Yeah, absolutely. Chandler Hull is starting the number 34 Falkenhurst car.
Silver ranks?
Yeah, silver rank driver. Phil Hansen is in the 22 car.
Gold, instead of Jim McGuire. So that will be the team trying to get that car back into contention in LMP2 before handing it over to Jim McGuire. Phil Hansen, multiple champion in LMP2.
Yep, and Torsten Kratz is going to be starting the WTM by Rinaldi number 11 car. He did a spectacular job yesterday. Alexander Kwani is going to be taking the start in the number 37 car. So we have to see how he gets on. Hopefully he can navigate his way through all of that traffic again, nice and securely, and not have an incident.
Right at the back, that's an interesting starting driver aboard the Garage 59. This is the white and blue McLaren at the back. That is Rob Bell, McLaren factory driver. Both the Bell brothers. Matt Bell is here in the Nielsen Racing LMP3, but his brother Rob, the older brother, is at the back of this grid. And again, that's going to be a car to watch coming up through the order.
Absolutely, and McLaren have had an adjustment, a bop adjustment, and so I think that car is going to be a little bit more competitive here today.
Weather already warmer than it was when...
Yeah. No, but the wind is also coming and blowing you up. We were just looking at turn 9 up to turn 10, so that the speeds up that straight into that really heavy brake zone into turn 10. A little bit more speed maybe than yesterday, and that might catch a couple of people out, particularly on this first lap.
Bullet Racing have made the start, so epic work from the team overnight, flying in a ProDrive mechanic and AMR mechanic and parts to help with that repair, but they've made the grid. That's a fantastic piece of work.
Yeah,
the car was in bits this morning.
Yeah, we saw Martin Berry, didn't we, down there, and he was a little sheepish, a little bit sheepish about what happened yesterday. He maybe got a little bit impatient with getting through some slower traffic, but that's what this is all about. It's all about learning, gathering that information, understanding the multi-class racing, and dealing with this 4-hour race here in the Asian Le Mans Series. It really does throw up a lot of challenges, drivers, teams, personnel, and this is effectively the second race of their season, so they really are primed and ready to go.
So the grid will, as you heard from Eduardo Freitas, start to close those gaps. He wants an orderly start to this race because orderly means safer. That's what this is about. It's not OCD. There's a reason behind it.
Yeah.
Round they come. They make a magnificent sight.
Oh, it's brilliant. Great to see.
Multicoloured, multi-class, and we are just a corner or so away from the noise levels going up, the speed levels going up, the entertainment levels going up. If this is the first time you've seen the Asian Le Mans Series, stick with us for the next 4 hours because the noticeable lights go out, and they do now. Down goes the power. Charlie Cruz again, heading for the apex in turn 1, and he does so far more conclusively with a DK Engineering car almost making contact side to side with the United Autosports car. Who's going to make it through turn 1? It's going to be the United car, I think, that makes it. It does so the 23 car makes it through. Briefly off track, there's a spin around from the 44 from ARC Bratislava.
Oh, that's packed it through turn 1, coming down now into turns 4 and 5. Yellow flag, I think, with the incident of turn 1. I think we're going to see exactly how this all unfolds. ARC Bratislava back going again, but that was congested into turn 1.
That was a great start from Charlie Cruz, but behind him, elbows were firmly out there.
Yeah, they need to know it's a 4-hour race. Wow. United are putting the pressure on immediately.
And immediately goes to the lead. That's Garnet Patterson has started that car, the silver ranked driver. That's why the aggression. This is all again about getting track position up the inside of Charlie Cruz. Garnet Patterson trying to put his authority down on this race.
Absolutely, and I think that...
Oh, and around goes the 43. Charlie Cruz overcuts it there.
The pressure was on and it told, and he's now trying to spin the car back around, and he's got a lot of traffic coming. He is going to be stuck for a while.
No sight line there, and if he's going to cross the track, there's going to be no space to do so. Phil Hansen trying to make his way up the order.
You can see he's itching, wanting to get going, but he just can't. He can't. It's not safe. And finally, back of the pack, right at the very back, and that could be really costly for Charlie Cruz.
And this is a car that we lost from the race yesterday. Garnet Patterson, meanwhile, is making good his escape.
And it was the pressure from Garnet when he passed him. Charlie got a little flustered. Cold tyres coming through 11, just got a little bit too early on the gas, spun it around, and it can be just lost in a heartbeat.
So cars that were in close contention, no contact there that I saw in any way whatsoever. United Autosports lead this race. WTM by Rinaldi lead in LMP3. The HRT number 7, the hands of Martin Conrad, has taken the lead in GT. So it's a change in 2 of the 3 classes as we got the 53-inch Europol car on the inside of the 8 from Grant Racing. The highlighter car, if you like, ahead of the tricolour car.
Yeah.
So it is still hard fought in every class here as Phil Hansen's trying to get to terms with traffic.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bit of reshuffling here, particularly in the GT classes. You know, the BOP adjustments are going to have an effect, and I think it's already been quite telling, and how the Mercedes have come to the fore, and the BMW has really dropped down the order, and it's in P8 now in the GT class. The Valkenhurst BMW had a very tricky start. Maybe it got caught up in some of that confusion at turn 1. Maybe we're going to get to see a replay on that. But yes, the GT class really has been turned on its head. We're now seeing Garnet Patterson streaking away, and he is making good of that clear track ahead of him and getting his head down. This is unusual. United have had a very unusual start to this whole Asian Le Mans Series.
Well, so you see a terrible start to the Asian Le Mans Series. They didn't get that car out to the grid with an electrical problem for the car, so that started a lap down yesterday, and the other car was qualified out of position as it has again today. Total change in strategy. Switched the starting drivers to the silver ranked Garnet Patterson, the gold-rated Phil Hansen. They're hoping for better result today. Let's see how that's going well at the moment.
It is
for the 23 car.
This is another thing that's changed in the GT class with that BOP adjustment. The Aston has been given a little bit more power, and we're now seeing that. The D-Station car is really putting some pressure on those front two, and I think that we're going to see Aston really coming to the fore in this race.
Yeah, the other thing about that Aston Martin, that's another team that started their silver-ranked driver. That is Tomonobu Fuji aboard the car. They started Satoshi Yoshino, their bronze-ranked driver, yesterday, and they again are looking to go to the front, stay at the front. Does so at the moment up to second position.
The 17 cool racing car just running wide, locking up that left front as it came into turn one. That does seem to be a little bit of a symptom down there. Lots of cars are struggling with breaking into turn one.
What's happening in that opening lap as we see tucked up underneath the rear wing of the 24 is yesterday's winning car for the 25. That spin, we didn't see what caused it for the ASC Bratislava car, has caused a right royal mess in the mid and later pack for LMP3. They've dropped into the GT traffic.
Absolutely, and this was a move that we saw many times yesterday. People looking to do the undercut back out of turn 10 and then trying to work the move all the way up to turn 12. It's not quite worked there for the 25 Algarve Pro racing car, but it's just a bit just everybody just sort of trying to get the balance back and trying to get the tyres up. Cool Racing is trying to put the move there on the HRT car, getting it move up the inside. The D-Station car trying to take advantage of that. Is he going to be able to get the move done into 12?
Well, this is the battle for the lead in GT with some cars in LMP3 that I'm pretty sure were delayed in turn 2 by Mirakonopka's spin, trying to get back onto terms with the LMP3 pack. This is part of what makes sports car racing so special. It's traffic, but it's traffic in all classes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's the different handling characteristics of these cars. It's straight line speed versus lateral grip.
Yeah, and it's the way also that these different types of cars switch their tyres on, and how that driver works with those tyres, the brakes, and everything else that he's got at his disposal to try and get the car in the window, so it's operating at its best for the racing conditions at that time.
Battle we're watching at the moment is for third place, and this is the battle of two of the gentleman drivers, so the bronze-ranked drivers. But we're still here with GT in a nose-to-tail trail with LMP3 and that LMP2 car in the mix. Charlie Cruz now is recovering to the front of the GT grid, still has a number of the LMP3 cars to deal with before he's back on terms with the LMP2s. He'll be kicking himself, I'm sure.
Yeah, he will. He's just got to be careful there as he comes through into turn 5 and 6. That caught a number of the P2 drivers out yesterday, particularly the 37 car. Well, Fuji's looking at the inside of the HRT car, and I think, no, he hasn't got it done. He hasn't got it done, but he's just got to be patient. Just got to be patient. This is the start of the race. Got another 3 hours and 52 minutes of racing to go. It does seem fast and frantic right now.
Well, Mercedes-AMG and Aston Martin have two things in common. They are front-engine rear-wheel drive cars. They have effectively the same engine. Yep. Mercedes-AMG provide the ponies for Aston Martin. The straight line, though, that's BOP happening there, isn't it? It just drove right by him.
The Aston does look very strong right now.
So, you know, what yesterday was a reason for furrowed brows, all of a sudden the smiles on the faces, I'm sure, at D-Station Racing, because to the lead goes Tomonobu Fuji in the 77 car, away and clear from the 7. So a change in lead for the second time in this race in GT. Pole sitter was the Vulcanhurst BMW. That car is dropping back down. Then we have the 7 HRT car, and now to the front goes the D-Station Aston Martin.
I think that Vulcanhurst car really did get caught up in whatever happened at turn 1, turn 2, because it's P6 now, and it's just creeping back up the order. It has started Chandler Hull, so he's a strong driver. So he should be making some progress there against the bronzes.
Chandler knows this circuit well, has raced a couple of times at least in the 24-hour race here that takes place earlier in the year. Different tyres, of course, different car quite often. Yeah. But he'll know the circuit. He'll be using that to his advantage. Look at that train, though, of GT cars with B cars in amongst them. And
so in the Ferrari there, Stefano Constantini, he did a really good job for the first part of the race yesterday, but then he just made a small error. Well,
into the barrier.
It wasn't a small one, actually. It ended up being quite a big one. Oh, we've got the possible challenge here for P3.
This is John Falb up the inside, makes that move stick on Rodrigo Sales.
Round the outside at 10, makes stick.
Good move. American driver on American driver. Portuguese team, British team comes back in him. So this is great stuff. This is the kind of battling that brings these guys back time and time again.
Absolutely.
Side by side, elbows out here.
Serious chop. That's more than one change of direction there. I'm pretty sure Eduardo's going to be looking at that.
And also into the mix here, Alexandre Coigny, the Swiss driver in the Cool Racing car team he co-owns. And he's getting onto terms now with the 24, 25, 24, 37. As quickly as I can say it, they're passing anybody's sight line here. But all of a sudden, looks to me like John Falber's just got a breath between himself and the gold car.
If I had to read that with body language of the car, I would say John Falb was pretty frustrated with Rodrigo Sales there in the 24 car. I don't know quite what happened there, but there was a number of moves once he'd got the move done, to weaving in front and just sort of showing his frustration. But there was definitely more than one change of direction there. And is that going to be something that the guys upstairs look at? Who knows? But it's well, we've got another wheel-to-wheel action with two Mercedes side by side.
That's Hub Auto challenging the Get Speed car, the 72 car, and the Heritage liveried car for the 10th anniversary. But also around the outside, that's Rob Bell, started at the back. He's not there anymore. That's 5th place, I think.
Yeah, he has made such progress. Again, you know, it just shows a little bit of an adjustment in the bop, and also Rob being the full pro and taking advantage of some bits and pieces, maybe in some traffic, working in traffic well. He's come all the way from the back, now up into P5.
And look behind there, the BMW trying to make the move through, follows through. Does he? Doesn't manage it there, but Rob putting the move on the Hub Auto car. Yeah, this is what this is all about.
Absolutely. Let's see how things develop here, because both the Mercedes and the BMW, I believe, have both had weight put on, which, yes, it's going to hurt them for that acceleration and that deceleration, but it's also going to hurt them with their tyre wear and tyre management.
Phil Hansen, meanwhile, is making rapid progress up the field. This is his job. Get the car back into position, get it to the front from in amongst the LMP3 GT cars early in the race after a disappointing qualifying for the car. And next target is going to be the 24 Nielsen Racing car in 4th.
Yeah, I think he should be able to get that done here, coming out onto the front straight.
Well, it's the bronze driver in the gold-coloured car against the gold rank driver in the blue and red car.
Oh, slow. Viper Nisa.
Very slow.
Yeah.
Trouble. Up the inside, easy peasy. And that's the way it should have been. The much, much more experienced driver, Phil Hansen from the UK. Came to United Autosports as a very young man through LMP2. A lot of racing, a lot of coaching, a lot of success. Now at the top of LMP2 racing worldwide. Yeah,
let's see where that Viper Nisa car has ended up, because it looked to be going very slow as it was grinding to a halt.
And it's missed pit in.
Yeah. Let's see, it could be down here at turn 1.
Keep an eye to the inside of this picture, see what's happened to that. Was he just recovering from a spin? It could have been, you know. Or was he pulled off the circuit?
Oh, he could have just been recovering. He might have just had a little bit of a loop at the final corner.
One little bit of detail to add, by the way. The orange racing car, the 67 McLaren, the dark blue and orange car, has joined the race. Is that lap down? It's in fact 3 laps down, so did not get a clean start at the start of this race, but is out there and running. So all 46 cars that we thought would start this race did so. This is Charlie Cruz recovering, and that's him recovering by the LMP3 leader, so he now rejoins the train of what is 8 LMP2 cars. Still further back after that spin at turn 2 is Miro Konopka in the 44 car. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 in this order are LMP2 cars. Then all the way down to 19th is LMP3, with still a couple of LMP3 cars and that LMP2 ARC Bratislava car in amongst the lead group of GT cars.
Cool, it's been a frantic start, hasn't it, Graham? I mean, it's living up to its billing that we saw yesterday, and you know, it's fantastic to see multi-class racing at its best. Everybody's just trying to take a breath now, calm down. I'm not sure the GT class is taking a breath. It's frantic.
It is indeed. That's only 14 minutes, 4 hours of this to go. Don't make any plans. Stick with us, because trust me, if yesterday's race is anything like a yardstick, that's the orange racing car that is laps down. Needs to basically let these guys go. if he's not got the pace to stay ahead. Can't be the blocker here.
Yeah, and HRT number 6 is looking to make the move there with a 20 Herbeth car bottled up behind it, and I think they just need to get by and get going.
But Garnet Patterson, meanwhile, 8.7 seconds to go ahead of Sally Joric. And Sally, by the way, his team manager being called to race control immediately.
That's never good.
No, I don't think it's going to be to comment favourably on the quality of his driving.
No.
I suspect that might be something to do with the start.
Yeah.
It's pretty aggressive run to the first corner there.
Yeah, it was quite hard on Garnet as he was coming down into turn 1.
Yes. But here is Phil Hansen, next target. John Falb, 3rd place. And he's making rapid progress here, isn't he?
He is. Phil's quality driver. Got now quite a lot of experience in this car and with United, so he is got the bit between his teeth and he's trying to get that done. And he just needs to be a little bit patient here. Just breathe it, line him up, get a good run off of the final corner and get it done into turn 1.
So if you're not familiar with the cars in these races, top class is LMP2, sits in the world order just behind the new hypercar class. In this race, 9 cars in LMP2. They are all Orica chassis.
Whoa, big
wow,
move.
That was a big late break, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All Orica chassis. There are choices, but Orica's become the default choice. John Falb wasn't giving that up quite so immediately, was he?
He wasn't, but Phil was like, I'm coming.
Yeah.
It was a big...
He
put the stamp on it and sent it into turn 1.
The noise you're enjoying, by the way, is the sonorous tone of the 4.2 litre Gibson V8. All those cars powered by those same engines. It's not like the GT classes where there's infinite variety of car shapes, sounds, engines, engine positions, you name it. There is when you're looking at these cars head to head, the difference is the driver and the team. That's what it's all about. Valkenhurst not giving up easily here. Now getting onto terms, Chandler Hull, with Liam Talbot in the Hub Auto car. New engine in that car overnight.
I think Garage 59 are going to be absolutely thrilled with this start for the 59 car. Rob Bell has just made spectacular progress. And I was just speaking to Chris Goodwin, actually, earlier on today.
Uncle Chris, as I call him.
Uncle Chris, absolutely. And he was quietly confident. Wasn't giving too much away, playing his cards pretty close to his chest, but I think they like the adjustment. And I think Rob is certainly showing that off and doing a great job with it and dealing with the traffic well. So it's good to see Garage 59 back up at the front and running cleanly and strongly.
Well, this is the battle for 5th, and ahead we're just getting snippets of the battle for 2nd, which is Rob Bell trying to get on terms and by Stefano Constantini, and needs to do that because Tomono Mifuji is disappearing up the road in that number 77 Aston Martin.
It does look very strong today, doesn't it?
It does. He is the silver driver, remember, so they've got Satoshi Yoshino to come.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it had the ponies.
definitely has got a lot of power, so... Yeah.
So Garnet Patterson leads the race. He's now 9 seconds to the good from Sally Joric. Phil Hansen is up to 3rd. Is another 8.5 seconds back. We'll watch that gap as John Falb has pulled away a 5-second gap on Rodrigo Sanesh, under pressure now from Alexandro Kwani. This time, Rob Bell up the inside in that very smartly liveried white and blue Garage 59 car, the number 59 car, ahead of the Ferrari 488 GT3.
He's just got through there into P2, Rob has, so he's just got another place, and he's now then got sights on Fuji in the number 77.
10 seconds the gap though, so he's got a 10-second gap to work on with cars between them.
Rob will get that done in a couple of laps.
Here comes our leader, by the way, through traffic. So he's actually approaching, lapping the lead group in GT. Garnet Patterson, a stellar start to this race. He'll be delighted with this. Garnet, by the way, raced last season in LMP3 in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, has got, albeit limited, LMP2 experience with the previous generation of cars. We've got a spin there for Nicky Lertweiler, the number 20 Herbeth Motorsport car, the final turn.
Yeah, was that something he was looking to make a move on someone or just do it all on his own?
Not the final turn, my apologies.
No, it's turn 13. 12, we'll get it right in a minute.
Absolutely.
Turn 12.
What's happened here? And it was a touch from the Lamborghini. And a bit of damage as well to the Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Bits of carbon.
Yeah, lost a dive plane or two there on the nose, which I'm not sure Marco Mappelli's going to be that thrilled about.
No. Does he like a car that's pointy, Marco?
Well, I think he just likes a car that's fully together.
Gabriele Rindoni.
Those bits are on the front of the car for a reason.
Yeah, Gabriele Rindoni, second season of Asian Le Mans Series action after last year in LMP3 with the little Ginetta from Conrad Motorsport. Actually, Franz Conrad, another face I noticed in the paddock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking after a number of drivers here.
Yeah.
This is battle in LMP3. And that is the battle for third between Inter-Europol Competitions 53, Miguel Cristalvo and Fabien Michal.
Yeah.
Also in the mix there is the Graf Racing car number 9, Eric Trullier. LMP2 last year, LMP3 for the Frenchman. But this is Guy Patterson, has made short work of that traffic and is beginning to stretch the legs of this Oreca.
Yeah, 10 seconds to the good now over Sally Yolek, and he's really making it work.
Unusual livery for United Autosports, the black and orange for the Bend Motorsport Park. We'll talk about that when we get a chance to see the car again. Here is that three-car battle for third place in LMP3. CD Sports looking at the inside, just trying to sell the dummy, not having any of it.
Yeah.
The driver in the 53 car, Graf Racing, hanging on in there. This is Ligier, and it's a Duquesne. From a Duquesne, then Ligier's galore behind, and still this three-car battle, 2 AMGs and the BMW. That is is at 4th, 5th, and 6th in the GT class.
Yeah, it's almost like these are the guys who were running at the front yesterday, and they've just taken that same battle but moved it down about 3 or 4 places.
Absolutely.
And I think that the BMW has just been pegged back that little bit more. It's just working its tyres that little bit harder. That weight that it's got on, I think it's going to really take a toll on it, as we've got the DKR just coming through. The number 3 car trying to pick its way through this traffic now, and this is getting to that critical point around the outside there into turn 5. No, and he backed out. He did back out. He was just a bit more caution there. Maybe he'd been watching some of the replays from yesterday's race, thinking,
We did have a couple of side-by-side contacts between P2 cars, and the closing speeds, and more particularly, as we said at the top of the show, Ollie, the grip levels, the ability to actually put down that aerodynamic grip, as well as the mechanical grip from the GT cars.
And it's all in the timing. It really is. In those P2 cars, you've got to really use that performance at particular points, and also being decisive and make that move stick.
Trouble ahead, by the way, for the number 3 car. The first pit stop for the number 3 is going to be a 10-second penalty added for dangerous driving.
Side by side between the Get Speed and the Hub Auto cars here, and then back and forth.
It is
still side by side, and the United cars just sticking its nose in at the inside.
Just when he didn't want to. I'm sure you're used to it. He's been used to that down through the years.
Yeah.
Still, Hub Auto haven't given this one up, and with the line of the number 10 car just taken away by the United Autosports car. Opportunistic stuff here from Liam Talbot. He's getting right at the turn. He can't make it stick. They are getting away, though, from the BMW a little.
Yeah.
Let's have a look back here. This is why, if you take a look at the Nemo car, the orange and blue car, that was very aggressive indeed.
Yeah.
And aggressive again there from Sally Yolek.
And that's most probably the reason why it was
sure
so
that's
aggressive.
Right. It was 2 moves as well, by the way. And unusually 2 moves in the same direction.
Right. He spun on his own.
He spun on his own. So no help. This is where it all got tangled up between the P3 and the GT cars. This is the replay there. There was no
contact there. No contact, but it was just a good move by Garnet Patterson, just making it really make it stick.
Almost front to rear contact up the inside with the attempt, or rather around the outside, the attempt by Charlie Cruz.
Yeah.
Then emerged and no grip. He was on the dirty side of the track.
He was.
And when he turned in and tried to take that aggressive line through, dirty tyres and no grip available.
Absolutely. He'd run them around the outside at turn 9. And then as he came through turn 11, that next left-hander, that's where he got caught out.
Untroubled at the moment at the lead of the LMP3 class is the number 11 WTM car, but behind there's all sorts of action. And in GT, it was about a run to the front from Tomonobu Fuji at the start of the race, with a really great move up the inside here for the 21, and then he outran the number 7 car in a straight line later on, I think in that same lap, to take the lead, and has driven away. But now he's going to worry a little bit about Rob Bell. Here was the toss-up between the two American gentleman drivers, and they, I'm sure, would have thoroughly enjoyed that scrap.
Val was not happy at that point.
But at this stage, this is Phil Hansen. He's been put as the silver bullet in the gun for United Autosports. Back to live action. Garnet Patterson is now 17 seconds to the good. Phil Hansen, by the way, is on terms now with Sally Jolich for second place. So what's going to be interesting now is a comparison between the two United drivers, where Phil Hansen, on form, on ranking, should make short work of the Turkish driver in the number 3 DKR. Here they come. That is our GT leader, by the way, with the number 55 Rinaldi car behind him. And that is for position, by the way. Rinaldi car out of position here. Matthias Lurton aboard that car. Up the inside goes Sally Jolich. Now comes Phil Hansen. He made shorter work of that. Got a good run here. And we'll try up the inside. Is there any room there? We'll try and switch here as they come through and past the Aston Martin. No room to do it. Sally did a good job there of reading that traffic.
Yeah, he did. He did. He just used the Aston there as a little bit of a block. And now Phil Hansen can get it done. And it's all about now just running that pace through the apex of 9 and getting good run off. Trouble
for the 43 car. Johnny Cruz, that's an early pit stop. Only 25 minutes in. That car should be running a good 20 minutes longer, I think, on fuel. So is there a problem again for the 43?
Yeah, well, it's taking fuel now.
But it's not going to be just fuel.
Surely not.
What is going on here? Have they got a tyre problem?
I don't think so. Have they got the skates ready? No, it was just fuel.
Fuel? What is that about?
I don't know. It's going off slightly off sequence. Who knows? There's Phil Hansen still working away, trying to get past the number 3 car. Sally Jolich at the wheel.
Good little spell here from Sally Jolich, holding off the much more experienced driver. And should say as well, by the way, this is a car that Phil will have driven before. Sally, yeah, these cars are all Oreca 07s, but they're not all the same. The weather engineer is not the same. That's a very early chassis, by the way. I think this is something like chassis 4 of about 110 of these cars have been produced in 2017. It's an old Oreca, the car that DK Engineering have got from Graf Racing. And
I think that there's some updates maybe that car's missing, particularly I think on the fueling side. We were talking to Charlie Eastwood earlier on, and he was saying that their fueling time is definitely slower than the other rivals in P2 with the same car.
Yeah, but Phil Hansen, a bit of a breather on that lap. I have zero doubt we're going to see a full attack now. Clear circuit ahead of the pair of them. Let's see.
If he's smart, he's picking his point and where he was going to make the move, and that's usually around about that turn 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, he's closing again. This is Alexander Kwani picking his way through the GT traffic. Just gets himself between 2 and 3 AMGs at the pointy end of this field.
I'm sure he's replaying what happened yesterday, where he had that contact with the D-station car right here.
Makes it cleanly by those two. He's got one more AMG to deal with. This is putting laps on the cars, by the way. And there you go. The gap has been reduced.
And it's Phil. He's not quite close enough here just to make it stick. And Sally Jolich's doing a fine job here. Just keeping Phil Hansen honest, and he is maybe just lining him up here for the exit of turn 12, run down into turn 14, but I don't think he's quite close enough. I'll have to see if he can just wind his way through 14, 15, and then get that run through 16 and off down the front straight.
He's not getting the run off the corners, is he?
No, he's not. It might just be that he's getting a bit of aero wash, and that's just putting just that little bit too much heat into those front tyres. And the front tyres, if you start to slide the tyre too much across the surface, you flash the surface of the tyre, and then you start to lose grip.
Okay, driver change there for Douglas Koo and Dominic Ang.
Did we see these guys guys earlier and
running slowly.
Yeah,
now, Wilt,
he had a problem with his foot.
He did. So the problem yesterday, got a massive penalty for driver's time infringement yesterday, and that came because Douglas couldn't get back in the car for a very unusual reason. When he got out the car while the car was being serviced, the car was dropped to the ground on his foot, and he was concerned about his ability to make the distance today. There now we've got with the slight delay for the DKR car coming by the Nielsen Racing
Tony Wells on
P3.
board.
Just gives a little bit of a sight of the rear end of the DKR car. Phil Hansen again looking to get onto terms.
I have to say, Tony Wells did a fine job there.
Kept out of the way.
Looking in his mirrors and keeping out of the way, otherwise that was going to end.
But traffic ahead for this pair. Maybe trouble ahead, by the way, for the Hub Auto car. Reported to the stewards for not turning on the lights. Car's supposed to be showing lights front and rear.
Yeah.
I hope they've got lights. They've had an engine change. I hope there's not a wiring issue for that car. Up the inside this time for Phil Hansen.
Yeah.
Still not room there, and no room there either. Great run this, but Sally Yonich.
Yeah, and Phil Hansen's needing now to use this traffic up ahead and really plan his move.
Goes for it. Oh, that was a send it moment.
And he's gone very deep.
And is he going to be able to hold that? He does. I think he's given best this time. But well done, Sally Yonich. And that will be a relief to Phil Hansen, because he will want to be able to take his line through traffic rather than trying to anticipate the car ahead.
Absolutely.
He moves up into second, and after, it's got to be said, a very un-United-like dismal day yesterday, 1-2 for United Autosports.
Yeah. Phil is now 18 seconds back from Garnet Patterson, so he's given up a little bit of time there with being bottled up somewhat behind Sally Yonich. So yeah, he has got work to do. But United and Richard Dean down there at United, I'm sure he's going to be a lot happier today than he was yesterday.
Well, there are the number 99 car, previous championship winner here, the Bullet Racing car, back in one piece. And well done to the Bullet Racing crew for a massive job in rebuilding one side of that car from yesterday.
Yeah. They flew somebody over, didn't they?
They did. I was watching the guys working on that car just immediately after warm-up this morning, where the car was still in pieces. One side of the car still fully disassembled. But amazing job to get the car back into raceable order.
Yeah, and it's great to see that car back in action. And who's behind the wheel in the 66 car?
It is Jakob Riegel in that car.
Okay.
Had a chat earlier with Valentina Harteclock. I couldn't remember Valentina's link with Henri Pescarolo. I've now been reminded of it, and it's stunning.
Oh, yeah?
Absolutely amazing. We'll come to that, I hope, when we get the young Frenchman, Aston Martin factory driver, aboard the car.
Stefano Constantini is doing another fine job. And you just hope that he doesn't just lose his concentration like he did yesterday, and just that little bit of spin and into the barriers, which caused some damage to that rear wing, and I'm sure it hampered the performance of this car. But this has been the best Ferrari on the grid so far this weekend,
without a doubt.
Yeah.
Ahead of them, by the way, Rob Bell is closing the gap, but not that quickly, to Antonio Perfuggi. 7.5 seconds. It was between 10 and 11 seconds when Rob passed the Ferrari, so he's pulled away from this group quite quickly. He is 7.5 seconds ahead of this group, but the pace of himself, Antonio Perfuggi, far closer together.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're looking here and examining the pace of these cars now in GT, the Mercedes looks still to be relatively competitive, but
yes,
the hit on the BMW does seem to have been larger than it was on that Mercedes. So yes, because it's Chandler Hull in the BMW.
He's dropping back, isn't he, from this group?
And I would have thought that he would have been keeping up with the likes of Ollie Milroy and others. Ollie just getting to grips now really with this Hub Auto Mercedes AMG after being sort of really thrown in at the deep end there. He just so happened to be having dinner down the road and just so happened to have his gear with him as well.
That was lucky, wasn't it? Just down the road, having a dinner randomly close to an international race circuit, and would you know it, he had all of his racing gear here. That's a massive coincidence.
But great to see him here. And he's back with the team that he's driven with before. I think the last time he drove the Mercedes AMG was some 6 years ago.
So the very first year of the car,
yeah.
And an early car delivered to the team teams he drives with across Southeast Asia. Spent a lot of his career racing with real success in Southeast Asia, and has been a long time contender of the Asian Le Mans Series and always a positive force in the paddock. Ollie, one of a number of recognisable faces that initially weren't on driving duty. So Stewie Hall, 2016 WC champion in GTM. He's here helping and coaching Benji Goethe, who rode a Garage 59 in the support paddock behind. Duncan Sappi, multiple race winner in LMP3, a long time with United Autosports. He's here too. Into the pits comes. Was that Phil Hansen?
It could well be, and I think the MV2S just put a move on the CD Sport number 2 car. They're coming into the final corner. Both cars bottled up behind one of the Herberth cars there. And yeah, that is Phil Hansen. Yeah.
So it comes in from second.
So they've got problem there.
Trouble.
Oh, 3 into 1. And I think that the Porsche there, the number 20 car.
Nicky Lertweiler.
Yeah, I think that might have a puncher.
Okay.
They got some contact as it came down into turn 1, maybe possibly even a broken steering arm.
Car 19 is going to be getting a drive-through penalty for causing a collision.
Yeah, that was the Lambo at turn 12.
That's a little bit of contact.
Yeah, they're having fuel on board, but that's contact from. Well,
it's fuel only.
Yeah, not sure when that was.
Well, bearing in mind he's had to come through the GT and LMP3 field.
Yeah.
It was very busy out there.
Yeah. Not sure where that's happened on track, but yeah, the 19 car, that was the contact with the. Is it turn 12? And who did he have contact with? Oh, was it the Mercedes?
I think it might have been. Yes. We're both looking at each other, hoping for inspiration.
Yes, absolutely.
If you know the answer to that question. Hilariously, car 91, driver must respect track limits, but that was actually a different turn. Car 10 reported for abusing track limits. That is the lead of the Get Speed cars. That's the car in the mix. That will be getting a drive-through penalty. Cool. Track limits for Get Speed's number 10. That car in the hands of Florian Schulze is currently running in 5th position, but not for much longer. So what happened here?
Oh, sorry, it was the 20 car, the Herberth.
Was indeed.
Yes.
So is that what's caused the current problem for the 20?
Thank you very much to the director there.
Thanks very much.
Just reminding us.
Helping our inbuilt confusion. Garnet Patterson steps out of the car. And I think that was Yasser Shaheen stepping in. It's going to be the car 60 as well. The Formula Racing Ferrari also track limits. So both United Autosports cars stopping off. Well, actually not a million miles, away from. They're actually on schedule. In comes the DKR engineering car, but Yasser Shaheen stepping in. That was a late call to pit lane from Sonny Jolic.
It does seem that they're running a little bit shorter today, unless we are miscounting, and
it's been pretty fast and furious pace.
It has.
Now, in case you're wondering why there's not a lot of hurry about these pit stops, each of the classes in the first 3.5 hours of this race must complete 3 timed pit stops. There are a variety of reasons for that. 100 seconds.
100 seconds.
So 1:40 is what you're going to be looking for if you're following on live timing, which in some instances does have a pit stop timer. So they have to complete 3 of those stops. United,
but just as a little bit of a caveat for that, the 43 car, its first stop, I'm pretty sure it was not a timed stop.
So they've still got to burn 3 of them.
Yeah.
So out comes the 23, and as you can see, that's somewhat closer coming out than it was when they came in.
Yeah.
And that is because DKR2 have decided not to burn a full stop. They will have to do at some point a 1:40 stop.
And maybe they're waiting for a full course yellow or possibly even a safety car period to do that.
John Falby, meanwhile, is to the lead, but obviously it's a pit stop fairly shortly. Change, as we saw, to Yasser Shaheen from Garnet Patterson. Sonny Jolic continues in the number 3 car, and why shouldn't he? That's been quite the spell.
The trick is now, as you come out of the pits, you've just been refueled. It's now trying to get back into your rhythm, and it's also trying to make sure that you're slotting in with all that traffic.
John Fowl
rolls
down pit lane. So this is all exactly as we should have expected. Coming into what's 38 minutes. It's quite, it's a short stint.
It is.
For that. Normally, you'd expect something over 40 minutes.
It has been fast and furious. As Gilbert comes into the box on the spot, and these boys did a brilliant job yesterday.
They won it as much on pit lane as they did on track, with absolute respect to everything concerned. A proper team effort. It's cool racing going longer.
24 on pit lane as well. I think this is another team that I think just got slightly caught out with a set of circumstances that was a little bit beyond their control yesterday. I'm looking forward to them being at the sharp end, fighting and battling at the front in P2 within about another 3 hours' time.
So Alexandra Kwani is going longer here on fuel. That could play a part a little later. Fuel saving, tyre saving, everything saving. A part of the team game here. What condition can you hand the car over to a driver in a situation on track that could do something with it? So this could be an interesting moment or two. So another lap longer from the 37 car than its contenders.
Well, I want to see that car in the hands of Malte Jakobsen battling at the front. Here we go.
This is the change for the lead. Sally Ulich goes through, takes the lead from Yasser Shaheen just into the car. So two different shades of orange. Hang on in there, Yasser. So Turkish driver in the number 3, Aussie in the number 23.
Yeah, and that's just showing the difference there.
Well, that was a moment. Is that going to give Shaheen another opportunity to have a look back? Wasn't quite in the position to do so, but right with him.
Sally just got on the curb there as it came through turn 6, and it unloaded the front of the car, and the car then just ran wide, locked to front. He's still on the brakes trying to get it slowed up, with the front just skidded wide, and it's brought the car back
Great stuff.
The 23 car's sights, but I think Sally's got an excellent exit off turn 9.
Yeah, Sally Ulich and Yasser Shaheen, both bronze-ranked drivers, but Sally much the more experienced in P2 machinery now, reigning European Pro-Am LMP2 champion. LMP2 Pro-Am in Europe is for crews with at least one bronze driver. He's it for his racing team Turkey.
I think we're going to see the 37
if
on
that's
pit
going
road.
to be on, that's on pit road. I'm sure we'll see that stop shortly.
Yeah.
Whereas Yasser Shaheen, this is his second race. His first was yesterday.
Yeah.
And we said we'd say a little bit about the bend as we see the number 37 on pit road. It will be Alexandra Kwani, and this looks like it's going to be a time stop.
He's staying on board, it looks like.
The Bend Motorsport Park is situated outside of Adelaide, about an hour outside Adelaide in South Australia. We visited there in 2020 with the Asian Le Mans Series, the second longest permanent race circuit in the world after the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, and a spectacular weekend was had by all. Great to bring international sports car racing back to Australia, mixed class sports prototype and GT racing to Australia for the first time since the race 1,000 years, the turn of the century. 22 car is in the lead now after those pit stops. Phil Hansen, after a 50-second stop for United Autosport, so another team that is going to need to do those 3, but they're taking track position and looking to make hay here. So that's the second United car to share the lead, to take the lead in this race.
I think the only car that's actually taken the full 100-second stop, I think that is the United 23 car.
Yeah. So Phil Hansen has got a 27-second lead here over John Falb, but remember, it's a risky strategy this from the team. They've got a bronze driver, and I think Jim would not be unhappy if we saying he's not the fastest of the bronze drivers in LMP2. Still to come. Phil's got one mission and one mission only: gap this field.
Yeah.
Give as good a possible opportunity for the team to burn the time with the bronze driver in the car. This is the battle for the lead in LMP3, and the 360 racing car, which by the way started at the very back of the field, and I mean the back of the field, in amongst the GTs, takes the lead with Sebastian Alvarez. That's been a cracking run from the back that I absolutely have not noticed. I have to tell you, 18th from 11th, so well done, sir. I think that car started on the very back row.
Yeah, Sebastian is a silver ranked driver, clearly talented, and he is He's disposed of Torsten Kratz and stretching its legs away.
In competitive terms, you should make clear. But no, he's caught past the GT field and the LMP3 field, goes to the lead from the back. Torsten Kratz hanging on in there. The 360 Racing team have had quite the spell there.
They have. It's come out a little bit under the radar. But this 11 car, I think it's really going to be a force if they can keep it clean and they can look after the machinery. I think that they are going to be very strong.
Got a longer shot here. There is our GT leader. Closing slowly is Rob Bell. They're on the same bit of tarmac. You can't quite see the McLaren, but it's 5 seconds now. The gap, there it is. Next car up is the bit of a lock up there from the 43. That car making its way forward again. Charlie Cruz, third place and on terms now, as you can see through traffic, for the second place car in the hands of John Falb.
Yeah, Charlie's managed to make good progress after that spin earlier at turn 12, which really, it was just got caught out, cold tyres, and then he was on one side of the racetrack and he had to wait for the whole field to go by. Super frustrating. What was part of racing, and this is coming into turn 1. Oh, that is a classic scenario of a two cars running side by side down into turn 1, and one car's just half a car length in front, and as soon as that car goes in front, it forgets that the other car is there.
It was an odd line.
It moves across to take its line, and the Herbert car had nowhere to go.
Yeah, odd line for a P3 car there. Not where I'd have expected to be on the road for that turn, but either way, it was elbows out.
It was a little bit unnecessary.
I think we're going to have a problem for one of the Hart racing cars. Another track limits report sent to the stewards. The number 6 car could well be in trouble shortly. Battles up and down the field in all classes. We see the P2 battle underway. Here's a battle in P3.
This is the battle for 4th and 5th, I believe.
It is. Into Europol, the hands of Miguel Cristalvo and Slava Gutak in the winning car from last night, the 29 MV2S car. The orange, black and silver machine.
No stops for these guys, not yet.
No, they'll be at about the hour mark.
I think we're going to start looking for the GT pit stops very shortly.
They're maybe a little longer than this. So, maybe, but it'd be interesting to see when we do see those stops. For me, those LMP2 stops were earlier than I would have expected by a lap or so.
Yeah, and it's
Charlie Cruz still looking to do what he can do about John Falb. John, an experienced bronze driver. Charlie, his first season here in the Asian Le Mans Series in LMP2, but a very experienced ex-Formula driver, then went off and earned some money in a career. Lawyer and driver manager as well, Charlie Cruz, and manages both the other drivers in this car. We're going to see
Charlie's
later.
got to be smart here, just got to be smart.
Round the outside, no way through there.
Yeah.
Tries to lean on, but no way through. John Falb uses the traffic well.
Charlie got sucked in there. He just needed to breathe it. He needed to use the Porsche there as a pick with John Falb and let John get tripped up, but Charlie got tripped up. As they come down into turn 1, Charlie's now got to work his way back onto the back of John Falb and manufacture that next opportunity. I don't think it'll be too long. I think if he just gets a good run through 6, 7, 8, and there's a little bit more traffic up front, I think as it comes up into turn 10, I think that's going to be his next opportunity. Possibly 10, 11, 12, a slow car there at the apex of 7.
That's the 44 car in the hands of Mirko Nopka.
Yeah, it's had a tough start to the race.
And I think he was struggling there with a bit of traffic, and that threw him off his rhythm there.
Yeah.
So
he really checked up, I think, with the P3 cars, and he's a little bit, he just looks uncertain in that car right now.
So through goes John Falb, and Mirko Nopka is at least briefly between him and Charlie Cruz. Charlie up the inside, we'll hope the 44 and the 15 has seen him. I think they have.
Yeah.
They've got through those two cleanly. One more, and then a bit of clear air. It's the 55 car ahead for Rinaldi Racing. 55 car is running
Here comes Charlie now, right at the inside there at 12, and that's what I thought he was going to do. And he just left that braking that little bit later than John. I think John was just looking what he was going to do with the 55 coming down into 14, but Charlie, decisive, boom, got the deal done.
So through into second place. It's a car that led the race yesterday, and 43 on 25. The gap to Phil Hanson, meanwhile, 32.5 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that. Now Charlie Cruz has got only John Falk to worry about his mirrors rather than through the windscreen.
Yeah, just saw Miro Konopka coming off of turn 14 there, and a big fishtail, big snap. The car looks very edgy to drive. Tyres likely to be outside of the window. Maybe got a little bit of pickup on them, and they're not going to be nice to drive. Got some vibration possibly from the front tyres. Not a fun race car to drive right now.
No, battling away here in LMP3. And this is the 53 and the 29 for fourth place. Still, as Phil Hanson comes up on that battle, he will not want to be delayed here. But neither will he want to trip up over either or both of those cars. Whoa. Still the 53 holds that. They're engrossed in their own battle.
Yeah.
May not be aware they've got...
No idea.
There you go. Here we go. They know now. At least one of them does.
You can tell by the body language of both of those cars. They've got no idea Phil was coming.
So drive-through penalties have come the way for car 6 and 65.
Smart driving there by Phil Hanson. He recognised that. He could see from the way that the two cars in front of him were battling. Just needed to breathe it. And that's, again, good lesson to learn for some of the less experienced multi-class racing drivers. Just taking your time, picking your moment to make the move.
To lose a second or lose 7.
Or lose the front of the car.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
This is a legitimate battle, and yes, they've got to be aware of what's around them, but it is the job of the quicker car to find their way safely through.
You've just got to make the move and make it clean, and make it quickly, be decisive, pick your point.
It's got to be said, rearward visibility in these cars, not fantastic.
No, you can see that. You can certainly see that from some of the moves that have happened, you know, both in GT and LMP3, not seeing the faster cars coming up alongside them, or when they've gone past a slower car, forgetting that they're there. And that's certainly something that every driver could maybe do a little better.
It's one of the two cars getting a drive-through for abuse of track limits. It's not a great day, is it, for the Viper Nice or Aston Martin? Looks to me as if Douglas Koo is struggling with that injured foot.
Yeah.
Car 6, meanwhile, is the yellow and blue liveried HRT car. That car also getting a drive-through penalty. Talking about the visibility, these LMP3 cars, it's a carbon fibre tub for these cars with a very low slung seat and a steel roll cage over those cars. It's effectively like sitting in a bathtub with 2 hand mirrors, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is not.
I'm sorry, that's not that's not the nicest of mental pictures.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm just a bit distracted by the 53s coming off of turn 11 there. He's using all the road and some more. It does look a little bit of a handful to drive.
So if you're watching trackside, try this evening when you get home. Sit in the bathtub, put on a crash helmet, full face crash helmet with 2 hand mirrors.
Got it lying around.
Absolutely.
Yeah, everybody does.
Ollie Milroy does.
Yeah, that's true. Just got this mental image there.
Absolutely. Yeah. And see how easy it is to see anybody standing behind you.
But every 2S, he's just got to line up his move here on the 53, because he's clearly quicker. And he's just got to get a good run here off the final turn, and I think he has. Can he use that traffic that's just in front of him? Back to the leader now here at 77 car D station in GT. And Fuji is doing a fine job.
He is. He's piling it on, isn't he?
He's doing a fine job.
What is the gap to Rob Bell? It's down to 3.4 seconds, though. Rob Bell.
But you would expect that. Rob, you would expect, with the class of driver that he is, with the experience that he has, and the knowledge that he has in that McLaren.
Wily old fox, Rob Bell.
Less of the old.
No, he wouldn't mind me saying that. And apart from which, you can't hear me because he's in the car right now. His brother is.
He's going to be watching this back.
His brother will be enjoying that one, I can tell you.
I'm sure he will.
So 5-second stop-and-go penalty for car 98. That's the 99 racing car in LMP2 for speeding in pit lane. This is the battle, meanwhile, for fourth place.
And 5th.
Rodrigo Salas and Sally Yolok, again.
Glued to one another.
It's a bit deja vu for
with
Sally.
this traffic here, the 16 car is very hesitant.
Sally Yolok was.
No.
That's 3 cars in one corner, including the car he was battling with. Was that a touch?
There?
I don't think it was. I think it was the reflection of the car.
Rodrigo just got absolutely choked, took the
bullet there,
wrong route here. Unfortunately,
that's another spin for
the number 20.
He's having a horrible time this afternoon.
He did it all on his own this time. He was helped out last time.
I wonder if he has taken a bit of damage.
It's possible.
Because that's twice we've seen it off track after the hit from the Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not that's in the head or it's somewhere in the works.
Yeah, maybe he's got a little bit of toe out on that right rear. Because if you get the wheel toe just straight or just towing out on a rear wheel, it can be treacherous in any car.
So not insult, but regulation to injury. Drive-through penalty now for the 91 car. That's the pure racing car for abusing track limits.
But that car was eased off at turn 1. I'm not sure that's...
that was the 20.
Oh, was it?
Yes. Yeah, it was Dickie Lundval's car.
Okay. But I'm remembering that differently.
Sally is cutting through traffic with ease here.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. It'd be good just to get a replay of that incident at turn 3 where Rodrigo got caught up with all that traffic, just choosing the wrong point to pass the 16 car.
Yeah. Pretty surgical though. Sally Yolok, still a bronze-ranked driver, by the way.
Yeah, using his experience there.
He is, and gradually climbing the ladder in international sports car racing. This is our leader, and impressively so for the 360 Racing, Sebastian Alvarez. After a difficult day yesterday for the team, they'll be enjoying this team from Silverstone in the UK, under the directorship of Mark Owen. Not the Mark Owen, by the way, from Take That.
Yeah, you pointed that out yesterday.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Although I gather he's a fantastic dancer.
I didn't see any moves yesterday.
All of Mark Owen from 360 Racing's family will be enjoying that one.
99 Racing on pit lane, 98 car.
This is their stop and hold. 5 seconds. And go. Stutters a bit at the starter.
Struggling to get away there.
That is Gonzalo Gomez. We had Haley talk to him on the grid, the latest of late editions.
It was literally, minutes before the start of the session.
I'm told that he was getting instructions in the car on his outlap as to what the buttons do. And I'm not kidding.
Good. Are we seeing a change here for position? Cool Racing, a CD Sport. It's certainly wheel to wheel, just slightly wide there for the CD Sport car. And is the Graf car going to be able to take advantage of that?
This is for 6th, 7th and 8th. It is Adrian Chillet for Cool Racing, Fabien Michel for CD Sport, Eric Trullier for Graf Racing.
Eric Trullier, I think, just got a little bit held up coming onto the front straight there. Didn't get a completely clean run. Is he going to be able to challenge into turn 1? No.
This has been a bit of a train for a few laps now.
But the number 2 CD Sport there, the last 3 corners, it's turned the car in and it's just not turned in. It's just gone wide. He missed the apex at turn 15, 16 and turn 1. And he's missed it again there.
Right, so is that the car? Or is
I would say that could be a little bit, most probably tyre deg.
Yeah.
And it's maybe him just releasing the brake pedal too quickly, or it is a tyre problem.
Getting very close now to the fuel window for LMP3. It's a drive-through penalty this time for car 16 for abusing track limits. That is the Get Speed car. That's the pink car. Zhongwei Wang aboard that car, one of 2 Chinese drivers.
And that was the car that caused the incident with Rodrigo Sales.
It was.
So poor old Rodrigo just chose the wrong side to go. 16 checks up. And Sally Yolok just sails around the outside and takes the spot.
It's fair to say race control putting down a marker here on track limits.
Yeah.
A long while since I've seen so many drive-through penalties in the first hour of a race.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough. Them's the rules.
Eduardo is very much a rules man, isn't he? And he is strict.
You hear this is Rinaldi Racing. Closing just a little bit too quickly, found himself. Oh, there's a clap. Was that the 37? I think it might have been.
Oh no, I'm not sure. It might have been Rodrigo again. I'm not sure who it was. Maybe we'll see it again, but...
Two orange and black cars, one Duquesne, one Ligier, and that was a switch for position, and it was second position going to Deco Engineering as the first of the lead group goes to the pit lane. It's the number 11 car, the WTM by Rinaldi car. That was a switch with Tom van Rompuy going by Slava Gutak for second, but it's not giving it up. Great thing about these two LMP3 chassis is they perform differently in different parts of the track. It is the same 5.6 litre Nissan V8. It is the same X-Track gearbox, but you've got a choice of 4 different chassis. We have 2 of them this year here. There is the one-time leader, the number 11 car. This, I'm sure, will be a time stop for them.
Have we seen a driver change? I think, yes, we have. And it seems like there's instructions going backwards and forwards here between the driver and someone in the crew. And is this the MV2S looking to go back past the DKR car coming into turn 10?
I'm hoping to bottle him up, and I think he's going to manage it. You know, he does do that. So it just goes to show, doesn't it? In the previous iteration of LMP3, the Duquesne, under its previous moniker as a Norma, before Duquesne Engineering took over the project, had the edge in a straight line.
It was rapid.
Absolutely. Whereas with the new cars that came in 2020, looks to me like Ligier have learned some of those lessons in a straight line. That car's gone by. Goes past the very handsome looking number 88. No, not again. Again.
And so frustrating for WTM by Rinaldi. Number 11 car, I think.
It's Leo Weiss standing to one side and must be thinking, what have we got to do?
Another gearbox issue.
In the cockpit this time.
Yeah, maybe. Or
we're
only guessing. Maybe Haley can go down and find out.
They'll put the car in the garage. There you go. That's what that means.
Generally not good.
No, he's looking away. That's a crushing disappointment. Car in a great situation.
And also, another thing you don't want to see is a mechanic with a load of bodywork and pieces in his hands.
And laptop.
Yeah.
That's electronics.
Is it?
That's it. Well, certainly the laptop is, unless you've got a clockwork one.
Okay. Right. Phil Hansen coming into turn 10. Oh my God, who am I working with?
So we're just into the second hour of this race. Hour 5 of the Asian Le Mans series. It's still hectic in every single class. Phil Hansen, by the way, is still pulling away from Charlie Cruz, but Charlie Cruz is doing a good job here of stopping the rots. And remember, 2 quick guys to go in the number 43 car. We saw Nolan Siegel yesterday. I'm not saying humbling, but certainly not humbled by Neil Jani.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that Charlie Cruz has recovered well. He has recovered very, very well after that spin at turn 11 on the first lap.
Let's go back over this first hour of the second 4 hours of Dubai and the highlights of hour 1. Start of the race, 46 cars took the start, and it was an aggressive start from Charlie Cruz on the throttle, an aggressive start, and too aggressive from Sally Jonic with the steering wheel as he forced United Autosports number 23 to the inside. It wouldn't, though, stop Garnet Patterson from taking that position and later taking the lead of the race. A spin, an unforced error from Miro Konopka caused chaos behind, but luckily everybody avoided the contact. Garnet Patterson up the inside of Charles Cruz for the lead. The American against the Australian, trying to get back his position, almost making front to rear contact, but Charlie Cruz in the chase would soon, I'm afraid, come a cropper on the dirty side of the track, took the car around, and it's been a fight back since then to second from the very back of the field for the 43. Torsten Kratz to the front in LMP3. That car dominant yesterday before problems, and behind, battling away between the Graf number 9 and the 53 from Inter Europol. Torsten Kratz in the number 11 car got away, but there would be trouble later. In GT, it was Tomono Bifuji, the silver rank driver, making his way to the front with good late straight line speed and a different BOP today for the Aston Martin. There, making his way up to second. great battle between the two American gentleman drivers, the 24 and 25, Nielsen Racing and Algar Pro Racing, tussling elbows out with Alexandra Kwani in the mix as well. But Phil Hansen, starting from way down the grid, would force his way to the front. 43, fueled up and sent. Sally Jolic tried to defend second place from the number 3. 22 to the front though. Plenty of battling still in LMP3 as Phil Hansen came to the pits. He'd soon be in the lead after the United team opted not to take a time stop early. It's good pit work. Put the DKR engineering car back into it against the United Autosports car. Yasser Shaheen at the wheel for the 23. 18 car of 360 Racing from the back of the grid to the front in LMP3. And the leader from the start, the 11, would soon be in trouble. Charlie Cruz making his way back after that early race spin. This move past John Falb in yesterday's race-winning 25. Sally Jolic had a monster pass in traffic, and the 11 car from what had been second place for a second time into the garage after disaster yesterday. That's the overall classification after 33 laps, and the 43 car right now on pit lane for the second time. United Autosports with a hefty lead.
It's been fast and frantic, hasn't it, Graham? You know, we've seen great racing through all 3 classes. Just a little bit of an update on the 67 car, Orange Racing. I think they've had an ABS issue and they had to reset that system, but they also overnight they changed fuel pumps and a turbo on that car with issues reported with both. They're trying to fix and hunt to fix a problem there.
So it's been a torrid start to their international racing career, but they're here and they're learning, as we said yesterday. And the great thing about this format is you can learn the lessons you learned yesterday today.
Indeed.
You're not waiting for another month for another race. You're racing another 24 hours. Then we get 2 more chances next weekend.
Phil Hansen,
races to go.
Phil Hansen there into turn 1. Oh, who's this? Is this the 25 car going slow? He's got a puncher. Left rear. Contacted, looks like, on that left rear side, or maybe John Falb has been driving that just a little bit too quickly. When you get a puncher like this and you just drive a little bit too fast with it,
might require another red clip.
Yeah, it starts to unravel the rubber, and that could start to flap, and then it does a load of bodywork damage. So he just needs, the team needs to be on the radio to him, just saying, John, I know you need to get back, but it's quite a failure.
He'd already gone, hadn't it? It had gone, and then there was further damage. So that's hit something. You see the carbon fibre shredding off behind it.
Yeah.
This is desperate for John Falb. Remember, winning yesterday, that have been coming into this race with real confidence. Is the last thing they needed.
The team will still be on the radio to him. Just cool it. Just get the car back in a timely fashion, but not any more than, say, 70, 80 k's an hour. That's all we need.
At the moment, the tyre structure in one piece, so it's not flailing about.
No, but it's not going to be long. That's going to come off. Hopefully gets back to the pits before that actually leaves the car, and the car fully comes off. But
it's about to go.
Yeah, it is about to go. That much smoke. It's
That'll
unlikely.
sound horrible, feel horrible, and smell horrible. Drive-through penalty, meanwhile, while we're watching this for car number 73. Thankfully, for speeding in pit lane.
Thankfully, John's got into pit lane now, and that rubber's not going to be on the racing surface.
They make that back fairly quickly. It doesn't look like there's a huge amount of damage beyond that, Ollie.
No, but they might just change the tail on it, because I think that's quite quick on these cars.
It is. 2 fasteners either side of the dorsal fin on the Orica to take that rear clip. The rear clip includes the whole rear wing assembly as well. They'll certainly have one ready, I'm sure. Yeah,
Algar Pro are pretty well drilled on this sort of thing.
And what didn't help them is there's a car in the pit lane just ahead of them.
Yeah,
Dolly's under the car. Oh, that's dropped again.
Puncher
front
as well on the Bullet Racing car.
Dear me, that's a
front.
It is.
Oh, is that actually a failure though?
The tyre's down.
The tyre is down, but just the angle of the wheel doesn't look good. Maybe it's just a type. It's just a puncher.
Martin Berry, a great start, by the way, to the race from Martin Berry in what is an entirely rebuilt Aston Martin. After big contact yesterday took them out of the race.
Yeah.
Our next question is the debris from one or other of those, and could we be looking into full course yellow?
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye out for anything we hear from race control. Drive-through penalty confirmed there for the 73. That's one of the inter-Europol cars. This is the 17 and the 53. Those two cars contesting fourth place. Adrian Chiller, Miguel Cristobal.
It is fast and furious down through the field. These two are having a great battle. Oh, there we go. New rear clip going on.
Needs to be located. Look at the two locating pins there above the wheel.
There we go.
And they go. Carbon fibre jigsaw. That is a modern LMP2 car.
Surprised they've not done a driver change there, but maybe it's drive time.
It's drive time. Yeah. I'm sure it is.
So the Bullet Racing cars made it back to the pits. Martin Berry must be wondering, not enjoying driving the car back to the pits this weekend in the Dubai 4 hours.
And there's one saving grace for Algarve Pro Racing, in that they've burned one of their time stops in doing that.
Right.
Now that's still not great news. It's a stop they wouldn't have been planning.
No.
But it does mean it's one fewer long stop they've got to do.
Yeah, but this will take them off of their strategy.
It will take them off the strategy.
They are now on the back foot in that respect.
Yeah. It also means, by the way, it's one fewer they can burn in a full course yellow later.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to explain that little statement, that is 3 100-second, 1 minute 40-second pit stops that must be performed inside the first 3.5 hours by every car in the race. Every car in the race, by the way, and this is another new thing for the Asian Le Mans Series this year, it is an entirely Pro-Am series. Every car of the 46 that started feature at least one bronze-ranked driver. And there's a variety of drive time regulations have got to be respected. Good there to see the 66 car is straight back out.
Yeah.
So that was
quick stop.
We hope just a puncture. We'll soon find out. Wasn't quite up to speed there.
No, but it'll be a new right front.
New right front and cold tyres.
Yeah.
Cold tyre.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Have they changed just that one tyre, or have they gone for all four? If they've changed just the one tyre, that can be very tricky to leave the pits with 3 hot tyres and 1 cold one. That's tough to manage. So onto the pit lane. Oh, this is the drive-through, isn't it, for the number 73 car?
That is the drive-through for the 73.
Yeah. As it comes through and off and back out.
So
pit lane.
Everybody now been for at least one routine pit stop. We're not a million miles away from a second round of stops for the LMP2s. And United Autosports lead this race by 1 minute and 11 seconds, but remember that is the team with the gold driver aboard the car, gold ranked driver aboard the car, Phil Hansen, and all of the other teams in the class have got gold time still to come.
Nice to see the WTM by Rinaldi car back out on track. Hopefully they got to the bottom of their issues, whatever it was. The man with the laptop managed to fix it magically, but they are way down now. I'm just trying to find out on the timing screen, about a lap back from everyone else in their class, so that's going to be a tough battle for them.
So Hansen, it's never easy. It makes it look easy here. It's not really a fair fight, but got to take into account, not only has Phil Hansen put 1 minute and 12 seconds on the field, he had to pass most of them.
Oh, who we got? Is this
trouble? That's a 55 car.
55 Rinaldi car. That is, I think, coming off of turn... Oh no, he was coming down turn 6.
Oh, what's happened there?
Turn 6, he just didn't quite make turn 6. And then he spun on the dusty tyres.
Well, you can see, couldn't you, on the infield? It's so dusty.
Yeah. It's a good escape route, you know, to go offline and to get down, and if you're not be able to make the corner, then fine. Yeah. But then you've got to be thinking about, okay, what are the tyres like?
Nico Lapierre is ready to go aboard the number 37 car.
We had a good chat with him earlier on, didn't we?
Hey, what a super bloke.
Ah, brilliant guy. Just a brilliant guy. What a talent.
Absolutely. And Alexandre Kwani, after his traumas yesterday with the contact, does a great job, brings the car in on the lead lap. And now Nico Lapierre will be... It's time for go time for the boss.
Yeah.
Nico, as well as being a full professional driver, runs this team and runs it with aplomb.
He does. That's quite a lot of work he was doing there to get the seat ready, which is unusual. But then there must be quite a difference between these two in their seating positions.
Connie's quite a tall guy as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And
also
Nico isn't.
No, he's not. And also Multi is a tall guy now, isn't he?
He is.
He's shot up in height.
So is that another rear change?
Yeah, I think there could be just be a quick change, wing change possibly. And
side by side. LMP3 from Europol with again the number 20 car.
He is in the wars today, the 20 car, isn't he? Just everywhere, just always in the wrong spot, unfortunately for him.
Up the inside goes the MV2S car. Nicky Lertvaler is going to be going for a lie down in the quiet room.
Yeah, a couple of sweeties in a quiet lie down.
Absolutely.
Poor old boy. But and when that happens, it can just kill your confidence, and then you're the whole time looking at it.
Oh, that's a big one. Into the wall.
Cool racing.
I think drawn in by the battle that was happening ahead. Phil Hansen comes in at the end of his stint. I'm sure. And that's Jim McGuire steps out onto pit lane. The lead, by the way, minute and 17 seconds as the car comes to a halt. Was he looking at the back of the P2 car and he missed his own braking point?
It's possible, but he did get drawn in, and then I think as he just gave it a little bit more brake pressure, the rears locked instead of the fronts, and then that's just enough to lock the rears and then unhook the rear of the car and send him in the wall on the left.
Well, at least team boss Nico Lapierre didn't have to watch that on TV because he's already out on track.
Yeah.
So United Autosports back in to the pits for another regular pit stop. Jim McGuire climbing aboard the leading car. DCAR Engineering second place at the moment with Rodrigo Salas, Yasser Shaheen.
Oh, the 17's still there, and this is going to be. I think this is going to be full course yellow
at least,
if not a safety car.
So if that car doesn't move, and it's clearly not going to.
No, I'm surprised we haven't gone full course yellow yet.
Little bit of a delay, by the way, for the 22 car. That's another car that's going to take a rear wing change. This is unusual.
Yeah.
What are they finding out there that we're not seeing?
Yeah, I think that drivers are reporting they're generally unhappy with the balance of the car. We can't say whether it's more or less wing. We can't see that from here. But
it might be a change for the gentleman driver. It might be just as simple as that.
It's possible, I guess, because it has been to a gentleman driver, but also then from a gentleman driver getting out of the car. There's likely it's more rear wing for the gentleman driver just to give that a little bit more security.
So Hansen out, and that's his time done. This is going to be at least a full course yellow, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Eduardo is trying to get it fired. But he is right in the firing line.
Remember, the car didn't pull away, but he's clearly unhappy about what he's feeling from the car.
I think we're going to get an update here from Eduardo very shortly.
But meantime, to the lead, Sally Jonic back to the lead, does owe us a pit stop. He's 6 seconds to the good from Rodrigo Salas in the 24 Nielsen Racing team. Jim McGuire now aboard the car.
Yeah,
the 22 car in third place.
And I think this has been a United strategy to try and get Jim out on track, in clean air, and just not having to deal with a lot of traffic altogether.
And the other thing is, it's the difference, isn't it, for Jim to have to defend a lead, as he will be doing once the other cars pit, rather than attack, often through a field of snapping, snarling GT and LMP3 cars.
18 and the 9 together there, it's a real bottled up, a lot of traffic here as they're trying to pick their way through. Good to see the 11 WTM by Rinaldi continuing to run around. And this is what do we got here?
Don't think we saw any contact there, or did we? Is it Hub Auto? Yes, he did.
Yeah, Hub Auto on the McLaren Garage 59
car. That's the car, the 59 car. In comes our new leader. And to the lead goes Nielsen Racing. So that's the fourth different car to lead this race.
We haven't had an update of what's happening down at turn 1 and whether the 17 Cool Racing car has got going, but it's a driver change here for the number 3.
Indeed. Dugan aboard. Charlie Eastwood comes out to help.
Yeah.
Experienced race driver, and the team will feel that'll be quicker and better than tired Sonny Jelic helping.
Absolutely.
That's smart.
Yes, it is a smart move. It is a smart move when you've got 3 drivers like this, sending the driver out there that's fresh, that's not just sort of trying to get its bearings after racing around for an hour and 20 minutes in the heat here in Dubai. Smart move.
So to the lead until the pit stop that is soon to come for our reigning champions, and Rodrigo Sales. This is the effort that he has helped to put together. American businessman. Yeah, what a lovely bloke.
Yeah, he is a lovely guy. I had a bit of a chat with him yesterday after qualifying, and he was a little bit hard on himself and what had happened in qualifying, but you know, he's learning all the time, and he's doing a great job, and he's kept his head through this stint. Particularly, he's had some tough traffic to deal with, but the car looks good. Yep. It doesn't look touched. He's going to be able to hand it over to his teammates who are going to be fast and ready to go. Yep. Teus Besh and then Ben Handley will be in that car. 23 car on pit lane.
It is indeed as DKR engineering car leaves pit lane. If you get a chance to look closely, by the way, at the number 24 car, that spectacular gold livery just ahead of the rear wheel, you'll see a cartoon husky.
Yeah.
That
is a bit of a favourite of yours, isn't it? I love him. Shadow the Husky, and R.I.P. Shadow the Husky.
Rodrigo's best mate. Anybody that's got any kind of dog as a pet will know what that means. And 14 years young, Shadow passed away very recently, and Rodrigo's missed him very much. I'm sure there will be, another member of the family in due course, but I can talk about this while he's in the car and can't hear me, because I know he'll get upset if he hears me in the carriage, and I won't do that. But Shadow, the Asian Le Mans Series and European Le Mans Series Husky, no longer with us, sadly. Well, after a run through the field and a run away from the field at the wheel of the number 22 United Autosports Orica, let's go down to Haley, who's in the carriage at United Autosports with Phil Hansen.
That's right, a run through the field, to put it lightly. That was a stellar performance. A start from Phil Hansen in car number 22. Now, you actually started P9 in your field. You made it all the way up and extended your lead to 1 minute 17 seconds. Just take us through that, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit unfair, though, because most cars will start their amateurs. Unfortunately, we were able to start Jim yesterday because we changed our mind because the race got delayed and we weren't confident that he would enjoy the night. But then, because we declared the driver me starting yesterday after quali, we couldn't change it today because obviously the rules regulate that you have to declare that driver 30 minutes after quali. So it's a bit unfair because I'm out there with, you know, the gents. So it's a bit distorted in that sense.
Okay, it's a bit of a humble response from you, but there's also a very good strategy on point here at United.
Yeah, it means that because we qualified 9th in class, but sadly behind a lot of the LMP3s, it would have taken Jim a lot longer maybe to get going and get past slower traffic. Now he's going out and basically the traffic should be quite constant the whole run, so he might not lose as much time in those opening laps with the chaos unfolding in front of him. As you saw at the start, it wasn't an easy start for me. I went off track and I actually lost a few positions on the first lap, which isn't great. And had Jim been in that situation, it would have maybe even struggled even more. So now it's kind of smooth sailing. What he's about to experience out there should be quite consistent for the next hour and a half, and then pulls in at the end to bring it home, hopefully.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Well, thank you, Haley, for that, and the good info. And the big development while you've been doing that interview is the safety car is now on track, and the 24 car, Nielsen car, managed to get back onto pit lane just before it went.
It didn't. No, the pit was closed, so he's had to take emergency service. It'll be 5 seconds of fuel only. He was on vapour, and this is why. Look at the 17 car here. Just outbrakes himself, misses his braking point, does make contact with the wall, front and rear, tries to drive away from that scene, does so for about, I'd say about 20 metres, and gives that one up. So too much damage for the 17. The safety car is out on circuit, and that's a completely different challenge now. So Rodrigo Sales with the pit lane closed, has had to come in for fuel, will not be penalised for that, but can only take 5 seconds of fuel because he needed to do that, otherwise he would have run out of fuel. But will now have to come in again and will lose time.
Yeah, so that's going to hurt Nielsen, and maybe it's a little bit of a gamble. Maybe they were hoping it was going to be a full course yellow and they could still pit under full course yellow, but Eduardo assessed the situation and he's decided safety car is the safest option here to recover that Cool Racing number 17, and so Nielsen have been somewhat caught out by that, so it's going to hurt them a little.
There's a variety of reasons why race control might choose the safety car over and above the full course yellow option. Not party to absolutely all of them, but I will tell you this much: I trust his judgment absolutely on these fronts. So he will have in mind the safety of the crew of the car being recovered, the safety crew themselves, if extraction is required. It doesn't look as if it is. So it is going to be about whether or not vehicles need to cross the track, etc., etc. Where is the intervention crew available? So he's made that decision.
So right now, the safety car is driving very slowly at racing speed, and he's trying to pack everybody up. So the teams will be telling, or should be telling, their drivers where they are, where that pack is, so that it's not a surprise. So when the car that's coming at racing speed all of a sudden stumbles on a huge pack of cars that's going at only 50 or 60 k's an hour, that they are aware.
Absolutely.
And that's super important, otherwise accidents will happen.
So what this does for the race intervention, it means once everybody's together, if you do need to use track for this intervention, you've got a gap. You've got a gap, and it's quite a long gap because the field is coming round at this reduced speed in close order and in controlled order. We're coming down towards the accident scene now, and it will be just about a lap before they can all get themselves together. So shakes of heads there. That's because they will want to service the number 24 car. They can't yet. Pits are still closed.
And they know that this is going to penalise them and put them slightly off strategy.
Indeed. So coming past now where Adrian Chiller is still aboard the number 17 car, I'm sure they will know whether or not assistance other than the mechanical is required. And it looks as if he's okay in the car.
You
can see there where the impact site was behind. There's the remains of the polystyrene corner marker spread all over the outfield, and then there was the front and rear contact.
So Eduardo will be on.
That's the silver intervention vehicle looking for space to cross to get back to the Ligier, stricken at the exit of turn 1, or just off the apex of turn 1 to the outside.
Eduardo will be in contact with the BMW safety car and talking to the driver about his speed, and then once the pack is all together, he'll then say, okay, increase your speed to 80 or 100 or 130 kilometers an hour, and that will then be able to bring them just a little bit closer to racing speed. But the big problem for all of the cars that are now circulating behind is that their temperatures and their pressures of their tyres are going to be dropping. And that is a big thing here. And it's one of the things that the bronze rank drivers really struggle with.
Take us through this again, Ollie, as to what we think happened up the inside by the number 3. We think that may have just drawn Adrian Chiller into the mistake.
Yeah, he did, and he was surprised by the 18 car and where it was. And he just gave it a little bit more brake pressure, trying to keep out the way, maybe just steer slightly to the left. And the locking the rears just speared the car then sharp left into the wall. And once it was going left, he was never ever going to be able to catch it.
Yeah, two fairly big, not huge, but fairly big impacts. I can tell you that Adrian is out of the car and walking away. He appears to be fine. He will, though, as is always necessary, be taken to the medical centre for evaluation. But he's managed to walk to one of the intervention vehicles without assistance. And that's the best news. He will be very frustrated indeed. So it goes quiet around the Dubai Autodrome for most of the lap. And the car is going to be requiring the lift bar. So interesting piece of equipment. This travels with the series and other international series and has lift points for a variety of different cars. So it's a common lift body. they can attach to any of these cranes or loaders. They lift it in safety.
It's lifting it safely, but it's also looking after the car and taking the load in the correct points.
Absolutely.
That is something that every team, when they're looking at this, you know, they're obviously very upset that the car has had an incident and has gone off the road, but then when it's recovered, they're looking to make sure that that car is then not damaged further by the recovery process.
Well, here's the other thing: is there's some massive advantages to this this format and 4 races in 10 days. The disadvantage is if you've got a problem, you've got no time to fix it.
No.
And this car, after this race today, the team will be packing up in time for the short road trip to Abu Dhabi, capital of the United Arab Emirates, for track action in just 3 days' time.
Yeah. Well, it's also really important at this point, when you're behind the safety car, stay online. Stay online.
Don't get muck on the tyres.
Do not start taking to different parts of the racetrack when there is muck and debris, and you know, because you're not going to clear it off. You're not going to clean it up. Not behind the safety car. The safety car is going slow right now, and the tyres are hot. They're sticky, and they're just like super glue. They just pick everything up, and then it's almost impossible to get the tyre clean again. Well, it's very, very hard to get it clean again when you restart.
Matthias Besch was there ready to go, but he's going to have to wait until pits open under the safety car. I think it's now 3 laps.
I do remind you, pit entry is still closed. I do remind you, pit entry is still closed.
I think he's reminded the competitors rather than just me there. He quite often just tends to chide me on rules infractions. I'm surprised I've got away without a drive-through penalty myself, to be honest with you.
I've been telling him.
It wouldn't be beyond him to insist, I'll be honest with you. Delight to have Eduardo Freitas with us again this season for the Asian Le Mans Series. I know he loves his endurance racing, but a real privilege to have an official of that quality.
The other thing that they'll be looking at here is to make sure that all the cars are somewhat packed up, and they don't want to be seeing huge gaps between certain cars. And that's kind of important. I just saw a couple of cars there that weren't super close, because they don't want the concertina effect. They wanted to make sure that everybody's nicely packed up together.
There will be zero doubt that Eduardo Freitas will make his intentions known very vocally on the radio to the teams.
Yeah.
To come down the main back straight, this should be now in one neat and tidy group, line astern.
Some cars getting the wave by here.
Well, picking up now with the recovery done, the BMW safety car will pick up the race leader, which is still the Nielsen racing car.
Yeah.
So these cars will be allowed to continue at some pace, but reduced pace, to rejoin this pack.
Yeah.
Still not picked it up. 44 is next. Where is the gold Nielsen racing car? Way back down here. There it is. Just in that next group.
You may only overtake the safety car if you are between 24 and the safety car.
There you go. 24 now picked up by the safety car. So you're watching trackside. You'll see some cars going past at some speed. Not back to green flag running yet.
I think there was a communication error there.
Cars which have passed the safety car, please speed up to catch the back of the pack.
It's the unusual situation of the race director telling you to go quicker.
It is. But I think there was actually maybe a lost in translation or communication error there, because the 44 car, Miro Konopka, was hanging back as if to say, or he thought that he was maybe the leader.
Really?
I don't know, but he was certainly the car that was gapping to all the others.
You know what? I love Miro more than words can possibly say, but if Miro Konopka's leading the race, that would be a surprise to him.
Okay, but Miro was almost surprised that he needed to go past the safety car.
He's pitting now, and he must need emergency service too.
Yeah.
So that will be 5 seconds of fuel and no more for the Slovakian team.
This group which is now passing in front of the pits, please catch up the other group. This group which just passed in front of the pits, please do your best to catch up the other group.
So that the pit entry is still closed. Let's go down while we're still under the safety car to Haley. He's got Marco Siebert from the unlucky 17 Cool Racing team.
So I'm joined here by Marco Siebert. First question, of course, Adrian. We saw him coming out the car. Is he okay?
Yeah, he's okay. All okay. Just I think a little mixer from his side. He lost the car and hit the wall. I think suspension is wrong, so out.
I mean, he was doing so well because he started off, what, P5, worked his way up to P3?
Yeah, he was doing a really good race, really good pace. But unfortunately, he had this little incident and we are out.
Well, the good news is that he's in good health and everything. Car looks good as well, it was fixable. So you'll be back in Abu Dhabi next week?
For sure. We will try to win there, let's see. Until next week.
Great, thank you very much.
In the case of Cool Racing, this is about bedding in some new squad drivers for the 2023 season. I have to keep reminding myself it's 2023, by the way, so if I stumble over that, it's just my advanced age.
I'll smack you on the head. Yeah.
Not the first time, and definitely not the last. Marco Siebert there from Argentina, which explains the accent, explains two things. One is car's suspension is damaged. They are out of the race. That's sad news. It had been a really good run from Adrian Chiller to that point, and just a small error with desperate consequences.
Yeah, it was, and that's the way that the race can turn out sometimes. And it could just turned on one little mistake that then it just snowballs into a huge wreck.
The other quick thing to say, you heard what Eduardo Freitas had to say there. The reason he wants those cars to catch up quickly, he wants this race back to green. He wants that pit lane back open. I said to you, the first priority from Eduardo is always, unquestionably, safety. The second priority beyond all of that is to get the race back in order and underway.
So the safety car is speeding up now. You can see he's just put his foot down, but you can see all the marbles just flying off of the tyres from the safety cars even kicking them up. But this is we know this from many years of endurance racing, that when a safety car comes out and they have to go through this process, it's often that when they go to restart that there's another incident, and safety cars can breed safety cars.
Safety car in at the end of this lap. Safety car in at the end of this lap.
And the pit lane is open, so this is going to be an interesting moment. I've zero doubt that the Nielsen racing car is going to need to pit.
Yeah,
we'll have to do that under green flag conditions.
Wow, this is going to be really interesting now, just to see how these drivers deal with this, because it's been a number of very, very slow laps here, and those tyres are going to be cold, covered in pickup. It's going to get exciting into turn one.
The other thing that's an interesting thing here is the safety car going to come into the pit lane by the normal entry, because in which case it's going to delay the 24. Because if he has to come in now, and he does, as does the 24, as does a gaggle of other cars, that's going to be a further delay.
Yeah, it is.
He's not going to make that pit lane entry to the line where they're going to come down to the pit lane speed limit.
The only thing that's going to help him here is everybody else is just tippy-toeing around, and the rest of the field have not caught up to the back of the pack.
Right, so Jim Maguire will lead this field away now. So Jim Maguire in the 22 car changed just before the safety car came out. Now we'll go to work. Matthias Besch will take over from Rodrigo Sales. They're going to help the driver out. The driver helper there helps the gentleman driver out. The professional Swiss driver in. Matthias with WC race winning form in LMP1 and LMP2. Gets aboard the defending championship winning car. Joins this year. There is our race leader in traffic. This is not what they wanted to happen.
No, but they will be. I see that. Just people getting bottled up. Got all that smoke from the locked tyres, and Jim Maguire is now going to have to pick his way through. United will become somewhat happy that Jim's burnt some of his time behind the safety car, but now it's that getting restarted. It's going to be tough.
He's managed to get a little bit of clear air there ahead of all the GT and LMP3 cars in the world behind him. What is the lead? It's Christian Bogle, by the way, in the Inter-Europol car in 43. He's not that far behind in time, but he's got about 15 cars between them, 4 wide, which isn't helping.
No.
There's the leader. The second green and yellow flash is the second place car.
Expect Christian to be a little bit more comfortable with the car. He didn't look that happy with the way things went yesterday, but I think that he's, experience, night's sleep, coming back to it the next day, perfect opportunity for him to get out and try it all again, and looking at data, trying to sort of understand where he was quick, where he was a little bit slower. So it's a great opportunity, and one of the things that's fantastic about the Asian Le Mans Series and this format that we're running to right now.
That, by the way, was a really good time stop from Nielsen Racing, just 1 second over the bogey time, and that's exactly where they needed to be.
Oh, look at this, coming down into 14. All these cars get 3 wide.
Rob Bell is squeezed between 2 of them, manages to find space.
Yeah, all the Vulcanhurst cars looking to get past the Garage 59 car.
It's not Rob Bell anymore, I apologise. No. But the Vulcanhurst car up the inside does make that move.
Oh, it's just got that done. And the Algarve Pro car is bottled up behind a couple of P3s, and he's going to go up the inside of the WTM by Rinaldi 11 car. Gets that done, makes it stick.
There's the 2 Garage 59 cars side by side as well. 88 and 59. 88 is Tom Gamble. 59, I'm just trying to look down through the order. It's Nick Halstead, the driver that would have driven in a 12-month period in both the Asian Le Mans Series and, I'm told, the British Touring Car Championship in the same year.
Oh no, Viper Nisa there going slow. Looks like it might have some sort of puncture or transmission suspension issue.
It's still Dominic Ang, and he's just on the way out from that pit stop. Here comes the 24 car. Matthias Besch rejoins the race down in 7th place, 90 seconds off the lead.
Yep. So
Jim McQuire, by the way, still holds the lead here as Christian Bogle tries to make his way through traffic. It is the United Autosports from Inter-Europol Competitions 43, then the 99 racing car, the white and black car, the number 98, with D-Car Engineering closing again and all over the 99 racing car.
Yeah, so it's now head down, eyes forward for the number 24. Matthias Besch has just got one thing on his mind, and is that to catch the 22 United car. They're a long way off, but there's still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go in this race, and there's plenty of action. We are going to run into the darkness here, and we know around here this place is tough in the night.
It's another car reported for speeding in pit lane, and this time it's the number 6 Haupt Racing Team AMG. Inevitably, that will lead to a penalty.
Yeah, those drivers just trying to sneak that little bit of extra time on their competitors, or maybe they just haven't got down to the speed quickly enough at the line as they're coming into the pit lane.
Nicky Katzberg with an aggressive run through that corner, using all the grip and a tiny bit more.
Yeah, and I think that means is it Thomas Morell's going to finish?
Looks that way. They've got huge confidence in their front
that's
driver,
pretty bold, isn't it?
So there's Christian Bogle all over Jim McQuire. Now this is the battle for the lead. Look in the background, because the white car closing is the 3rd place car, and also there is the D-Car Engineering car. The top 4 overall under 2 seconds.
Yeah.
There we go. 3, and where's the 4th car in the same? There they are, all 4 in the same shot. The lead has changed. Bogle to the lead, ahead now of Jim McQuire, side by side for 3rd, and Guven goes through and goes through into 2nd as well.
Whoa. Jim McQuire got absolutely...
I think he let that happen.
He just stepped away. Just said, right, I'm just checking out here. You guys go by. I'll just pick up on the back of you. And let's see how this unfolds now. This is getting really racy at the front of the field. So Jim McQuire is now gone from P1 to P4 in about 3 or 4 corners.
However, it's going to be bad news for D-Car Engineering. Guven is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty. The car crossed the white line at pit entry.
Again,
that was that
details.
late call. It wasn't him that did it, was it? It was Sally Ulich coming in.
Yeah.
It was that late call. We actually saw it.
Yeah, true.
And that is going to be a drive-through penalty that's going to send him out of this group and out of this battle for the lead shortly.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Inter-Europol car against the 99 racing car, and see how they stack up in terms of performance. Christian Bogle, he looks a little bit more comfortable in the car right now in the daylight.
He got the worst possible draw with that race starting later, stepping in for his first ever race run in an LMP2 car in a huge battle and going straight into darkness.
Yeah.
And, well, I'd be very interested to see just what his pace is like. Pretty good at the moment.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of cars there all packed up. They're just getting back up to speed again after that extended safety car period. And they'll still be trying to get the tyres really switched on again, cleaned up, going. The track temperature will be dropping all the time here as the sun goes down. And here we are coming into turn 10. And Christian Bogle doing a nice job. He's just getting himself going again. The Govan in the number 3 DKR car, he's going to have to serve that penalty.
It's not just a drive-through for car 6, it's their second penalty. It's a 25-second stop and go.
Here we go.
And drive-through, that's the one.
That's the one. That late call. And did he also get done for speeding in the pit lane? Who knows? Oh dear, that's tough on the DKR car. And
Arjen Govan is going to be therefore left to fight again. Christian Bogle doing a good job here, by the way.
Yeah. And I'm not sure Arjen Govan has been given the message about going into the... That's not a gag. Going into the...
It's still funny.
Oh, sorry. That was completely unintentional. Because he's battling with Christian Bogle here. You would have thought, just get it done.
Maybe he'd like to make his stop from the front.
Yeah.
Maybe confident he's got the pace here.
Yeah.
Dropping the 98 car here a little, this pair. 4th place, Nico Lapierre, just 7 seconds behind, and clearly is still dealing with traffic. So Nico Lapierre, when in clear air, I'd put my money on him closing down this group at this stage.
I could see him making it to the front.
I have to say, with Lapierre and Melter Jakobsen to come,
they're sitting in a good spot right now. There's no doubt.
That safety car has helped them big time. Good stint, by the way, for Alexandre Poigny. Kept it on the island. No mistakes.
Yeah.
And the safety car did the rest of the job for them. It's all about confidence building as well for people drivers coming into new cars for the first time. A good fault-free stint.
Yeah.
See it here from Christian Bogle. It's a confidence building stint for him to lead the race at this stage, hold off a full professional driver, albeit one in only his second race in LMP2. The first one coming just yesterday.
Well, like yesterday with Christian, if it just got into a little bit of traffic, just got off a little bit offline, and then the lap time starts to drop off a little bit, the tyre just gets slightly out the window, all of a sudden that pickup that you have on the tyre, it stays on the tyre.
Yep.
And then you maybe have to pass somebody else offline, again you add to that pickup, the tyre, the vibrations, the performance starts to drop away, and your confidence starts to drop away. Right now, clean track, higher temperatures. You know, he's able to run to his pace cleanly. He's had some time in the car, looked at the data. He's wiser now. He's got more experience under his belt, and he's running cleaner and stronger. And he's down to his fastest lap now for that car. He's just done a 150.0, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be his fastest lap of the whole weekend.
There you go. This is our race winner from yesterday's race in LMP3. The number 29 car now in the hands of Jerome de Sadelier, up into 4th place at the moment. Ahead of him, 2 Graf Racing cars, including the one the team were battling with for that lead. A battle eventually won by MV2S. Back out into the race is the number 11 car. They'll be some way down the field.
Yep, there goes the Graf car coming off of the final corner, looking to try and get back onto the up in contention.
And meanwhile, by the way, in GT, it is still the number 77 car. In the hands now of the bronze driver Satoshi Yoshino. Stefano Constantini still aboard the AF Corsa Ferrari, but it's Nicky Katzberg taking up the fight and taking up the chase. This is the lead battle. Constantini looking for a way past the Japanese bronze-ranked driver, and was having none of that, was he?
No.
That was well defended by Yoshino-san.
Yeah.
Where's Nicky Katzberg? Not far out of shot. He's going to come into shot now. There he goes. The black and blue BMW. That is not the second place Ferrari is going past. That's the Formula Racing. He was pushed wide there.
Oh, the number 60 car did not see him at all. And you got to...
Or didn't care.
Well, possibly. possibly. But I noticed that the 60 car, that Ferrari that Nicky Katzberg's trying to get by, he's got debris in the front of the car. He's got that polystyrene.
He does. Now that's the cooling surface of the car.
That's going to cause that car some problems.
It comes Guven for this drive-through penalty. That is going to drop him out of the lead battle, but how far back, of course, drops him behind what's now the second place 99 racing car. Where is Lapierre? He's going to go by, I think, into third place.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that one. LMP3 and LMP and GT3 cars in just a solid mass at the moment.
Yeah, let's see how this BMW performs now, because that is a pretty big block of polystyrene that's stuck in the grille there, and that's not going to help Nicky.
Looks for the outside line there. Can he do it? Cuts back through, tries the inside line.
Yeah.
That's been more successful. Can he tough it out there? No, he can't. Does it come back? Wow, no space at all. But that was a quality pass from Nicky Katzberg.
Absolutely surgical move there from Nicky Katzberg. Just absolutely sithing through the traffic. Brilliant move.
Nicky the Cat Katzberg, he can squeeze through the smallest of spaces. He's got whiskers that show him the way.
Oh, my word.
And he's going to close now on Satoshi Yoshino.
Time for a deep breath.
MV2S through turn 1. I'll make it stick. Car 16, by the way, now is the latest to be reported for abusing track limits. That is the Get Speed, the pink car.
Yeah, and I think actually we can also see on the front of the 34 Nicky Katzberg's car, he's actually managed to get that polystyrene dislodged, which is good. So it's the cooling should be now restored to what it was.
Big old wiggle from the MV2S car directly ahead of Nicky there on the road.
Yeah.
But D-Station Racing from Valkenhurst, as we've got the number 19 Lippert Lamborghini on pit road, the only Lamborghini Huracan in this race.
Yeah.
Still this group of LMP3s and GTs with a LMP2 in the middle of that lot. I think that's the Nielsen car with Matthias Besch closing.
Yeah.
Kiffin Simpson, by the way, is now aboard the Algarve Pro car and is going very quickly indeed. So Bogle, 4 seconds to the good in the Intereurope number 43 car.
Seeing Katzberg trying to pull off another one of these amazing moves around the outside of the D-Station number 77 car. I think he's going to make it stick.
He's got it. A run to the front, an impressive style from Nicky Katzberg. Round the outside, an attempt here from Matthias Besch in the 24 to deal with the leading GT cars. Needs to be heads up here because they're in their own battles.
They are.
Gets the right line through. Neatly done there from Matthias Besch. He's now got a couple of back markers to deal with before he can get into clear air.
Yeah, just got to get up the inside there of the Bullet car. Bullet car gave him a nice amount of room, and Nicky will be able to then get a good drive off and get past the Bullet car coming down into turn 1.
This is looking great for Valkenhurst Motorsport, despite the change in BOP.
Yeah.
They've played this neatly, and that safety car has helped them immeasurably.
It has, but it seems that Nicky's a little bit more comfortable in the car than Chandler Hull was. Chandler just didn't quite seem to have it hooked up, whereas Nicky's come in and just made it sing.
So let's keep an eye on the battles here in the classes. This is the battle for second now. Tom Gamble now getting onto terms with Satoshi Yoshino. He's the bronze driver in this, but has never looked more comfortable in a race car. And there's a touch there between the two British-built cars.
Yeah, it's a bit of an action replay to yesterday when Yoshino doesn't seem to be able to pick out the car that's right next to him. And that's a little bit of door-to-door action.
Wheel to wheel, I'm afraid. Yeah. Very literally. Watch again, up the inside for Tom Gamble.
Tom was there.
He was there.
And then he's like, he hasn't seen me, so he's then trying to back out of it because he's thinking, I've got to look after the car.
Now he looks for another go of the inside. The blue McLaren this time is going to make that pass.
Yeah.
Constantini looking for a way around what is the outside, inside. Which way is it? Still hasn't made it.
Smart driving though by Tom there. He just wanted to look after his car, make sure that he kept it out of trouble because he knows the car's quick.
Ferrari and Aston Martin side by side briefly. Good straight line speed for the Aston Martin. The Ferrari though looks the outside, looks the inside. Still no way through. Shino-san is putting a good defensive drive here.
Yeah, he is, and it's just the Ferrari there. I think he should be able to go up to the inside here.
Maybe a bit too deep in there.
Someone's got around. Is that the 25? No.
No, it's is that the 18?
Ooh.
I think that might have been the 18 from 360 Racing.
Oh, which is going to be a struggle for them. Because that car was going extremely well, and a 21
this time makes it through.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Satoshi Yoshino is not messing about here, is he?
No.
He's not afraid to turn in. Let's have a look here. It was contact. I think, is that the Volcanovos car?
Yeah.
With the 18?
Yeah.
Was the 15?
Oh, 3 wide into turn 1. Oh, is that going to work? Oh, well done in the Bullet car, just getting out the way there of the Ferrari coming around the outside and the Rinaldi car on the inside.
Notice, by the way, there's been a replacement door for the Formula Racing car. There's also going to be trouble, by the way, for the second place car in GT. Garage 59's Tom Gamble reported to the stewards for abusing track limits. We know that's going to be at least a drive-through.
Yeah.
Meantime, the top 2 cars in this race are on pit lane. Christian Bogle pits from the lead, 4.5 seconds ahead of the 99 Racing car, number 98.
Yeah, Christian's done a solid job there, bringing it to the pits. And you know, hopefully this next run for him is just as trouble-free, and he's going to be he's going to run almost to the sun going down.
Nico Lapierre will go to the lead of this race for Cool Racing at this point. Does so now.
43, is it a time stop, or is he struggling to get it going? I think that the lollipop was up on the 43 and he wasn't moving.
And by the way, there's some bad news for Cool Racing. They had a stop in 1 minute and 39 seconds. Now, but less of an issue for the P2 cars because they pit more often.
Yeah, yeah.
But what it probably means is he's burned more time than he did.
Yeah.
He should have had to do in waiting for 140, which they didn't make.
Yeah.
It is indeed a drive-through penalty for car 88 to come from second place. So that's good news for Nicky Katzberg. But if we're right, and that was contact, could that be judged against him?
Yeah, may well be. Let's see what... we didn't get a really good view of it.
It was, by the way, the 15 car.
Yeah.
Slow lap time for Andres Latorre.
Yeah.
Thanks for the coffee, Andres.
Lovely.
Yeah,
yeah, very nice.
Coffee trader, amongst other things. Moving this season from United Autosports to
drive through for Tom Gamble. That's a shame.
So he's taken that immediately. Puts Stefano Constantini back up to second. Satoshi Yoshino back up to third. And behind that, Martin Conrad, Tom Gamble on pit lane, Ralph Byrne, and Liam Talbot. There's not much between them after the safety car closed that field up.
No.
This is the 37 car, leads the way, Nico Lapierre. Kevin Simpson, stellar yesterday, and is 6.25 seconds back. Fastest lap of the race goes to Couven in the recovering DKR Engineering car. After that drive-through, remember, for crossing the blend line at pit-in. He's back up to third place.
Yeah, it's really starting. The pace is picking up now in the P2 class. Let's see what they can get down to. I think that the fastest that we saw yesterday was in the 48s, I believe, for the P2s. So, and then that Ianchun given us that 48.6 is very quick in race conditions.
Isn't he just an impressive, bearing in mind his first weekend of LMP2 action? Kevin Simpson has a little bit more P2 experience, but has been equally impressive.
Yes, he was extremely impressive yesterday.
Yeah, those top 3 cars, by the way, all under 150 last time around, including that fastest lap of the race from Couven.
Yeah, and Simpson is going to be recovering from that puncher that they had earlier on with John Fowle. So that's made up good time, and that's been good for them.
There's been very few clean runs today, you know. It's been, you know, little bits and pieces here.
Yeah, the safety car would have reset that for the 25 car, so they got a little lucky there, but you know, it's racing.
This is the battle for second place in the LMP3 class. The 8, the 9, the 29, and it was 2 of those cars that battled for the lead at the end of the race yesterday, and it went the way of the orange and black car that's now chasing the 2 French tricolour-coloured Graf Racing cars. The lead of the race still to DKR Engineering's Duquesne in the hands of Valentino Catalano. So it's the 1, 2, 3 in each class as Algarve Pro Racing pits for their latest regular pit stop. Cool Racing, Algarve Pro, DKR. D car in the lead of LMP3 from Graf, and Falconhurst BMW, AF Corsa Ferrari, and D Station Aston Martin.
25 on pit lane here.
This is yesterday's race winner, Giffen Simpson from the Cayman Islands, running under a US license, will continue for his second stint.
Yeah, they're just checking out that bit of bodywork there that was damaged earlier on with that puncher. Just clearing out all the debris.
The unmistakable form of Stewie Cox, the co-team owner. Car wasn't firing there.
No, it was taking its time to get going.
So is that a slight delay for Giffen Simpson? We'll soon see.
So which of the battle here for third in LMP3. Graf and MV2S. This is almost a replay from yesterday. Now,
is that a stop that Algarve Pro would have burned a 140? The answer is no, it wasn't.
No.
It was a performance pit stop, if you like.
It seems that the LMP3 runners, they think that the MV2S, horses the 24 and the 22, Besh just getting past the 22 there.
And that is for 5th position overall. Matthias Besh on a tear here.
Yeah.
But the 24 crew have burned their bronze driver time. The slower of the 3 drivers, the non-professional, mandatory non-professional in this car, has done his time. We've still got Ben Hanley to go after Matthias Besh. They're in a good position.
They are. It's advantage them over the United car. The United car has dropped back. Coming into turn 1 here, and a car guy turning in, and the 91. Oh, it was a little late, but 57.
Frederick Scharndorf
didn't know he was there, and he's now battling to get the car back under control. That's what happens when you get all over that sand and your tyres. It's just like driving around on marbles. 24 coming into 12 here. Matthias Besh has really got this car singing and dancing around.
So Rinaldi Racing's 55 car on pit road now, as we're within 30 seconds of that first half of the race being in the books.
It's been action-packed again, hasn't it?
Jonas Reed came in from the 55 car, son of WC's ever-present driver Christian Reed, RLRM Sport with Andres Latorre, also on pit lane as well. So pit stops underway. You can also see the background, the number 16 AMG on pit road from Get Speed. This is the 77 and the 7. That will be for position, and is.
Yeah.
This is for the final podium position, albeit with 2 hours to go. Satoshi Ashino and Martin Conrad. Ashino, a very experienced racer at home in Japan, here in the Asian Le Mans Series and in the WEC. Martin Conrad with a number of great results as a bronze driver in his book, including an overall win at the Bathurst 12-hour last year, the season in which it was a Pro-Am race, as part of the team that won again this year. Sun Energy won.
Right. Seems that Mercedes a little bit stronger on the brakes there into 14. And got someone coming in the pit lane. And let's see if, Martin Conrad's trying to get it done up the inside here through turn 16. And didn't really give him that much room.
Oh, again.
Yeah.
Leader in the pits, by the way, 37 is on pit road.
And is Martin Conrad going to be able to get it done? It looks like he's waving to him there on board. It's just, it's tough.
I don't think that was a wave that said "great move, Satoshi."
No, most probably not. And the other HRT car is now on the back of the 7 car. 2 cars were racing hard together. The 6 and the 7. 37 on pit lane.
And this, by the way, is the 6 car unlapping itself.
Yeah, and the 7 was maybe given a message there, just let him go.
Yeah, not a threat right now. It needs the who's aboard the 6 now. That will be Frank Bird.
37 doing its time stop.
Indeed.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll get it to the 100 seconds this time and not 99.
1 second short.
Yeah.
Penalties are pretty severe.
Oh, here we
for
go.
this.
Shino up and into turn 10, and he's giving the Mercedes no room.
But look around the outside.
Yeah.
It's the 2 HRT cars.
Yeah. Think about the tyres now, boys. Don't get caught out.
Done it.
Yeah, nicely done.
Now in defence of one position, well, track position, lost another actual position.
Well, the 6 did the 7 a favour there, dragging Hoshino all the way over, getting him on the dirty side of the track.
This time, Cool Racing execute 1 minute and 41 seconds. That one will count.
Nice. Oh, we got the 55 car
That's
off.
straight out the pits.
Yeah.
So who's aboard that car? What's happened? That is Jonas Reed.
Yeah, turn 7.
It's bad news. So is that possibly just cold tyres?
It's possible. Looks like
it's Jonas Reed's first weekend in a P car, in a prototype car.
Okay.
It's up the inside of Satoshi Yoshino this time, the number 23 car. Now, by the way, in the hands of Yasser Shaheen, of his second stint, in fact.
Yeah.
So, long now, before we can take a look back at the first half of this race.
Seats outside the 16. Didn't want to give him the room.
He didn't. The track seems to be full of AMGs at the moment, doesn't it?
It does. And the 6th just snuck over the apex curb there and kept out of the way.
Promise it's not a one-make series, but there are a lot of AMGs in that piece of track at the moment.
Well, it just seems to be in all the action right now.
Here comes Guven in the win. Well, as we get into the second part of this race, let's take a look at the first half, the second 4 hours of Dubai with the highlights. From the start, Charlie Cruz got the hammer down, but behind him, Salih Jolic just a little bit too aggressive in defence of second position from Garnet Patterson. That was deemed later to be dangerous driving, would lead to a penalty for DKR. Garnet Patterson from Australia, the 23 United car, decided, well, I can do better than that. He got the hammer down into second. It was a spin at turn 1 from the 44. It was a spin later in defence of the lead for the 43 car. It was battling to in LMP3. Frantic stuff at the start of this race between 53 and the number 8. 3 wide into the turn as the number 77 D-Station Racing car went off in pursuit of the lead for Tomonobu Fuji, whilst Phil Hansen was in all the hurry in the search for the lead. He'd soon be by the number 3 DKR Engineering car to take the lead from way down the field. The Gold driver starting out of position and looking to get and defend a lead. Battles galore too in GT and LMP2. Phil Hansen, though, would soon be down pit lane. United Autosports trying to build the lead for Jim Maguire to defend. The 11 and the 18 car, this was from the back of the grid, 360 Racing going to the lead ahead of the previous leading number 11 WTM Racing Duquesne. As the 3 and the 24, and a great move from the 24, the 3 car took the position. The 11 in trouble again for the second day in succession. Big moments and big trouble, race-ending trouble for Cool Racing. Adrian Schiller getting it all wrong in turn 1. That would lead to a safety car, as the number 22 car continued to build the lead. With Jim Maguire now aboard the car, he would like to be defending a lead against a very tight-knit back into the front for the number 3 DKR Engineering car, under pressure from the 99 Racing Orica. And then it's Satoshi Yoshino with Nicky Katzberg making a series of clinical moves to take the Volcanhurst BMW back to the front of the field for the second day running. Tom Gamble finally made a pass after a little bit of contact. Satoshi Yoshino in defensive mode. Battles everywhere as we go to full course yellow at the end of the second hour, and cars galore on pit lane. Jonas Reed in trouble and off the track, immediately out of the pits.
Yeah, I was just watching back those highlights, and that previous full course yellow, or the previous safety car that we had with the Cool Racing 17 car that had that incident. I noticed that one of the times it came down into turn 1, it was locking fronts. So then the driver then makes the brake bias adjustment, and then he comes into turn 1 a few laps later to avoid the slower P3 car. He gets on the brakes, and with that extra brake bias adjustment to the rear, Is that what caused the incident and turning him then sharp left into the wall? So it's amazing how these things can knock on and develop during the race.
Jim McGuire gets a new set of Michelin rubber. That will feel great when he gets back out there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But full course yellow, and under the full course yellow, leader has not pitted. Juven carries on. Christian Bogle, who I think must have just pitted. It's a minute and a half back under full course yellow, not a minute and a half in real terms.
No.
Intervention now with Jonas Reed. As that car just looks to roll to a halt.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's got stuck in gear, or it seems that there's a bit of a gearbox thing going on.
That's another Decane in trouble.
Yeah.
It's the second Minaldi car in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is United waiting for their 23. In comes the GT leader in the hands of Nicky Katzberg. That's going to be a driver change as well. That's Thomas Merrill getting in the car.
Yeah.
So maybe Nicky will get back in for the end of this race.
Yeah, I think that's most probably what they're planning to do here.
Well, burning a stop under full course yellow at 1 minute 40.
Yeah.
And the 23 car unable to get the parallel park.
Yeah.
So
they have to get the car parallel, don't they, before they can start fueling.
And onto its blocks there. Yasser Shaheen aboard the car.
This all eats time, but if it's a time stop, it shouldn't be a problem. They should be able to get everything done. Yeah.
So DKR carried on, but they went long last time as well,
did.
DKR.
Yeah. So this, will this be the last one?
So United Autosports make a driver change there. That looked like Ollie Jarvis's helmet.
Yeah. Oh, he's getting a tear off. Number 72, Hub
You
Auto.
love a tear off, don't you?
Oh, it's amazing when you leave the pits after a tear off and you've been in the car and it's all mucky and horrible. You get the tear off, beautiful. It's like driving around in HD.
There you go. It's like, you know, all of us possibly dream of driving a full-fledged race car. Ollie Gavin dreams of driving a full-fledged race car with a tear off. That is Garnet Patterson.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't look
Ollie.
like Ollie Jarvis to me.
Hasn't Ollie got some pink on the helmet?
Yeah, and Garnet's got GP.
I thought that might be Grand Prix, but it's Garnet Patterson, isn't it?
I'll just use that as a guide.
What, the initials?
Yes.
25. This might well be Nolan Siegel aboard the car for the first time. Much, much better stint there for Christian Bogle.
Right.
Struggled a bit yesterday, I think, with the prevailing conditions. Getting in a car and failing light and into a battle did not prove to be a happy hunting ground for him yesterday evening.
No.
But that was a way, way better showing from the other young American. Gaggle of GTs coming out, the 7, the 77, away goes the 43. Still we wait for...
So the 72 leaving the box.
Looking for a gap in traffic.
Yep.
That comes 43 and 25. They are, by the way, together is Nolan Siegel and Kiffin Simpson. That is going to be a battle to look forward to.
Looking forward to this.
So, Deco Engineering with Guven. Siegel in the Inter-Europol car, Simpson aboard the 25, Matthias Besch is on pit lane now, Nico Lapierre stays aboard the Cool Racing car, so we've still got Smilte Jakobsen to come, and down pit lane from 6th position comes the number 98 from 99 Racing. Is this a driver change?
Nope.
Looks like not. I think that, is this a quick pit stop? No tyres looking like they're ready.
Working on the screen there, getting it nice and clean, and
here comes
3 car.
This comes in from the lead. This could work well for them.
See how it shakes out here.
Just looking to see what the gap is as the cars coming out of pit lane clear the first timing sector. They could have about enough time to come out the lead here. It's close, very close. They have got time, easily time, in fact. He is going to come back out the lead here. So this has fallen nicely for them.
Yep, it has. It really has.
So a good stint here from Guven.
Yeah, he's driven well. He's driven well all weekend. He's put his team in a very good spot here. They're just working their way through that pit stop.
Just needs a neat and tidy, contained pit stop.
Yeah.
They can afford to burn that time pit stop here under the full course yellow, which surely is what everybody would be looking to do at this stage if they've got them to burn.
MV2S coming in the pit lane, is that, I believe?
It looked as if it was. Well, if it was, they've just gone out, so that was...
99 Racing just leaving the box. And here is the 3 car still sat there doing its time stop. Just starting the engine up. It's getting ready to go. There'll be a countdown clock either on the dashboard, or it's something that the engineers are communicating to the driver about when to leave the box.
It was MV2S, and that was an outlap. Wow. It didn't look to me as if they were expecting him.
No, and it seems...
I think that was a driver change. Just as we saw the top of the shot, it looked to me like a driver was running out. Was it just that time that he needed?
Yeah, maybe.
It might just have been one more lap for a driver change.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking this is going to be a relatively long full course yellow, and they're thinking, okay, they've had a change of mind and they wanted to get the driver in and use up some of that time if possible, that person's drive time.
Not yet seen whether or not recovery of the 55 is underway.
It does seem
they may have been struggling to move the car, in which case it may need a lift.
Yeah.
And this is a second consecutive stop for that car. Was they were definitely in earlier,
yes.
weren't they?
Yep, absolutely.
So
drive-through.
Drive-through. What is that about? Didn't see that called.
And are you allowed to serve the drive-through under full course yellow?
There is also the other possibility. We've seen this before. They may think that's the quicker line.
That's true.
We've seen that before.
Yep.
A team thinking they can save a second or two on pit limiter, taking the run through pit lane.
Very true.
That's what they're doing.
Yep.
But it's every possibility that it might be. We'll soon see, because if it is, he'll do it again.
Yeah, and everybody will start doing it.
Yeah. So Volcanos Motorsports, Thomas Burrell definitely got in the last time around, and that was a run through pit lane.
Yeah. And they weren't due to be serving any penalty?
I don't think so.
It looks like they're working there on the track there at turn 10 as well. Is that...
Well, there's debris everywhere.
Yeah, but that's not where the...
This is interesting. That's contact between the 29 coming out of pit lane and the number 7.
So
I'll tell you right now, race control will not like that.
That is ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Why?
I've not seen that since Corvette Racing did it.
What, leaving the pit lane together mid-Ohio?
72 in the box. Dear, oh dear.
Oh, they're not having a happy weekend at Hub Auto. It's getting a lift at the 55 car.
It's having a lift, but there's nothing there to put it on.
No, they're just trying to get it out of the way.
So this is taking a little bit of a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still a bit staggered by the move there of the 7 and the 29. It's just really
unnecessary, and they're not even in the same class.
No,
so it's completely pointless.
Utterly.
24 is in. Are they going to just burn another stop here?
It looks like it. Well, they've got eyes on what's happening down at turn 7, and they'll be like, "Yep, just do another."
Well.
It's. These guys are sitting there behind the laptops, working it all through, crunching the numbers, trying to figure out what is the fastest way to get their car to the end of the race.
We're talking about this being a team game. That's trouble.
Phil there from Hub Auto, he's looking there. Something going on with the right front.
Yes.
Is there big contact?
There's your going on.
Yeah, and they're desperately working the problem there.
Hasn't driven yet this season in this series.
No, he's standing there with a fan, giving Liam some fresh air.
He's been a big fan of Liam for quite a while. He's just showing it now.
Terrible stop.
But
great to see the fans here in the speed zone.
Yeah, I know you can hear us out there. Give us a wave. Thank you, madam. And sir. Enjoying yourselves? Yes, they nod. Yes, we're enjoying ourselves. It's great. Great to see the investment we've had here at the Dubai Autodrome. with new fan facilities added for this season, more coming, and families, food trucks, sunshine. What could be better? So under full course yellow, Ollie, it is going to end in about 40 seconds, at which point you're going to want to see that, not us. But it's been another thoroughly engaging 4-hour race.
It's been fantastic. It's been action-packed. Again, this format here at Dubai, the 4 hours of racing, it's really got the teams thinking about their strategies, how they're using the different rankings of drivers at different points in the races. You know, it's really a fascinating race, and we've still got an hour and 42 minutes to go.
Sun beginning to head towards the horizon. It does so very quickly.
Yeah, and that brings its challenges.
9,
it really does bring its challenges.
7,
now it's going to be go time
6,
again. Drivers are really going to have to get back
4,
up to temperature,
3,
really going again.
2,
and we are back to
1.
racing.
Full course
now.
yellow removed. Full course yellow removed. Thank you.
And as you say, a trouble for the 29. Couldn't get back up to speed. Couldn't get it off the speed limiter.
Yeah, maybe
So
he's still thinking about what happened at turn 1. Who knows?
And you know what? It just cost him a position, didn't it? There was certainly a track position. The 11 car did go by him there, but it wasn't position because he's a lap down, of course.
Yeah. So everybody there weaving the tyres, trying to get the everything just nicely back up to temperature. The 11 car struggling to get the car stopped. Also the MV2S is struggling as well to get the car stopped. This is when ABS in these GT3 cars is a lovely thing to have.
Yeah, and by the way, Nielsen Racing did indeed burn another 100-second stop right at the end there.
Yeah.
So I don't think they put hands on the car apart from a bit of fuel.
No. Oh, the MV2S nearly runs up the back there of the D-Station car. It had to go super wide. These restarts are tricky. Sun going down, track temperature dropping, you know, low tyre pressures. Cars able to brake, and this is another thing with the ABS GT cars. They are able to stop so much quicker than an P3 car on cold tyres.
Battle for second overall. This is Nolan Siegel and Kiffin Simpson. We said we'd love to see these two together on track. We're seeing it now, and it's for second position overall. DKR at the moment way up the road, but this is a battle between two young men who will continue this battle in the Indy Next Series this season.
Kiffin is really working the angles here.
Got him. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. He is the more experienced guy in the P2 car.
Run a little bit wide there, but yes, he is. He's really on song in this Algarve Pro 25 car.
That's back up into second position now. Winners yesterday, and pushing on and pushing hard here.
Just shows that little bit more experience, clinical with the passes, really switching the tyres on quickly, knowing what to feel for and what really to use and how to. I mean, look at it, he's now got past the 11 car into the final corner, and look at the gap he's put on Nolan Siegel just in those short few corners.
I wonder whether or not what we're looking at here is Kevin Simpson on new rubber and Nolan Siegel on stint old rubber.
It's possible.
That's distinctly possible as well, but beautifully done by the Cayman Islander.
Yeah. I mean, it just shows what just confirms what we saw yesterday. But you know, Kiffin Simpson has really taken to the P2 class extremely well.
Timing, by the way, of the end of that full course yellow, slightly unfortunate for United Autosports, because I think Jim Maguire has just burned his drive time after that went back to green. So Paul Di Resta now back in the car and is emerging in 8th position.
Yeah, they've still got a lot to do. United it hasn't run for them.
No,
it really hasn't. But let's see how it works out for this next hour and 40 minutes.
Well, 72 Hub Auto have not had any luck at all. The one bit of luck they have had was the availability at late notice of Ollie Milroy. He's going to talk to Haley now about the problems down with the 72 car.
That's right, I'm joined here by Ollie Milroy, driver of car number 72. Now, the car was just pulled into the garage. Could you just tell us what the issue was?
Something came loose at the front right corner, and it got to the point where we couldn't go any further with it, so we had to box under FCY there to fix the issue.
Obviously, it was good timing doing that under full course yellow. Just tell us about the pace of the car. You know, how it's going for you, how you're feeling in it.
For sure, it's a lot harder today. We got a lot of BOP weight added overnight, so I think all the Mercedes have been pegged back quite a bit today. So it's definitely tougher than it was. Yeah, so but it was fine. Look, we were running P5. Liam was in the car at the time doing a great job. So it was going well. Unfortunately, I think we've dropped back to like 10th now with that fix. But yeah.
You were a last-minute addition to the team. You really stepped in last minute the night before. You got confirmation that you were driving in this first round of Asian Le Mans Series yesterday.
Yeah, it was very last minute. I think the first lap I did on, was in the race yesterday. So there's been a lot to take in. It's very different to, the last 2 seasons I've been in an RSR in WEC and in the McLaren GT3 car. So it's very different to those. So it's been a lot to take in, but it's been great. The car's really good. It's really nice to drive. The team have been great and really welcoming. Obviously, I've got Jules, who's a super experienced teammate. I think you can have a better Merc teammate at the minute, so it's been great to learn from him as well, but just be nice if we can get a result.
Thank you very much, Ollie.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, jack of all trades, isn't he? He's right. I think he might have a hold on the record for the guy who's driven the most sorts of different car in the Asian Le Mans Series down through the years with Team AI and Lobolto and others, and reigning GT champion, of course. Yep. Spent part of his winter as one of the stunt drivers in the forthcoming Gran Turismo movie, which is a sort of biopic of the journey from sim racer to professional racer for Jan Mardenborough. So that's going to be coming out, I think, in the summer of this year, with the incredible casting of Orlando Bloom to take the character that is apparently ex-Nissan Motorsport boss Darren Cox. So quite what preparation Orlando's been through, other than being dragged through a hedge backwards repeatedly, to look like Darren. I've no idea. Afternoon, Darren.
Ion Given is continuing to work his way through the traffic. He's coming up now. He's still just about driving on the track, coming up into turn 10. And he has been impressive. He was impressive yesterday, and he's done a fine job again today. And he's got some 39-second lead over Kiffin Simpson in the 25 car. Both of these guys have really taken to P2 racing extremely well, and they're certainly stars of the future. And Kiffin Simpson is being watched. I think his every move is being watched by Chip Ganassi. I believe he was watching the race yesterday.
Yeah, if you're watching this afternoon, Chip, good luck with what's coming with the Cadillac racing efforts on both sides of the Atlantic. I think you've got a good one there, sir.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be fantastic.
Just noticed, by the way, there's a huge chunk of front bodywork missing from that Lamborghini on the left front corner.
What did they hit?
More than one thing, by the look of it.
Right.
Hard.
Get speed, number 10. How are they getting on? They're currently P8
They
in
hit
GT.
the Porsche, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh yes, that's it. And might have hit someone else. This is not Get Speed.
No.
Yeah.
So Get Speed number 10. That car in contention all day yesterday. Fabian Schiller aboard the car, 8th position. Little way back in the order at the moment.
Nolan Seagal has actually not dropped back too far from Kiffin Simpson. I think that he's learning his trade, just trying to figure out, and he's just got a little bottled up there between the Get Speed car and the Nielsen car now with Matt Bell on board. And it's that just picking your points, understanding traffic, working your way through, understanding the racetrack you're on, and the fuel load, the tyre condition. And it takes quite some time to be a full package as a GT driver, as a sports car driver.
Well, if we're right, and it's a supposition that they're on different rubber, that's a good performance again.
Absolutely.
Either way, it's a good performance. He's 4 seconds off Kiffin Simpson, and we said that both of them were standout yesterday. They're both staying ahead, by the way, of Nico Lapierre, and that's a very good barometer.
Yep,
There's the Lamborghini. Can't see it quite there in the fading light, but I think if we get a close-up shot of the front left corner, you'll see a gaping hole in that car.
Yeah, Kiffin Simpson has just gone purple in the first sector, so he is really getting in the groove. So
number 5 DK Engineering car, they're going well in the lead here in LMP3, and ahead of both the Graf Racing cars, currently sitting second and third, with MV2S fourth. Looking to see where Matt Bell is a little way back. I don't think those cautions have done favours to Nielsen Racing.
Yeah, they're back in 10th spot, and he's not even on the same lap
as a DKR car. So that's going to be tough for him to come back from that. He needs another safety car, something like that, to get himself back into contention.
So there are class leaders. Jan Govan, apologies, Tom van Rompuy and Thomas Merrill.
Yep.
There is.
And he's
Thomas
still
Merrill,
the leader in GT. And actually, I was speaking to Thomas earlier on, just at lunch, and he was beaming. He was very happy with the way things were going.
I bet he was.
Yeah.
Win yesterday.
Yeah.
And a dominant win yesterday as the number 22 car makes its way by.
Yeah. I think he was. Yes, he was. He was a bronze ranked driver in 2022, and he is going to be silver ranked for 2023. But that's the way the Asian Le Mans Series works.
Well,
you take the ranking from the 2022 season,
because the placeholder for going back to where the Asian Le Mans Series came from, which is a series that straddles the 2 years, calendar years across the winter.
But that is new debris there.
It is rather. Someone's had a bit
of the screen.
Bit of drama through the polystyrene markers. So we'll see whether or not we pick up what happened there. But someone's had a messy moment.
They have.
This is GT, BMW from Ferrari, AMG.
A 21
Porsche.
car AF Corsa has done extremely well.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Really has done extremely well.
It's got to be said, I have to tell you, I think the BOP is more. It seems to be more even. Look at the mix of the cars there.
Absolutely.
It looks a lot less like a three-make battle today. Yeah. We've seen good straight line speed from Aston Martin. We've seen the McLarens in amongst the mix as well.
And that was even admitted to me, I think, by one of the drivers in one of the German-made cars to me over lunch, saying that it's most probably going to be a little bit more even today. Yep. So I think everybody knew it was kind of a little bit out of sync.
So MV2S continues their race-long pursuit, it seems, of the Graf racing cars.
These two have been welded together.
Haven't they just?
But that seems like the whole race.
The number 8 car, their sister car, is a further 30 seconds up the road from this.
Yeah, and
there you go, though. Is this side by side?
If the 29 could just sneak by, that he would just break free, and he's going to throw it at the inside.
Got him in. No, he hasn't.
Nope.
It's not been without its travails, the MV2S car, has it?
Oh, that's strong. Oh. That's a strong move. And he just needed just a little bit more patience there. Just look at trying to work the move coming into and through the final corner. Don't get too greedy and trying to get it done too soon.
Yeah.
And now he's going to follow him all the way down to turn 1 and then through that series of fast sweepers all the way down to turn 6.
We'll point out, by the way, as we watch this battle, because it's a good one, Kevin Simpson is taking time, and quite big chunks of time, out in the lead, 32 seconds now.
I mean, and again, this is just a bit of an action replay.
Whoa. It was sort of, Graf car was where he needed to be, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To make that move. Inconvenient, but they're the realities.
Yeah.
Again,
MV2S.
up the inside. This time gets it done. Well done.
Yeah. Jerome was rather impatient there, but he's got it done now. But I think if he'd just been a little bit smarter with his moves, he could have maybe got that done by turn 1, the previous lap.
Racing team being called immediately to race control. I strongly suspect that's for that contact at turn 1 of the exit of the pits. There was also a message, by the way, that came up about an incident on pit lane between the 29 and the 8.
Yeah.
So whether or not that was a miscommunication, it was the 7, but it certainly said incident between 29 and the 8 on pit lane.
Yeah. It's all happening there with the 29.
Really is. So battles continue in 3 classes. Deco Engineering lead this race with the number 3 car 31 seconds now ahead of the 25.
Yeah, and I was just saying, I think this is a bit of an action replay of yesterday. As the sun is going down,
everything changes.
But Kiffin is really coming alive, and it's really that car for him just seems to just get right in the zone, and he is really making great headway.
I think if Haley talks to Deco Engineering after this stint, You're going to see that Ancient Govan tells us his tyres were very tight at this point because his speed is dropping off rapidly. 152s to 149s behind him.
Right.
So it's Govan, Simpson, Siegel, Lapierre are the top four. Those four, 45 seconds apart, with the three behind Govan with single-digit gaps. This is Govan. So we're looking at the way that car is behaving at the moment, Ollie. That'll be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, it will be. Maybe he has just had a lot of traffic to deal with. But
53.
Second, third and fourth, all in the 1 minute 49s.
He's in a 53 now.
Yeah.
So the pace is dropping off for the DCAR car.
Let's see what
Clifford
Simpson.
There. It's a bit of a wiggle there from the three. Power. Well, dominant again in the GT class have been the Valkenhurst Motorsports BMW, despite that BOP change. Let's hear about what's been going on for Nicky Katzberg, who's with Haley in the pit lane now.
I'm joined here by Nicky Katzenberg, driver of car number 34. Now, it was quite a complicated start because I know there were two offs and Chandler had to kind of go about managing that as well. But you jumped in the car, you were sitting P7, you managed to work your way up to leading the field. Now, just tell us about that.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have a bit different strategy than the others. I think I was racing against most of the bronzes and silvers in the other cars. So actually, the stint was super busy, a lot of overtaking and a lot of LMP3 traffic, which actually didn't really play in our favor because I was hoping to make more of a gap to them. So it might have looked nice, me passing all those people, but the plan was to kind of do a bit more even. But I mean, Thomas is now in the car, he's doing an unbelievable job, so we're in the lead, so let's see where we end up.
With regards to your strategy, you know, you've kind of flipped it around because you put your bronze driver in for the final stint.
Yes, we did. Yeah, yesterday was the opposite, but this gives us a little bit more freedom in terms of drive time and strategy. So I still got my almost maximum drive time, so it doesn't really change anything. It just makes our life a bit easier.
But surely you've just taken exactly the same strategy you got yesterday and apply it to today, because yesterday it was flawless performance from you guys.
Yeah, yesterday went well, but it could have been better, and you never know what's going to happen in terms of yellow's safety car. So we were just trying to do the optimal thing.
Okay, so what about the pace of the BMW? How are you finding it?
What was that, sorry?
How about the pace?
The pace is very good so far. I mean, we got a bit of a BOP hit, so it's going to be more difficult today. But in the end, it's going well. We're in the lead, so I can't complain.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's the bad news for everybody else. Nicky Katzberg's still got loads of time to go. So 18, but the bad news again at the 18, I can see, is on pit lane. I think in the garage. There it is. That's the car that went from the back to the front of this race in trouble. And in the garage, after a fine run through the field.
And they're running it up at the moment. I think they're looking at the transmission there, and they're trying. You can see the axles spinning, the discs spinning as they're running it up. I'm not entirely sure what they're looking for. The old flashlight is out, and transmission boss is there. They're just trying to work through the issue and the problem. This is a team based in Silverstone, I believe.
Yeah.
360 Racing.
Next door to the iRacing headquarters.
Right.
And, yeah, they'll be gutted with that. This is a big hope for them. They applied for and were unlucky not to get ELOS places for the season.
But getting back to the 34 car there, you can see Thomas Morel is doing again a fantastic job. You know, he's some 4 seconds up the road from Simon Mann in the AF Corsa.
12 seconds up the road.
12, sorry, excuse me. And you know, he is doing a very, very good job. But you can also tell from Nicky Katzberg that they're just managing their resources, the drive time, and also how they can work, how this race is going to unfold. Nicky's so experienced now in GT racing.
So cool.
He's cool, and he's able to think in the car and help the team as well, I think, with some of their strategy. So I think we are going to go down into the pit stop. Another interview with Haley with Neil Yarney. So let's go down and join Haley.
That's right, I'm here with Neil Yarney. Now, we have been used to seeing you driving GTE cars because you were a Porsche factory driver. So just tell us about, you know, it was 2017 the last time you jumped, you were in an LMP2 car. Tell us about why and how you come about driving the LMP2 this year.
Yeah, 2017, Sebring in IMSA was the last time I drove one. Not a lot changed since then, I have to say, on the car. I came basically for the European Le Mans Series with Team Duquesne. Was a chance which opened up, and I said, well, you know what? Last time I drove the European Le Mans Series, it was still called Le Mans Series. So why not? Try it out.
And just tell us about the incredible performance of your teammate Gonzalo, who jumped into the car. I mean, there's not any last minute than what he actually did yesterday. But what a fantastic performance. And you guys ended up on the podium.
Yeah, it was a crazy day yesterday. I mean, 10 minutes before quali, literally, we just didn't know who will drive now the car. Will it be Warren Hughes? Will it be Gonzalez? And in the end, it was him, and he had no idea about the functions in the car. We sent him out and just said drive, and he did a good job. He did a fantastic job for that, and he's never driven an LMP2 car.
So Neil, you know, there was a big battle going on, of course, in LMP2 yesterday between yourself and notably Nolan, interior pole competition driver. I mean, what do you think of the level of driving here?
I think this is one of the toughest years in Asian Le Mans Series because I was here with Ife 2 years ago, and it was like 4 LMP2s, and now we watch who's here. There's a lot of young, good drivers like Nolan, Kiffin, and some well-established drivers, Ollie, Paul Di Resta, me. There's like the field has such a big variety this year, makes it very tough.
I'm sure it is. Well, thank you very much. I'll let you go get ready because you're going to be jumping in the car in a minute. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, oh, big trouble for the number 65 car.
And this could be another safety car.
Douglas
right
Koo back in the car and in trouble. That car is fluid everywhere. Safety car called immediately.
We're trying to pick up where this is on the racetrack. And he's moving inside the car. He's waving and he's trying to get out. He is okay.
Already was hurt yesterday, Douglas Koo, with the car being dropped onto his foot.
Big front impact.
And he'll have felt that, I'm sure. He's hopping away. He's in a bit of trouble there. So he's away from the car and a bit winded, I think. Yeah,
we're still trying to work out where this is on the racetrack.
I suspect this might be game over for Vibraniza this year.
Yeah.
Big damage. What's happened here?
This is coming up into...
He's already off. You could see the impact point.
Yeah, he's lost the car.
He's been into the wall.
Driver's left. And I think this could be at 11-12. Maybe he's lost it coming out of 11.
Safety car scrambled either way.
This is maybe what's happened. He's got over the curb on the exit of 11, and the car has then speared hard left.
Yeah, loyal Malaysian crew, they'll be worried about the boss. He's sitting down and taking a think about it. That's, I think, they take the wind out of his sails there.
It really has.
Now, whether or not that was a braking issue, but when we saw that panning shot of the P3 car, you could see the impact point of debris already in the wall.
Yeah. I'm still
Gets
trying
immediate assistance.
Still trying to figure out where this is on the track, but I think this is up at that almost one of the highest spots of the racetrack. I think this is turn 12.
60 car as well. We'll see shortly in the garage, the Formula Racing car. That's already had a replacement door.
So it had contact.
Which is in the AF Corsa garage. Formula Racing, a long-time client of AF Corsa in both GT and one mate Ferrari Racing. All Danish crew.
They're going around every corner of the car and they are trying to figure out if there's a vibration from somewhere. And is this a classic? There's a lot of sort of arms in the air, hands in the air, and confused look on the mechanics' faces.
So see at the back of the garage is Amato Ferrari, the AF of AF Corsa, with a red lanyard. He's very interested in what's going on for one of his important customers.
Yeah.
Very busy year this year for the team.
60 car.
It was Conrad Lausen, Danish F4 driver, the son of long-time racer Johnny Lausen. And they share the car with Nick Nielsen, hypercar driver for Ferrari F Corsa this year in the WEC. That start of that campaign comes next month. The car is going to be sent.
Yeah, I think if I had to guess, I think that is likely to be pickup.
he's a relatively inexperienced driver, and you know, when you start, you know, get going again, you've got a lot of excess rubber around and on the racetrack. Oh, but he's pulling up and stopping again. There is definitely something not right about that 60 car.
And light straight off.
Yeah, he's turned it off.
Something awry here. So all of a sudden it's all going wrong. It's gone terribly wrong, I'm afraid, for the number 65 car. Just to reiterate what we've had the last couple of minutes, Douglas Koo off the circuit and into the wall in the number 65 car. Big damage to the front of the 65 Aston Martin. Douglas, who was in trouble yesterday, hopping away from the car, taking time to just gather himself, ambulance and attendants. Looks basically okay, but I think it's winded by that. There's a big impact by the look of things.
Maybe there is another shot, a wider shot from that particular camera that gives the indication of which corner that is.
That then came to us with the current situation, which is 60 Formula Racing car in the garage, and with the team looking at each corner of the car. Car was then sent, but did not make it to the end of pit lane. They were pushing it back. It's actually almost the entire length of the pit lane.
It is. And the driver in the 60 car, which is Conrad Larsson, is, for whatever reason, he's not happy, and he doesn't like whatever is happening inside the car. I think that they have the next driver ready to go.
Is that Nick Nielsen I can see?
Next driver is...
That's Mikael Molina for the other car.
Yeah, Mikael Molina is maybe going to stick his head inside the car and just ask the driver what it is exactly that's happening.
Right, so recovery here is going to take a little wee while. Big damage to the Viper Nisa 65 Aston Martin.
Yeah, this is going to close the field up now dramatically.
Yeah. Pit entry is closed, by the way, under the safety car. If cars do come down pit lane now, it will be for emergency service only.
Yeah.
So let's call the order as we see it. It is the DK engineering car of, Anjan Guven, Turkish driver, ahead of Kiffin Simpson in the Alcar Pro Racing 25 winner yesterday. 43 car from inter-Europol competition that led yesterday and then was eliminated late on by suspension woes. Nolan Siegel is in third place. Then it's Nico Lapierre in the number 37 Cool Racing car in fourth place. 99 Racing's 98 car is in fifth. Nielsen Racing's 24, Hansen Matthias Besch is in sixth. Garnet Patterson seventh for United Autosport, the 23. Paul Di Resta is in the 22 United Autosports and is in seventh place. Eighth place rather. ARC Bratislava's Orica, the 44, with Laszlo Toth, the Hungarian driver, is ninth. That's your top nine, all of the LMP2 cars in line astern on timing and scoring. LMP3, led by DK Engineering. This will not have helped them, because that's going to allow the competition to close up. It is Tom van Rompuy aboard the number 5 Duquesne. For the number 8 Graf Racing car, Francois Heriot, French team, French driver, French car, the number 8 car in second. MV2S Racing, the number 29 car, the orange and black car in the hands of Jerome de Sadelier. That car sits third, ahead now of the number 9 Graf Racing car in the hands of Sebastien Page. Once again, it looks like the number 60 car is back out on pit lane.
It is, and they're changing the left rear, and they're just checking the car. I don't know whether there was a problem with his...
I think it feels like something's loose in that car.
Yeah, and the really nasty thing is here that the pickup, you get that on the tyres, it's all the excess rubber that you drive around offline, and you get... Oh, here we go. The Viper Nisa car coming off of turn 11 up to 12.
Well, that's the 60 car ahead. He's come off, and I think he's gone straight in. Look there.
Wow.
There's the impact, but there's the car. So he's left. He's gone straight in. Part of the front of the car is embedded in the wall.
Wow. That is extraordinary. And I'm trying to figure out...
It was the 60 car was just ahead of him at the time.
Have they had contact?
I wonder if there has been contact.
Let's just send the Viper Nisa car then
sharp left. Again here, if we possibly can. to try to unpick this. Safety car has picked up the leader.
So the 60, I would say by the fact that the 60 car has come in, that it's clearly had something happen.
The other option is he may have run over some of the debris. That's the other part. There was a lot of big debris, but he was just, I think he was clear of it.
Yeah, I think he was, which leads me to believe that there was maybe contact, and he got spooked by it, and that left rear has gone off to be examined by the engineers.
That's well, look, the safety cell has held up very well in that Aston Martin, and that will have been a big jar, I'm sure, for Douglas.
Yeah.
Douglas would not mind me saying he's not in his 20s anymore, and he did look as if he'd taken a hit there. But
so this is between 11 and 12 on the racetrack, one of the highest points on the circuit. It is quite quick. It's going to be around about 180 k's at that point. Imagine having an incident like that at 180 k's. That
team manager for car 60 is being asked to go to race control.
Yeah.
So that's either to do with what happened on pit lane, or it's to do with what happened on track.
Yeah.
And the evidence does seem to point towards some kind of contact.
Yeah, it does.
So we're an hour and 12 minutes to go in this second 4 hours of Dubai. It's not the way we wanted to go to into the final hour of this race. Douglas Koo will be being taken. We saw the ambulance on pit road on its way to the medical centre.
Yeah.
He'll go for evaluation at the very least, and feel very slow here.
Yeah, the Graf racing car, I think, has got a problem.
I think he probably has.
And I think that he is unable to go any quicker than that, and I'm not sure entirely why, but the 6 cars have been told to go by him.
Yeah, the 9 car in trouble here.
Yeah, it's rolling
off the circuit.
Yeah, there was smoke just as they were coming down into turn 1, and it was...
That's our 4th place car.
I don't know. It's hard to predict exactly what that was, but he's trying to fire it and get it going again.
I don't know what it is about the Asian Le Mans series, that the usually completely ironclad reliability of an MP3s seems to fall apart.
Yeah.
That's a huge amount of debris from the front of that Aston Martin.
That is a lot of debris, and they're going to have to do quite the job of cleaning all that up.
So we're now at 2 intervention sites. There is, by the way, the other new viewing platform here. That's a great spot to watch motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic.
So well done, Dubai Autodrome. Building an audience for the sport we love.
And again, it looks like Sebastian Page is trying to cycle the car, get it going again. Is it possibly a gearbox starter issue? I don't know. The smoke there into turn 1. Did he lock the brakes? And he's got going. There he is.
Was it just a Control-Alt-Delete?
Yeah. Full power cycle.
There is something with these cars. I'm trying to remember what I was told about these cars, where you press the brake and the throttle pedal at the same time, and it shuts the car down.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's that.
It's possible, but that usually
it's a fail-safe device.
It is a fail-safe device, but then it should only bring the engine RPM down to idle, so the preset idle, of about 1 to 1,500 RPM.
Well, he's not lost a lap. So he's not. The safety car has not passed him again.
So he could jump back onto the queue. But yeah, that did lead to some confusion there. But as we're seeing right now, the sun is getting low. The track temperature will be dropping away, and these drivers now are going to find it harder and harder to restart and get these tyres back switched on. So it's going to be something that they're going to have to really focus on, really work on. Stay online. Do not start weaving and just disappearing off to different parts of the racetrack. Trying to keep your tyres clean at this point is critical. So we can see the field just working their way. And again, this is with such a big field, you're seeing exactly this. The safety car is coming over the start-finish line, and the back of the field is just going into turn 14. So it's well spread.
Hearing from Haley down in the pits that Piper needs to have no clue what happened, and don't think there was an opportunity for Douglas to tell them before he exited that car.
No.
Well, sun is going down. People are having fun here at the Dubai Autodrome. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching us trackside. A little bit of fun for the kids. There is the track cleaner. That will be to do with getting some of that debris at that turn out of the way.
Yeah.
Because what you don't want is to be running through carbon fibre debris. That stuff is incredibly sharp.
Yeah.
We're going to get far
Many a puncher.
far less nighttime running here. The track sweeper sorely needed, because person power is lovely, but having something with a bit of suction is even better. Majority of the field here in line astern. Pit entry is now open, with the safety car staying out.
So let's see who dives in for that service.
This is, of course, different than the last safety car. There is the number 9 car.
Oh, it's...
Was that... Whoa. That's a second time. Because there was turn 1 when it stopped the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And... yeah, I'm sure the Graph Racing boys are poring over the data, trying to figure out what's going on, what are the dropouts for.
So the key point here is, if anybody is close to their fuel window, they're now counting back to the end of the race.
Yeah, of course.
We are not in the fuel window yet to get to the end of the race for the GTs and the LMP3s.
I think we're going to see DKR. Here we go. DKR are out in the pit lane. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of people here, a lot of teams. It's going to be busy pit lane.
All of the LMP2 cars will need one more stop after this.
Right.
So they might just as well do it now,
yeah,
and burn this time under a safety car. So we've got the track sweeper coming into play to clear up. Principally, that'll be carbon fibre debris.
Yeah. DKR are in the box seat right now, but Algarve Pro going to be able to just refuel that a little bit quicker and get a little bit of a jump on them and just eke that gap down.
We've got the other factor as well, by the way, coming into the final hour in just 7 minutes. Lots of other names to play with. We've got Charlie Eastwood still to come in the lead car. We've got James Allen, the Daytona 24 Hours winner, just a couple of weeks ago, to come in the 25 car that won yesterday. Nicolas Lapierre, we've still got Milton Jacobsen to come.
Yeah.
Ollie Jarvis, we can see there is getting ready to go. We've got Neil Jarney to come.
Yeah. Ollie was just getting some final instructions there on what they plan to do. Molina, I think that was he was just getting ready there.
Well, that's the list I've just given you is only LMP2. Lots of star names still to come in this race. And as is often the case, they'll save the big guns till the end, and it is the leader first to come into the pits. The first car you'll see down pit road, and it's going to be, I think, and that's another car crossing the blend line. It's going to be another big penalty.
Yeah, the 7 car.
It's the 7 car.
HRT's going to get a penalty for
avoidable.
that. Yeah, he was on the radio going, pit, pit, pit. Am I pitting? Most probably he was talking over the team.
That is the car in 4th place as well. It's a car that was in a position for a podium at least.
Yeah. Oh, a bit of a snafu there with the DKR getting a tear off. You know, I like those.
You love a tear off.
Yeah, but the fuel probe and the nozzle was not on the car that quickly.
Now this is where pit stop discipline is going to be critical.
25 needs turning, so this is going to suck up some time. I'm not sure where they're at with their timed pit stops. But
well, we're about to see.
Yeah.
This could be very interesting. How busy is that pit lane?
Yeah.
Well, we've got 42 cars still running, and I think about 35 of them on pit lane right now.
Yeah, look, 24 can't find its pit. So I'm sure where it was.
Here comes the leader in GT. This is the 34 Valkenhurst car, and the 98 car. Also struggling to get to its pit stall.
When it's this busy, it is very tricky to see your pit box.
Tricky and dangerous.
Yeah, to spot it, and there's so many people there. It's just trying to then line it up for an exit.
So looking for when DKR get out of this pit lane.
Yeah, and they might see a number of cars here that have to go back up on the skates, turned, to then get them released out back into the pit lane.
That was a rapid stop from the 23. Nielsen Racing coming out, the 95 TF Sport coming out. There is DKR. They're the first of the lead group to show from that mass of carbon fibre and...
Yeah, I'm not sure Charlie Eastwood knows where the wiper switch is, because it's going rather quickly on that number 3 car.
Well, the repairs have been made there, so we should be relatively quickly back.
Still looking for it.
Where's the wiper switch? Where's the wiper switch? There goes the 24. So number 3 is gone. Number 23 is gone, but it's a lap down. Who's the next one going to be leaving pit lane? Because that will be our second place car. It is the 43, then the 37, then the 25. So Algarve Pro this time lose out.
53 just being released.
This is going to shake up the order.
Yeah, struggling to get going, the 53.
Oh.
Yeah, so 24 back out on track. Wonder where he's going to shake out. This is really going to mix things up. 98 car followed by the Lippert Lamborghini and the Volkenhurst BMW. Wonder if Nicky's back on board the Volkenhurst car. We'll see when he goes over the timing line the first time. As the safety car comes down the front straight, only with about 5 cars behind it, which are then goes to show how many pitted.
So the way that works is the safety car picks up the leader, but of course the leaders then got into the pits. It will not reform this group. It will let these cars go when instructed to do so. That's unlikely to be the case until the field is in some order behind them.
Jules Gounon getting into the Hub Auto car. This will be his first laps.
Yeah, finally we see Jules Gounon in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Yeah, racing laps, that is.
So the 72 car pitted from 9th position. Liam Talbot doing a good job there after that delay for the problem at the front right corner of the car. Now who is going to do well here? Charlie Eastwood comes out at Nolan Siegel, Malte Jakobsen in 3rd, James Allen, Ben Hanley, Neil Yarney, Oliver Jarvis, Paul Di Resta. That's some lineup in LMP2.
It really is, and they're all relatively close together. And certainly when they get back up behind the safety car, there's not going to be much between these guys.
In an era, Oliver Gavin, where these young men, particularly the young guys, the likes of Nolan Siegel, Malte Jakobsen, that have got every right to think I might have a part to play in this golden era of sports car racing that's coming.
Yeah,
it's an exciting moment.
No, it is. It's fantastic to see, and they're just learning their trade now, and you can see that they're only going to get better and better. They've got the raw speed. It's now they just need to be working on all of that understanding and working with multi-class racing, understanding what they need to do.
Liam Talbot looking pretty warm after his stint there.
Yeah.
He's put that car back into a good position. Jules Gounon, it'll be interesting to see what he can do with this run of success he's had that is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Daytona win, Bathurst 12-hour win, his 3rd win, his 2nd consecutive win at one of the most demanding GT races on the planet.
Yeah, spectacular.
And he gets out here in a close-knit group of GT cars where a driver can make the difference. In GT, it is Volkenhurst Motorsport, Thomas Merrill aboard the car. Then it's Robert Renard, 2nd in the 99 Herbert Motorsport car. Lucas Stoltz, Charlie Fagg, Benji Goethe, Louis Brett, Miguel Molina, Rafa Marciello, Alfred Renard. It says Liam Talbot, but that does need to be reset on the Hub Auto Racing car because that is absolutely is Jules Gounon. Another batch of cars still to come down pit lane here.
They're wondering if they can actually pit top off.
2 cars in the train at the moment.
And see if they can. Could they possibly make it to the end from here?
They can. I think a P3 car and a GT car can.
Yeah.
Now that might make the difference. That is a good call, Ollie.
It's possible. So they may be just topping off just to make sure that they can. So they don't have to make another stop.
Well, not only is it an hour to go in 4, 3, 2, 1 second, it's also, of course, behind the safety car for at least another lap.
Yep.
So ragged edge stuff for a P3 car.
Yeah.
Within the window, I think, for a GT car here.
I think it's pretty close. It is pretty close.
A little bit of fuel saving.
Yeah.
Any kind of caution.
Yeah. No doubt. Graf car just doing a service here. They look like they're just getting the driver plugged in.
Conrad Lawson is being called to race control. I think that tells the story. I think there was contact.
Yeah.
He was off the track when we saw the car go into shot, and I wonder whether or not there was just the rejoin, a little bit of loss of control. We've not seen it. We're not going to call it. That's for race control. They've got a better view than we've got.
Yeah, they've mostly got some extra cameras that they can look at.
Yes, they do.
And review the incident with.
37 is back on pit lane.
It is. Again, are they topping off? The 7 car just come back out the box.
Have they got another one to burn? Is that this is a time stop? And it's got to be taken, by the way, before the 3.5 hour mark. Are they just left with a performance pit stop to go, or is there a problem here?
I'm sure he was being waved at from just outside the car. Safety car lights are still on.
Drops back down through the field of course as he will.
Yeah, wonder how this is going to shake out. It's, still cars on pit lane, and these safety cars just working its way through 12, coming down to 13. Being led by the 99 car, the 16 car behind that, and the 95. We haven't spoken much about the TF Sport 95 car. Surely it's got
15th.
Chavez on board.
So Johnny Adam presumably has completed his driver time in that car. Away comes to 37 now. Let's look at that. So remember, that was the car that had a 1:39 stop earlier in the race.
Yes.
And it's done a 1:42 now. So that will be their stops burned up short.
Right.
Now it's a race for pace.
Now it's going to be how many cars are in between him and the leaders.
Correct.
And
most of them, I think, is the answer.
And I mean, traffic always plays its part in any endurance race, and we've got a lot of traffic here, and it's not so easy to pass on plenty of spots on this racetrack. You have to really find your place. That's turn 1, or possibly into turn 7, or up into turn 10 and turn 12. But after that,
there we go.
Taking some big chances.
Let's have a look here where the lead cars are. DCAR Engineering, they're coming into turn 1 behind the purple Porsche. That is our lead car. Following on from that, we're looking for the yellow and green car.
Axel Jeffries is being put on board there. There's Robert Renaud just helping him with the pit stop. Again, are they fresh tyres, fuel to the end? They're just going to send it, absolutely.
Graf Racing car, is this the 9 or the 8?
8, I think.
That's
the
8.
9.
That's the 8 car is the one that was leading the race at that point but hadn't stopped. So they're in the window, do not have to stop.
So
the longer this stays out, the better this is for GT cars. If they've stopped in the last 5 minutes, they won't have to stop again.
No. And I think
safety car is back up to more speed here, though.
Yeah,
Looking to see where the second place. There, that's the ARC Bratislava car. There.
I would say the lights are going to go out. The lights, I'm pretty sure, are going to go out of the safety car as it comes through and into 12. That's my call. Let's see.
There's the leader coming through the shop there. There is the second place car, 4 or 5 cars between. Then it's the James Allen, a further 4 or 5 cars between, with Ben Hadley right behind him in 4th. Neil Yanni would be the next one up, but he's further back. There, you're absolutely right. Right again, that's the 4th time this weekend.
I know, the family are going to be absolutely passed out.
It's literally never happened, Dad.
Oh, brilliant. So, this is all lining itself up. A lot of these cars that have just come out of the pits, new tyres, fresh, ready to go, possibly new driver on board, and they look at them, they're ferocious in trying to get their tyres warmed up, get everything switched on. And this is brilliant to see. Hour to go with everybody packed up.
Nose to tail, the cars there in 3rd and 4th, but in front of them, Paul di Resta, who's a lap down and not going to be easy to pass.
Oh, is this going to be an action replay from yesterday?
Let's hope not. Away we're about to go, and with 55 minutes left on the clock, back to green flag running. And away we go for the final hour of the second 4 hours of Dubai, round 2 of the Asian Le Mans Series. Paul di Resta already going 2-3 wide as they come down into turn 1. The Algarve Pro car looking to get away from Ben Hadley, but he's not going to manage it. Tops it around the outside of the ARC Bratislava car, but it's still not done. Still 2 P2 cars in the way here, and all the other cars too.
Oh, it's going to get racy here. Trying to pick the right route through all of these is it's sometimes pot luck.
On the inside of 2 cars there, manages it through, gets a car between him and Ben Hadley. Hadley deals with ARC Bratislava, goes to the outside of CD Sport, manages that move. And now they get back to racing each other.
Yeah.
DCAR, meanwhile, John Eastwood making hay. There was a second place car, the 43.
And this is James Allen and Ben Handley, who were resuming that battle that they had at Daytona right at the end of the 24-hour race there. These two went at it, and it was James who came away that day with the victory.
Coming from behind, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
But
oh, they're DeResta sliding the car off of turn 11 up into 12.
yeah, Ben Handley is, I think, looking to show what could have happened
Absolutely.
at Daytona here.
He really is motivated.
Flashing the headlamps for the traffic and for James Allen to say, you know that watch you've got?
Well, he hasn't, has he?
On the inside, and does he take the position? I think he's called it right. Beautifully done by Ben Handley. Beautiful move.
Fantastic. James
Saw
got
that
caught on the
coming.
outside there. Oh, James just didn't quite read the traffic right there.
No.
Got caught up with the Herbeth car. And look at that, Ben's just stretched away.
That was Ben looking forward, James looking back, I suspect.
Yeah.
Still isn't past the Porsche. 2 corners to make the move, and 2 corners too late. Ben Handley is away and gone.
Yeah.
Charlie Eastwood, Nolan Siegel, Ben Handley, James Allen. Where is Neil Yarny? He's not that far back, you know. Malte Jakobsen, 26 seconds back with that second stop.
Yeah.
But could that pay off at the end of this race?
I have to say, we saw this yesterday. Oh, we've got a slow...
That's the 21 car, I think.
21 car. We did see this yesterday. It was James Allen didn't start the fastest when he was just getting up to speed. He seems to just get into it, get everything up and running, and maybe he's just playing himself in. He doesn't want to burn the tyres off the car too quickly, but you know, we've only got 52 minutes to go, so it really is a sprint to the end now. You just got to absolutely use everything you got.
So Charlie Eastwood 5 seconds to good ahead of Nolan Siegel. It's the 3D car engineering car, Nemo as we've dubbed it. And what's happening here? This is another look at that excellent overtaking move, opportunistic move from Ben Handley. Brakes hard, brake late, up the inside of the Porsche, and James Allen called it wrong, went for the outside run, and it was all too late.
Yeah, it was. So
Charlie Eastwood has got the entire Dubai Autodrome to play with here for at least another couple of laps before traffic becomes an issue. So we're going to see the ultimate speed he's got in what has got underneath him as he comes round to complete another lap, round past the hotel to the outside. And look here, trains of cars jostling position in every one of these 3 classes.
I think Charlie's is looking really good right now. He's got 5.1 seconds lead over Nolan Siegel, but Nolan Siegel is going.
Yep,
He's the fastest lap of the race for him right now.
Fastest lap of the race overall, though, goes to Ollie Jarvis. He's a lap down, but 1:48.464 for Jarvis.
Yeah. It does seem to be a little bit of an issue for United. They get their strongest drivers in the car, and the cars are quick.
Yeah.
But they're just a little bit too far back, and they can't use it. That's the Garage 5988 car coming through turn 1.
The 21. So was it the other car that was slow?
Yeah.
The 60 that's already potentially in trouble. Nicholas Nielsen is aboard that car now. So the 2 factory drivers, big wiggle there for Molina in the 21. But 2 factory drivers aboard the 2 Ferraris.
It's Benji Girth in the 88 car.
It is. It's driver coach.
Is that Neil Yarny just running wide there?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
So Yarny looking to go 3 wide.
So it is a packed field, all coming out of 9, coming up into 10.
It's happy hour as well. These lap times are tumbling because, of course, most of these cars have got a good amount of clear track ahead of them.
They do.
So lap times are tumbling.
Particularly the GT cars. We've got all the pros in there. They're just working their way through some of the LMP3 traffic. And Benji Girth has made its way past the number 15 car, and Molina now is trying to make his way past the 15 car as well.
15 car goes off in avoidance.
Yeah.
That's no help to Molina, but that's not the 15 car's job. Up the inside goes the leader in LMP3, number 5. They're looking well set here. Another fastest lap to Oliver Jarvis into the 1:47s now. Finding real speed this time of night.
and they're trading fastest laps at the front of the field. Charlie Eastwood doing a 48.6, but Nolan Seagull is doing a 48.4. So this is shaping up really nicely. The gap is 4.9 seconds.
The car that's struggling for pace is the one that's in traffic. That's Neil Yanni, 154, being caught by Malte Jakobsen, who's half that gap. Again, the 15 scything through GT traffic. Support that car at the moment.
Not sure if Ben Hanley's had a little bit of traffic as well, because he's 49.6. He's dropping away a little bit from Nolan Seagull. Let's see if he can get himself clear and how he starts running.
The 60 car comes into pit lane. I think that car's in some woes here.
Yeah.
That's we saw that car, we thought slow on track, also on pit lane. I think that's the 53. It is through into Europol. 1:47.990, by the way, is that new fastest lap time from Ollie Jarvis.
Multiple cars are being warned for track limits.
There's going to be more penalties to come. So Charlie Eastwood, 48 minutes to go, 4.5 seconds to the good. Let's go and have a look back for the action for the first 3 hours of this race at Dubai Autodrome. Race starts in bright sunshine. Charlie Cruz from pole position, the second of this weekend in the 43-inch Europol car. He got the hammer down, and Sonny Yonok later warned for dangerous driving, pushing Garnet Patterson towards the wall. It wouldn't, though, be enough to keep the Australian from grabbing second place, as behind him there was a spin by himself from Mira Konopka. Miraculously, the whole field managed to avoid that. Charlie Cruz tried to push hard to get back that lead. He later would spin on the same lap. Phil Hansen making his way through the field and back to lead the race, passing the number 3 car from DKR Engineering. United Autosports switching strategies today. It was a pass for the lead from the back of the grid for the number 18 car from 360 Racing. They'd later be in gearbox trouble too for the number 11. Great double pass here, past traffic, and triple pass, and passing for the lead for the number 3 car. Meantime, Jim Maguire left to defend the lead rather than get through traffic today. And the 43 car from Inter Europol competition make its way forward in traffic in a busy moment. Trains of GT cars through the day. This was an encounter between the 88 and the 77 that didn't see contact. There'll be one that did earlier in that lap. Great run all day for the number 5 car in LMP3, but the last safety car of what's been a troubled race came after what we think was contact between the 60 and the 65 that put Douglas Koo into the wall and out of the race in the Viper Nisa. He looked winded but otherwise okay. And then a massive morass of cars on pit lane sets up a final hour of the second 4 hours of Dubai that saw, as we went back to green, a great pass on the inside from Ben Hanley on James Allen, the 2 major contenders in the Rolex 24 hours. It was roles reversed tonight. 45 minutes to go, Ollie.
Absolutely, and we're just seeing a bit of a rundown here of the overall classification. DKR from Inter Europol, number 43. Nielsen Racing is in 3rd, number 24 car, only 8 seconds back. Algarve Pro, number 25, is 4th. 98, 99 Racing is some 26 backs. Neil Yarney's just dropped back a little bit there in 5th place. Cool Racing is then a little bit back in 6th.
Yeah, on the same lap, but shown on that timing score is a lap back. That's just the way the timing worked. DKR Engineering MV2S battling away for honours in LMP3. It is the number 8 Graf Racing cars in the 3rd podium position at the moment. Those 3 look like they're going to contest it if it stays a race of performance and not reliability. Walkenhurst Motorsports BMW dominating in GT again. The D-Station Aston Martin doing well here. That's going to come down to when do we expect anybody to have to pit again. But Charlie Fag in second place in the number 77 Aston, and the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari with Miguel Molina ahead of Benji Goethe in the 88 Garage 59 McLaren is the top 4 in GT. 44 minutes to go now, and it really is going to come down now to can these GT cars do it on the fuel they've got remaining.
Yep.
Sun is going down, darkness will fall remarkably quickly, and as you can see already, the headlamps beginning to get a bit dazzling. They're going to get far more than that as we lose the ambient light. Charlie Eastwood doing a good job here, holding Nolan Siegel 5 seconds to the good. In the mix, Nielsen Racing up into third, and Haley has got Matthias Besch out of the Nielsen Racing car in pit lane with her right now.
Yes, that's right. I'm joined here by Matthias Besch, the newest addition to the Nielsen Racing team. Now, just tell us about how the race has gone. You were kind of caught out there by the safety car because you were leading up until then.
Yeah, exactly. We extend our strategy, saving a bit more fuel with Rodrigo, so the target was to go long to make a compulsory stop under full course yellow. But we don't know why we had a safety car, so it completely ruined our chance. At that time, we lost a full lap. So I was back in the car behind the queue, a little bit hard to pass the whole train of cars. But eventually, with a strategy now, there was another safety car, and we managed to get the lap back, and we're only, I think, 8 seconds off the lead. So P3, you know, it's like a roller coaster race. Yesterday was a tough one. We had an issue on strategy, and we lost the podium. So we hope we can get our revenge today.
Well, you're looking in form at the moment because Ben's obviously just moved up to third place. 42 minutes left to go. I mean, what strategy's in place here?
The strategy is full gas. I mean, in another hand, we have to see because there's a lot of degradation. So Ben has to manage a little bit the tires. I think we made a good step forward on setup for today. So I think he's going to have a good car at the end of the race. So yeah, it's managing, trying to minimize the gap with the leader, but staying, you know, within 5-6 seconds for the last stint and hopefully go for a win because I think Ben can do it.
And let's talk about this, Nielsen Racing. You'll be doing the season with them.
Yeah. It's just been announced on the entry list for ELMS. So I'm going to do Asia plus ELMS, and hopefully, finger crossed, we're going to be in Le Mans, fighting for a win in Pro-Am.
Great, thank you very much, Matthias.
Thank you.
It's great to hear from Matthias, and actually he picked up on something there. It does seem that the degradation from the tyres is really quite a key thing, and maybe that's something that James Allen has really got in his mind. Ben obviously knows all about it, but it was also one of the other P-car drivers was talking to me earlier, and that was Matt Bell. And he was just saying that the left front here just takes such a hammering, and that's one of the things that they're really focusing in on with those P3 cars. And I think it's still just as much of an issue for the P2 cars. So, you know, they are having to manage those bits and pieces in the car, whether it's the fuel, whether it's the tyres, the overall performance of the car, trying to manage traffic, looking at here, the sun going down, track temperatures dropping, you know, those tyre pressures, all those different things. We're just seeing here the gap between Charlie Eastwood and Nolan Siegel. It's been up and down. It's like 4.5 seconds now, but you know, it's just Nolan Siegel is just chipping away at it. But is Charlie just looking after those tyres a little bit more, and Nolan just, you know, using up just that little bit more of his tyre? We'll have to wait and see.
One quick update: the number 7 HRT car, the Hub Racing team, that's the black AMG, on pit lane now for a drive-through. We saw that blend line being taken. That was a little bit careless from the team.
Well, I think it was a late call, wasn't it?
Yeah,
but miscommunication.
But we're now in the fueling window for LMP2. Also on pit lane is Oliver Jarvis for what will be their final stop.
Yeah.
It's a one. He's the fastest lap holder. All of a sudden, beginning to light up the timing screens is Malte Jakobsen.
Yeah.
He's got 17 seconds to find to get onto terms with Neil Yarni, who will be thoroughly fed up of upstart teenagers this weekend. I'm absolutely certain of it.
47.9 from Malte Jakobsen.
That's the new fastest lap of the race.
Indeed.
So that's, what is that, 400 a second quicker than the previous fastest lap set by Oliver Jarvis just a few minutes ago. So the pace is still there. Anybody with fuel in the tank in LMP2 will be using it, so hoping to hold out to get as short as possible on the final stop, and the possibility they might get help from a caution.
So what we've got to look at here, you know, that gap between Norman Seagal and Charlie Eastwood is about just around 4 seconds. Charlie Eastwood said to me he thinks that they're giving up around about 5 seconds every stop in the pits with their fueling. They've got one of the older cars, and their fuel cell is not got all of the upgrades that the newer cars have.
Are we going to see a second race here in Dubai that is settled ultimately by the performance of the team in the pit stops?
It is a team game. It's a team game.
Final pit stops are looming, and of course with the gaps brought down by that safety car, it's brought those gaps into the realms of what we've seen in the difference in pit stop performance.
Absolutely, and you know, we sit here and we comment on the drivers' performances, and we put all the pressure on them, and we analyse every move they make. Well, it is in the pit lane as well, just as much, whether that's the engineers, all the brains behind all of this, when they're coming in for the pits, trying to call that strategy. You know, what are they doing with the tyre pressures, and how they're preparing the car for them in terms of setup, but then also how quickly those mechanics can execute those stops under real intense pressure.
38 minutes remain. It is Charlie Eastwood, 3.5 seconds down. Now we're seeing that gap coming down more regularly. That's 2 laps in succession where half a second's gone. It's a further 6.5 seconds back to Ben Hanley, and a confident Matthias Pesch I thought there of that interview with Haley. So Ben Hanley for Nielsen Racing in the 24 car, 3.8 seconds back to James Allen in Algar Pro's car, the 25 that won last night, and they've not given this one up, and that's within the realms of making an impact on the podium with a quick pit stop for the Algar Pro team.
There's certainly 4 cars here that definitely could win this race in P2, and I think Nolan Seagal, I mean, he's been super impressive over these last 2 days. Very impressed with his performances. Real standout stuff by him.
2 cars under investigation for pit stop infringements on the 3rd and 4th place cars in LMP3. We'll report on that when we hear more from race control, because right now we're concentrating on the racing, and the racing here is between the D-Station Aston Martin of Charlie Fagg and the number 21 AF Corsa, the Ferrari of Miguel Molina. This is for the 2nd place in GT, and they've got traffic.
And we've got just seeing a replay here of what the 7 car.
That was the 7 car. That was the infringement. So that's why they've taken that drive-through and put themselves further down the order.
Is that 33 car? That's
33 car is
a lap down.
It is a lap down. This is the 2nd place battle behind them. Charlie Fagg left to deal with the threat from Miguel Molina.
He's not going to appreciate the 33 car doing what he's doing.
Not. 33 car is in the hands of Alfred Renard.
No.
Needs to let these guys go, really.
He does. Is he going to give Charlie a nice toe up the straight here?
And Rafael Marciello, by the way, is right behind them as well. This is going to become a train of 3. I think he's going to get the inside here. Charlie Fagg does it this time. Is the room for the Ferrari there? Just about is.
He had to take a bit of
Where's
extra curve there.
There's Marciello.
Yeah.
And now Molina has got a bit of clear track to play with.
Yeah, it does look like the Ferrari's just that little bit more nimble in the corners, and the Aston is just a little bit quicker, maybe just a tick quicker on the straights. Charlie Fagg's going to make that Aston Martin nice and wide.
Is the just Benji Goethe, meanwhile, 7 seconds further back, and we're not joined this train quite yet. Still, Marciello has not managed to get by the 33. He isn't quite there yet. But if the Aston Martin can hold the fort a little longer, there might be some relief coming in the shape of a mighty Mercedes from behind.
Molina's now going to be trying to line him up here, coming out onto the front straight. I'm not sure he's going to have quite enough in the tank to challenge him down into turn 1. It's going to be this next section of racetrack. I'd say turn 7 could be a good spot for Molina.
Yeah, the Herbert 99 car, by the way, from 9th in this hard-fought GT class. What can us be in W, lest we forget, is further down the road and leading this race. But the 99 Herbert Motorsport car, another car with a drive-through for track limits, through on mighty old traffic, is the second place car in the hands of Nolan Siegel. He's under 2 seconds back now for the lead. And if he can get through that traffic cleanly, this could be on.
I think that's the reason why Charlie's just dropped back a bit, because he's had to clear all this gaggle of traffic. But if you strike it just at the wrong spot, it can really hurt you.
James Allen also right back with Ben Hanley again. Oh, this is on.
It's going to be fast and frantic for this last 30 minutes.
It is a 2-minute stop-and-go penalty for car 60, by the way, for causing a collision, we would presume, with the 65 Viper. I think the 60 car may have called it a night.
There's Charlie Eastwood still there in the lead.
Where's the leader? Where is second place? There. It is 2.9 seconds. Then Ben Hanley 6.5 seconds back, with James Allen now lighting up the rear of the Nielsen Racing car. 4 cars, 10 seconds, and I think 25 points.
I think James Allen has done exactly what I thought, and that was that he's just edged his way into it nice and gently, got everything up to temperature, then he's gone right, attack. And he's now on Ben Hanley.
There is our second place car. Nolan Siegel another. Great performance here. But has he got enough to challenge Charlie Eastwood? He's picked up a little in traffic, but he's still got more to deal with. It was 4.5 seconds before they hit this wall of GT. There is Charlie Eastwood under the gantry now.
It's a big psychological thing when you can see the guy that you're chasing down. And you can see that gap coming down, coming down, coming down. It really gives you confidence.
Still traffic, and that's again going to give Charlie Eastwood a bit more of an edge. He's in the middle now with these 2 battling cars for second place in GT.
That's sometimes the hardest point as well, when you've got 2 pro drivers battling.
Tight. That was so tight.
It was. Well, you've got 2 pro drivers battling for a podium position in another class. You've got to try and get your way past them. That is sometimes extremely tough.
So the chase is on. 32 minutes to go. Still over half an hour. There's plenty of time for action on track or on pit lane to play a part here. Yet more traffic cleared, and finally Nolan Siegel gets some clear air. 3.3 seconds is the gap. Behind, Ben Hanley's just pulled out a second or so, as they're going to be now heading into this.
Just gaggle of cars. It's hard to pick out the cars now coming up into turn 10. We've got the
that is the Nielsen Racing car. Where is James Allen? There he is, behind the LMP3 car.
Doesn't look like the lights are on that well on the 25 car.
Well, that could be an issue.
I'm not sure if James Allen's got the message to turn them on, but
it's the light panel. Light panel on the car has gone on the left-hand side. Every twist and turn being fought for, and everybody's in their own fight. And with that late safety car, the fights in all classes are just so close.
25's just got these running lights on. He hasn't got his headlights. His night lights are not on.
Well, that's not going to be a problem in terms of the regulations.
It's whether he can see.
That's the problem. And it's quite a big one.
I wouldn't fancy it around here. No lights.
So Nolan Siegel, 3.5 seconds the gap. Pulling away from Ben Hanley.
Molina's got past Charlie Fagg.
So it's a Ferrari up to second. Charlie Fagg right there with him, but he's got his wing mirrors full of Raffaele Marciello.
Where did he get that done?
There is the 77. There is the AMG as well. So these are the 3 cars battling for second, third and fourth.
Molina is taking chunks of curb everywhere.
Oh, big wiggle from Charlie Fagg. He's off the road. 37 on pit road.
Walter Jakobsen.
That's their final stop. 30 minutes to go.
So they blink first. They're the first ones on pit lane from the challengers. Who's this coming down here into turn 10? That's the 24 car, the Nielsen car, and there is James Allen. And he's still...
There's not a lot between them, is there?
And he's just not sure he's got his lights on. And still...
Well, the other thing to say here is it's a matter of other people seeing him coming. He has got the lights
He's got them on now. He's got the message.
Maybe he went into stealth mode briefly. But 24, 25. 25 the winners last night. 24, as we heard from Matthias Pesch, looking to do what they felt they should have, could have done last night, and make the podium.
So in GT, Charlie Fags dropped to 4th. Raffaele Marciello is up to 3rd, and he is only about a second off Molina.
That all came with a off-track moment for the Aston Martin.
He just had, as he turned it into turn 7 there, the rear of the car got away from him. Maybe just got a little bit of curve there at the apex. It seems that Aston doesn't like the curbs, whereas the Ferrari is eating them.
Under half an hour to go. It is still Charlie Eastwood, but now with a much reduced lead again. It's under 1.5 seconds in the darkness, so it must be traffic again for Charlie Eastwood.
Yeah, can't take your eye off this for a second.
This is the lead battle. And that is not 1.5 seconds. It's under a second now.
Yeah.
So is that traffic, or has Charlie Eastwood got a problem?
He maybe had a little bit of traffic with that GT car behind.
Almost nose to tail. This is the battle for the lead. This is the battle for the win.
Yeah, and is that playing in Charlie's mind about, does he sitting there thinking that he knows that their fueling is going to be slow? And is that going to be working away in his mind?
They'll want the win.
Yeah.
43 needs the win after failing to finish yesterday.
Yeah, it's Nolan Seagull has driven fantastically,
hasn't he?
Today.
Absolutely.
Really. And he's just learned from yesterday and just added on.
He's got the better run through here, Ollie.
It's just slightly different lines through there, but
at some point these cars are going to have to pit. We've got 27 minutes to go. He's got the quicker car here, Siegel, I think
he has. I really think he has, and he's just biding his time, I think, and he's just using the tyres well. Is that ultimately going to be the thing that ends up winning him the race? Good speed across the apex there at turn 1. Two dueling teams there. They'll be getting ready to do that final pit stop.
We'll keep an eye on this. I'll tell you, there's another couple of drive-through penalties. One for abusing track limits from the 20 Herbeth car. They've had a rotten day today. And the 23 United car currently in the hands of Ollie Jarvis, overtaking on a safety car.
Ooh. That's a tough one. Nolan Seagull is now right on Charlie Eastwood. He's going to be able to get a run. This is strong. He's got well in the toe. Is he going to be able to get it done into turn 10? Sure, he's quite close enough. It's a big lunge if it is going to be one.
Had a bit of a run over the curbs, didn't it? It's just a little beyond him there, but it sort of looks inevitable.
Yeah, it does. But
Charlie Eastwood won't think so.
If the team is smart, they're going to be saying, just okay, don't take a big chance here. Let's just see how the pit stop shakes out, and just be smart. Be smart about it. He is very close here. There was some very different lines. He's lining him up. He's having a look. Not quite enough.
Yes, on the inside. Oh. He's sort of trying to toughen it around the outside. Has he got the drive? He's got it. He's got it. Beautiful, beautiful move.
Wow.
Nolan Seagull to the lead.
That was spectacular.
After disaster into Europol yesterday evening, they go back into the lead here with just 25 minutes remaining of this 4-hour race. Watch that again. Take us through it, Ollie.
Oh, he's looking up the inside, and then he knows that across the apex here, he's just that little bit quicker. Charlie gives him the room, which is good driving, but then here, just around the outside. I'd seen that in the lap before. Nolan Seagull was very strong through there, through turn 15. I think he's doing it close to flat, if not flat out. And Charlie's just having to breathe it a little bit. Wow, great performance, great move there from Nolan Siegel.
And he's letting him go a little here, so the 43 car getting away a little. So Nolan Siegel, our new leader in the race, in the 43 Inter-Europol competition car. The Polish team lead this race again. Charlie Eastwood, DKR Engineering, could it be another second place in a row for that team? Then it's Ben Hanley in the Nielsen Racing car. Algarve Pro Racing for the win yesterday. At the moment doing no better than fourth, but not giving up, James Allen. Yielgiani has just been on pit lane. He comes out 52 seconds back. The cars out him need to stop.
Talking about not giving it up, Charlie Fagg has not given up third place here with Raffaele Marciello. He is really...
That's a cracking run, isn't it?
Yeah, he's keeping him really honest here. If Charlie can just keep it clean, drive smart, keep the tyres underneath him, I think he's got a good chance of pushing Raffaele Marciello into a possible mistake, or just using a bit of traffic to pick his way through.
It'll be interesting to see what exactly is the strategy here from D-Station Racing. They're helped, of course, by TF Sport, who need no lessons in strategy from anybody.
Just
wondering. That's the car I've got concerns about on fuel.
Yeah.
I don't know when they last stopped.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
They were so far out of it at one point, and then all of a sudden in it, which tends to indicate they stayed out. In comes the 43 and the 3 for their final stops.
Yeah, absolutely. Pressure on the teams. Oh, that's a big bobble there, right there. Oh, more. That probe was not on the car for a good couple of seconds. Oh. Yeah. Oh, 43's got it. 43's got it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, he's just being released. Algarve Pro just can't get it fired. Whoa. It is. I think we've got two cars side by side here coming out of the pit lane. Oh no, they've just had to blend. Is that 24? Algarve Pro, is that the car? 5, yeah. 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 So the 3 car definitely had at least 3 seconds there where the fuel probe was not on the side of the car, and that again, it just comes down to the teams being well drilled and being able to deal with the pressure there. It was ultimately really stacked, and you've got to execute at that point. Here comes the 22 car into the box for its final stop.
On the pit stop time, a 9-second stop and hold for the car, for car 66 for the same issue. Just looking where 66 is in the order, it's the Bullet Racing car, 15th in GT. Suspect they may not be the last. So the gaps, it is 10.5 seconds now, Nolan Siegel, and Inter-Europol Competitions pit crew did the business there. Ben Hanley is just 6 seconds back now from Charlie Eastwood, and James Allen right with Ben Hanley again in 4th.
Yeah, Nolan Siegel is just carving through the traffic. He's got a nice lead, 11 seconds over Charlie Eastwood. 20 minutes left.
In the fight as well, by the way, Neil Yarni is just 3.7 seconds back from James Allen, and right with Yarni, Melter Jakobsen has pulled back something like 20 seconds on Neil Yarni over the last stint and a half. This is on. Yeah. It is 25 seconds for the top 6.
Top 6 after 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing.
Extraordinary stuff.
Brilliant.
And by the way, half of that 25 seconds is the lead. 1 to 2. It is 13 seconds for the next 5.
Brilliant. Fantastic racing here in the Asian Le Mans Series.
So Valentino Catalano, by the way, with a healthy 8-second lead over the MV2S car, who look set for another podium finish. Deco Engineering with MV2S. Graf Racing's number 8 in the hands of Xavier Oliveras. Still in the hunt, 5 seconds back. And that GT battle, as we keep an eye on what's going on here in LMP2, Volcanhurst Racing with a gap and a car, in fact, well over a minute gap to the chasing AF Corsa Ferrari of Miguel Molina, who's still got Raffaele Marciello in his mirrors, half a second back. And Charlie Fagg has not given this up. No. Under 2 seconds back from that trio. That podium is not yet done either.
No, but I think Charlie has just dropped off a little bit. He's 2.4 seconds back from Marciello. Maybe that was a bit of traffic. Let's see.
Well, all of that move from Nolan Siegel, an excellent pit stop from Inter Europol competition, has given probably the biggest lead in a significant place, apart from Volcanhurst Motorsport GT, to the 43 car. Massively unlucky last night not to get a significant result, and this looks like payback for that.
Yeah, it's fingers crossed. You know, it was looking really good for them last night, and they had that really late race failure. Let's fingers crossed for them that it all runs cleanly all the way to the flag.
That was a big bubble there. Was that the 29 car? It was the MV2S car, under pressure from a passing 22. That's still a lap down in the hands of Paul Di Resta.
And you're seeing how dark it is now. You're seeing the beams from the lights of the cars. You're really lighting up the racetrack. This track is hard to drive around in the dark. So it's really going to be stressing and taxing these drivers as we go into this last 18 minutes of the race.
So the 43 car with a 14-second lead. Nolan Siegel over Charlie Eastwood. To look back just a few minutes, Ollie, as we watch him carving his way through traffic, young American with a really excellent move on Charlie Eastwood, who defended well.
He did. He was smart with it, though. Charlie didn't chop his nose off, and he let him have the space that he needed to race. It was fair, and most probably Charlie knew that Nolan has got a quicker car, and knew that he couldn't hold him off. And,
this is Jakobsen with Yanni.
Yeah.
Well, this is something to conjure with, isn't it?
Brilliant.
The world champion and Le Mans winner against the young man from Denmark. It's being looked after now by Cool Racing. Will join them for the European Le Mans Series as well. Neil Yanni under real pressure. Jakobsen looking up the inside.
And he could well get it done here, I think, as they come down into turn 13 and then into 14. Multi is on the outside for 14. I've got my money on him, absolutely. Neil Yanni he's just got the inside run, but Multi's going to go all the way around the outside.
He's got it beautifully done. This is great stuff. This is part of what the storyline has been here in the Asian Le Mans Series for a number of years. It's teams showing what they can do. It's teams looking after the investment they've got in customer drivers and young drivers. And there's yet another one. Nolan Siegel leading the race is yet another. What can Jakobsen do now? He's only 4.6 seconds back from James Allen.
Fantastic. What a great move
this
that was.
This is fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it just would be great if the 37 car was just that little bit closer. Wouldn't it be brilliant just to see him battling at the front, right at the front with Nolan Siegel. 16
minutes to go and anything can still happen. We've got no more scheduled stops for these lead 6 cars and lots more racing still to come.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a question mark in GT and LMP3 whether those cars are going to be able to get it to the end without another stop. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on that.
Wow. P2 again is delivered tonight, Ollie.
It really has. It really has, and it's so close. I mean, for the lead, I think Nolan Siegel really has got it pretty much under control.
He's going away at this point.
It's 16 seconds now. All of the other places for the podium are up for grabs, though. Could go. It just takes a bit of traffic, one little bobble, and all of a sudden you're in play.
Great stuff. This is the 21 and the 10. This is the battle for second, and not far behind them. You're about to see the Aston Martin appearing. There it is, in shot. They are the 3 cars contesting the final 2 podium positions in GT.
Yeah, Charlie's still right there. He's just hanging on to the coattails of Raffaele Marciello.
Reality here is, by the way, that even if Volcanhurst Motorsport do need to stop for fuel, they've still got enough in hand.
Yeah.
They've got a minute in hand.
Yeah. Is Raffaele Marciello going to be able to make the move
looking
now?
there.
up the inside, or is he going to just carve it up the inside here? Is it, or just...
Oh, you know what? This is two masters of the art,
exactly. They are absolutely boxing clever here, these two.
Yeah, the Italian car with the Spanish factory driver in it, and the German car with the Italian-born Swiss licensed factory driver in it.
Yeah, you can't call it not between these two.
It's a Nations Cup on wheels.
It is. It is indeed. And they are going to be at this all the way through to the end. The next 14 minutes and 1 lap. I wonder if Molina is going to continue to take gobs of curb everywhere he's going through this section of the racetrack, because he has been very aggressive over them. Marciello less so. Yeah, it seems that Mercedes doesn't like the curves as much as the Ferrari does. So he's just trying to line him up again here, looking for that run through and off of turn 9 to see if he can get himself into the toe nicely. I'd say that the Mercedes has got that little bit more grunt than the Ferrari, but can he get him just lined up enough to make the move down the inside to turn 10? He's right in the toe, he's close. Is he going to be able to get it done? And is he going to be able to spring the surprise on Molina as they hit the brakes? Oh, not quite, but is he now going to be able to work the angles? We've seen this many times. Molina's smart to it though, and he's playing it cute. And also there's a P3 car.
There is. Mighty on the brakes, that AMG. Absolutely mighty.
Yeah, front engine car, getting that weight over the front axle really does produce a very good car under braking.
Yeah, I'm sure he's really going to appreciate the LMP3 car and the flashing lights there.
Yeah.
That's going to bother him not a jot.
No, CD Sport just looking to get by these two. Marciello is like, well, okay, if you're going to come by, get it done. If not, I need to get on with racing Molina. And he is they're looking to line him up as he comes through and off the final corner. Sure, he's quite close enough. And another lap ticks by.
Molina's making it very clear here that if Marciello's going to get by, it's going to have to be a really ballsy move.
Well, I think there's going to be some paint traded at some point to get it done.
Surely not in GT racing. That's just not the done thing, is it?
No, and Molina here, Raffaele Marciello is getting super frustrated with the CD Sport car. He just needs to get by and get it done and stop just sitting in his mirrors.
12 minutes to go, and for the podium positions in all three classes, we have got gaps in the single digits, and in 2 cases under a single digit.
Yeah.
Absolutely mesmeric stuff. It is 18.5 seconds now, the lead battle. That one, if things go well for the next 12 minutes, plus a lap, remember, for the 43, looks done. But behind that, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 4 seconds, 2 seconds for the top 6. In LMP3, it is 11 seconds and under a second. Fabien Laverne under pressure from Xavier Laveras. In GT, it is over a minute for the lead, but then you can see the gap here in GT for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Marciello did lose out with that P3 car. The P3 car is now cleared Molina, but we're just seeing, is that the leader?
This is the 2nd place battle in LMP3,
right.
29 ahead of 8, and that will be the number 8 car wanting payback for what happened at this point in the race yesterday, which was the other way around. It was the 29 car with the excellent move up the inside to grab the win. This time it's going to be the 8 car, the Graf car, looking to put the move on the orange and black MV2S car.
These 2 cars have been like this for about the last 3 hours, haven't they?
Yeah.
It's pretty much.
Yeah, much of the season, I think we'll say.
Okay. But through all of the pit stops, through all of the safety cars, full course yellows, and they just seem to be glued to one another throughout the race.
I think the phrase hard fought might be appropriate in this case.
It's brilliant.
It's been a great run too for these cars. Again, the flashing of lights. He'll immediately pull over and let him by, of course.
That's
how it works.
Those are the rules.
It's only polite.
Yes.
Of course not. These two, I'm sure, will be delighted with whatever the result comes out of this. It's been a great battle. That, I think, is the United Autosports car going through. That car is a lap down. Looking to see where the gaps are coming down between cars here. The one that is still making the progress, James Allen quicker that time around, but he's now 5 seconds back from Ben Hanley.
And Malte Jakobsen is just eating away at that little bit of gap between himself and James Allen. So I think that another couple of laps and he's going to be right on him.
That didn't help the LMP3 battle, or well, it did help the battle, it didn't help the 29. The United car just briefly held up the MV2S car. That's given the Xavier Oliveras in the Graf car just another little lever. This one is going to go onto the line by the look of things. And under 10 minutes.
And these two cars here are going to be battling it out for the championship now. I think that's pretty clear. Oh, he's just got a better run through. He's going to be off of the final corner. But that Graf car was definitely better across the apex there.
Again, it's the opposite from last night. It looks at this point as if the Graf car may just have the edge on pace. It's going to come down to racecraft and luck.
And maybe Graf have just switched around a little bit with their strategy and saved those tyres. Good tyres for this last stint. And maybe MV2S haven't managed it quite so well. And with all these safety cars, full course yellows and other pieces, it's maybe just one other team. The Graf team have worked that strategy just that little bit better.
It's a matter of where does the TV director look next. Is it LMP2, where the gaps are not down to under a second, but could well be in the next 8.5 minutes? Who's to say that we're not going to get a podium position changing on the last lap again?
Yeah, I'd say Malte Jakobsen is 2.7 seconds back now on James Allen, and it's yo-yoing somewhat with the traffic loads as they're dealing with that around the track.
That is two cars, by the way. And that shot pulls out. Is there space there? No, there's not. The battle of the late breakers.
This is MV2S and the Graf car. They are really going at it.
Bit of a wiggle under power there. Didn't quite get it done. Lick of blue flame from the side exhaust.
But that just illustrates there, that last shot, how little they can see.
In he goes, side by side.
He's trying to go around the outside. Can he make it stick?
No, not there.
No, he's going to
tough it out. He's still there. If there was a spot there, they'd be saying still there, still there, still there. Now it's on the brakes. Now he makes the move. Graf go in to second position. That's a great move. Did that? That started two corners before.
Yep.
And he's done to the MV2S car what was done to him the night before.
And I expect the Graf car now to pull away, as long as his tyres are good and clean, and he can just then press on. That Graf car has looked a better car than the MV2S over the last few laps.
And that difference in points could turn out to be crucial. Remember, all three of these classes battling not only for a championship, but for an invitation to the biggest motor race in the world.
Is that the 43 going?
It is the 43.
It's going slow.
It's going...
Sorry. Got a bit of a heart attack there for...
Let's keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Last sector time was good. Maybe just a little bit of a bobble.
No, I think it was most probably just a slow part of the racetrack.
No, his sector time is good.
Good.
It's okay, Poland. You can relax.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Car 25 is under investigation for a pit stop infringement. That is the fourth place car and the championship leader after winning last night. Car 25 could be in trouble here. Here comes Malte Jakobsen. That gap under 2 seconds, and with potential trouble ahead for the 25 as well. 25 clears a little bit of traffic, but that might not be enough. Could we be looking at a very late drive-through?
Yeah. Of all the drivers to have behind you, Malte Jakobsen is most probably the last one you'd want.
Yeah.
He's just sizing through the traffic.
Pulled away from Neil Yarni, by the way. He's put 7 seconds on Yarni.
Yeah. And he actually did make the pass look relatively easy in the end.
Could be done on pace here.
Yeah.
Without any help from there's John Falb thinking, oh no. Drove well today, John. Again.
Yeah, did get that puncher, didn't he?
He did.
He did have that puncher, but Yeah, did a good job getting it back. 25 just trying to get the move done there on the 16 car. That car is
Jakobsen through as well, though.
Yeah, the 16 car has had a tough race,
hasn't they?
Yeah.
5 minutes to go, plus a lap. So the way this works in the Asian Le Mans Series, the clock will run down. After the clock has run down, the next time the leader crosses the line, it's one more lap.
So Valkenhurst is still way out in front in GT. Do they owe us another pit stop?
They might. It's a big lead.
It is. It is a big lead.
So that extra lap, by the way, just think of it as when you get that ice cream, they're putting the hundreds and thousands on top. It's just that little bit extra we like to give you here in the Asian Le Mans Series. It's caught me out before now, I can tell you. And it's a black and white flag as well for the 25 for abusing track limits. So, oh dear, we've got lots going on here. What's happening here? That is
number 10.
10 is through.
Oh, it's Molina.
Through on Molina.
And they are driving down the apron.
So he made the pass on the outside by the look of it, and then Molina trying to get back, and there was no way through.
No.
Probably
Marciello.
Paint from the pit wall and the mirrors of both.
I told you they were going to start trading paint. I didn't think it was going to be with the pit wall.
No.
No, but...
So, this is the battle of the fourth. James Allen with a black and white flag, final warning for track limits and an investigation. No further action on the investigation for 25. Wow, just drama on track, drama in pit lane, drama in race control, drama here in the booth.
You're all about the drama, Graham.
I love the drama.
About the drama.
But there is still that black and white flag. James Allen has got to be neat and tidy. He can't afford another cough.
No. Big pressure here with Malte Jakobsen, the fastest guy on the racetrack at the moment.
Charlie Fack, by the way, has fallen back a little from that battle for the podium. 3 seconds back now. Under no real pressure from behind from Benji Goethe, who's fifth.
And how is James going to deal with this? Only maybe 3 laps to go, possibly?
Yeah. It's going to be about where Nolan Siegel is, isn't it? In 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Brake disc glowing in the night. It's another part that what we love about
it's a brilliant
sports car racing.
Fantastic.
Glowing exhaust, glowing brakes, machines working super hard, drivers working harder.
Absolutely. Malte went in deep there, really deep, searching for every last bit of performance, every last little bit of racetrack, using every centimetre he can find.
Ben Hanley, by the way, has not given up second place.
No.
He's a second and a half back from Charlie Eastwood, whose lap times have fallen off a little. Could there be further drama for the podium here? This is the battle for fourth, by the way. It's not even for a podium position.
No.
And it's a cracker. Ben Hanley hasn't given up the potential for second. Nolan Siegel has gone 17, 18 seconds ahead now.
He's just checked out. Well, the traffic coming up here. Big lunge up the inside there. Has he got it done? He has. He's got that car in between.
GT car bails out of that one, quite rightly too. There's the GT leader. That time wide from James Allen.
I think that was maybe him just trying to navigate his way past the GT car, and he's got a little bit caught out, maybe dirt on the tyres. There's he chosen the right side. Oh, Malte is now really got him in the crosshairs, and I think that it's not going to get it done up here, but there is this traffic, and that's going to be. It's sometimes it's easier being
traffic
the guy following.
Too wide in front of them. It's the 2 car. And that's really held James Allen up. 2 LMP3 side by side. If it's going to get done, it's going to get done soon.
He's going to take a lunge up here around the outside. Is he going to? Oh, it's the 37. Oh, he's got up the inside.
He's got to the inside, but no, James Allen went around the outside. He's cleared the first of these LMP3 cars. They're coming down now. Allen guessed it right again.
He did. And Malte's going all the way around the outside. I hope Max sees him. Yeah, he has. He's seen him right there. That's good. Oh, this is frantic.
18 seconds on the clock. It'll be the next lap and one more.
Yeah. 2 more laps.
Another way of expressing it. Trouble there for... That's one of the McLarens, isn't it?
It is.
That's the Rob Bell car. Or was that just a bit of a moment on the final turn?
Yeah. Garage 59.
No sign of last-minute pit stops here for anybody.
No.
But this is the battle to watch. Ben Hanley, too, is under 2 seconds back with this lap and one more to go.
They've got more traffic coming here. James Allen's going to have to deal with.
That will be unwelcome.
Yeah.
Great stuff in traffic, both these guys.
Brilliant.
Absolutely magic.
Brilliant
James
stuff.
Allen, by the way, after several seasons in P2, has just come alive. It's great to watch it.
It's just clicked. Absolutely clicked. And he's now competing and battling with the best in the world with it. He's managed to get that GT car in between him and Multi. He's done turn 9.
That may just be enough.
Yeah, he has, and Multi's just dropped off a little bit. Didn't do that section at the bottom of the track as well as he maybe could have. There's some nervous faces.
They are nervous. They're maybe a little less nervous. Big lead for Valkenhurst Motorsport here.
Yeah.
It's about a minute and a half they've got to the good. But this has been an absolute corker for the last 10 or 15 minutes.
It's been a pleasure to watch. It really has.
Clean as a whistle.
Yep. Really good. 2 pros absolutely going at it.
This, though, is our leader onto the final lap for the 43 car.
It's Europol have done a
Christian
great job.
Bogle did a great job earlier.
Yeah.
Charlie Cruz did well. Gathered it back up after that.
After that
early spin
on lap 1.
And then Nolan Siegler's just delivered in the latter part of this race. A new star is born, I think, here. Charlie Eastwood had no answer eventually to the attack, and he spent the rest of the final stage of this race fending off the attentions of Ben Hanley. That appears to have been done successfully. Hanley passing and going away from this battle, or from James Allen, with Melter Jacobsen catching, passing and gapping Neil Yarney to get himself involved here in a battle for the top 4.
It's impressive. Now, is this traffic here going to be the thing that undoes James's challenge? Or is Multi
It's the
going to be
43 car.
Yeah.
Getting towards the final stages of this race in Sector 2 now. Won't be long before the team can welcome him home for 25 points for Inter Europol after a 0 score yesterday.
Driven extremely well. Very smart, very mature, very fast performance there from Nolan Siegel.
And was blistering in traffic.
Yep, smart moves. It looks like it's Ben Hanley. And
He's not going to catch Charlie Eastwood.
No.
And it's a very different looking podium, which is great for the championship. Here, though, coming to the end of what will be the 115th lap, Nolan Siegel brings home the number 43 Inter Europol Orica 07 to a win for the second 4 Hours of Dubai round 2 of the 2023 Asian Le Mans Series, and is greeted home by Christian Bogle, by Charlie Cruz and the team.
Fantastic performance.
Great stuff.
Really great.
Wait for
Charlie Eastwood.
The second place car to come home. Does it now. DKR Engineering take a second place. And it's going to be James Allen just edges home ahead of a rampant Melter Jacobsen. Inter Europol from DKR Engineering and Nielsen Racing complete that podium. Tiny gaps involved here. Algarve Pro, Cool Racing and 99 Racing complete a hard-fought top 6. Not yet home is the battle in LMP2. Neither home is Valkenhurst Racing, almost a lap ahead of the battle for second, which did go, by the way of Get Speed's AMG for the AF Corsa 21. But Valkenhurst Motorsport and their BMW win the race. Still waiting for DKR Engineering, just 2.5 seconds ahead of the Graf Racing car, which gapped Fabien Laverne in MV2S. There we go. Duquesne take the win with DKR Engineering. Graf Racing closed to 2.3 seconds at the end, but Kendi second place overall and a win in LMP3 for Deco Engineering. Graf Racing second, MV2S third. And that's what it means to inter-Europol competition. A difficult day yesterday, and that's much better. Sasha Fassbender, the team manager, well done, young lady.
Fantastic.
Would have been gutting after such a strong performance last night for that late problem to take the car out of the race.
Charlie Cruz.
That's a well done to Charlie Cruz. Yes, if you watched last season, that is the same Charlie Cruz. That's probably the same race suit, but altogether different body shape. 55 pounds lost.
That's fantastic.
And I mean that, by the way, in terms of weight and not currency, because it's significantly more than that for a season of the Asian Le Mans Series. But Charlie Cruz put aside all the doubts about stamina with that rapid weight loss to fit in the car, and it's been absolutely epic. But Nolan Siegel starred again this evening. Inter-Europol starred again this evening. LMP2 again starred this evening, and this is a new age for the Asian Le Mans Series.
It certainly is, and you know, Nolan Siegel there did a brilliant job. Once he got out in front, he just stretched the legs. He just pulled away. Got, I think, some 17 seconds there was the gap to P2, the DKR Engineering. And he did a just faultless job. I can't think of a point where he put his car at risk or had any contact. It was a close call. He was just managing everything.
And it is the Valkenhurst Motorsport car. Thomas Merrill, their bronze driver, later arrival here, brings it home with Chandler Hull and Nicky Katzberg serving well as well. And there is the number 5 DKR Engineering. Duquesne takes the win just in LMP3 for two-driver lineup. Tom Van Rompuy, Valentino Catalano, faultless performance from them in a race that again saw troubles for a number of the LMP3 cars. Just came home ahead of the rampant Graf Racing effort.
It was great the way that they managed to turn it around from yesterday. Learned a lot from their race yesterday, and they applied that today, and that is through with a very strong performance.
That's the overall classification. 43 takes the win, 115 laps with 18 seconds less than change ahead of the number 3 from DKR Engineering. Nielsen Racing complete the podium. And in LMP3, as we say, DKR Engineering from Graf Racing, MV2S Racing, those three separated by, what was that? 16 seconds. And then in GT, dominant win again from Valkenhurst Motorsport. Great start to their season from Get Speed's AMG and the AF Corsa Ferrari, though we are seeing that the incident involving those two cars is under investigation. And that was contact as the pass was made.
Yeah, I mean, it was rubbing. It was certainly rubbing is racing. And was there enough room given there? I don't know. But great to see these guys. They've done a fantastic.
So Charlie Cruz, you know what? So he manages both these two young drivers. Both did fantastically well today.
Yeah, they did.
And he has made his own sacrifice to be part of this effort.
Yeah.
That's some willpower. I'll say again what he told me last night. I told me a couple of days ago when I asked him how he'd managed it. He said, by not eating. To which I asked, what does that mean? How many calories? He said, well, for instance, yesterday I ate a banana. I don't mean he had a banana and something else. He had a banana.
Just a banana. That is.
Thomas Merrill, greeted by Nicky Katzberg and Chandler Hull.
These guys have done a great job.
Have they just?
And
going to take something for anybody to catch them now.
They look very comfortable.
Well done, man.
DKR looking extremely happy.
As they should. As they should. That was faultless as well. And good win for the team. Those two drivers and for Duquesne. Apologies if you overheard any of that language, but we forgive them their over-exuberance after a win like that.
Just excited.
Absolutely. Great stuff again. That's 2 great 4 hours races into darkness here in Dubai. And thank you to the Dubai Autodrome, to everybody watching trackside. You've made this event special again.
Very, very special. It's been a great 2 races, hasn't it?
It has.
The P2 class has been spectacular in both of the races, but both LMP3 and GT has been also spectacular.
And we'll say thanks as well to the track workers here because in the darkness it's always difficult. Before we get into the podiums, let's go down to Hayley. She's got our overall winners from the 43 into Europol Orica with her right now.
Nolan, after a disappointing race yesterday, I mean, what better than to top it off today with a victory here, the Dubai 4 Hours. What a stellar performance from Noah, of course. Will you just tell us about it, how it went for you?
Yeah, it was fantastic. I think, you know, the inner Europol car was great all day, and Charles and Christian both did an amazing job in their stints. Charles put it on pole, and you know, we've all led a lot of laps in all of our stints, so it's a real team effort, and it's amazing to come away with the win.
And just a word, Charles, of course, on the performance of your team. It wasn't easy, not especially after the start when you spun off. You went right down the field, but you made it right up to the top, and of course, getting this victory here.
I certainly had some help doing the heavy lifting today. These two really made up for the deficit that I put us down in the beginning, but no, absolutely just can't say enough about Christian and Nolan. Like, just outstanding job, and you know, Team America strikes here. So
Team America does strike. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, and well done.
Yeah, Team America, heck yeah, for Charlie Cruz and crew, and that was quite special. And yeah,
you actually got to give some credit there also to Christian Bogle.
Oh yeah,
he did a fantastic job as well under pressure, but he really responded.
Let's take a look after 4 hours of on-track action at the highlights of the second 4 hours of Dubai. From the start, it was Charlie Cruz in the 43 car, got the hammer down, but watch the second place car on the grid. That was aggressive from Sally Yolok. Race control thought later too aggressive. A penalty came his way. It didn't stop Garnet Patterson in the United Autosports car for coming through claiming second. Watch the yellow car behind though. Mira Konopka, a spin, and very lucky not to get collected by 38 other cars. Charlie Cruz had this quick spin, had to rejoin at the very back of the field, and it was a fight back from there to the win. 22 car, started by Phil Hansen, would pick his way through the field to lead. And a very different strategy for United Autosports to try to help their gentleman drivers later in the race. Paid off to a degree. The 11 here and the 18 360 Racing going for the lead here after starting from the very back of their grid and behind the GTs too. Both these cars though would later hit trouble. This was a fabulous overtake by the number 3 car on the 24 through traffic as Jim Maguire tried to defend in traffic after a restart. 3 and 4 wide as the race got going after another intervention. 43 car, hands of Christian Bogle going well. So the Inter-Europol plan began to come together. D-Station Racing were in the mix all day. Garage 59 too. A little bit of bodywork contact between the two earlier in the lap. This time McLaren made it through. This was a moment. Huge impact for the number 65 car. Happily Douglas Koo was okay after what we now believe was contact with the number 60 Ferrari. And then, under caution, everybody was in, and it was in the pits as well as on track that battles were won. Great pass here for the 24 on the 25. That made the difference ultimately for a podium position for the defending champions from Nielsen Racing. And into the darkness, still the battles weren't won. This was the critical pass for the lead, with Nolan Siegel finally getting by a defensive Charlie Eastwood. And with Inter-Europol winning the battle in the pits, that was game over for the race win. It would be the 43 car that came through. What happened last night was reversed tonight. Graf Racing putting a move on the MV2S car, not for the win, but for second place in LMP3. But it would be the 43 car in the hands of Nolan Siegel that would get away and finally bring home the bacon, bring home the win for Inter-Europol. Second race here at Dubai Autodrome, to the delight of the Polish team, multinational team in fact. In GT, hard-fought battle for second and third, but it was a rampant win again, a second win for the Vulcan Motorsport BMW, ahead of the number 10 AMG and the 21 Ferrari. And LMP3, DCAR Engineering would come home with a faultless win ahead of Graf Racing and MV2S. Very different looking podiums. Point situations are going to be up in the air. Great race in all three classes for the second night in succession. We move on to Abu Dhabi.
It has been absolutely spectacular performances from so many teams. You can see there with the performance from Inter Europol, they delivered on every single front, whether that's on the driver's side, whether that's on the strategy side or the car preparation side, and also the execution in the pit lane. This is all of the reasons why you end up winning a race, and everybody in the team has to deliver. So that's just a fantastic performance by these three guys that we're looking at right now, but also all of the guys in the pit box.
Strikes me that we saw a similar team performance today for Inter Europol as we saw yesterday from Algarve Racing.
Absolutely.
It's all those elements that came together. They almost came together last night for Inter Europol until that failure right at the end of the race.
And that's the missing piece of the puzzle for them.
Absolutely right.
And they nailed it tonight.
Absolutely right. There we got Thomas Merrill and the other faultless performance there for me. Well, three faultless performances, one each of the three classes. DCAR Engineering in LMP3 and these guys from Walkenhorst Motorsports in GT.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, you know, they've been driving a GT car here in region, here in Dubai, and they hardly look like they're breaking a sweat. So, you know, you've got to wonder they're managing to do that. It's...
So that's Ken de Jonglas, the DCAR engineer. He'll be team manager in the background there with the glasses. He'll be delighted with that. He's got a second podium for the P2 car, second place in a row. That should, I think, put them in the lead in the championship. Going to the podium now. So So we get another national anthem, this time for Poland, for the winners of this race.
And to present the trophies for LMP2, we'd like to invite the general manager to help us present, first of all, third place in the category to
I'm quite right too that we should see the general manager from here at Dubai Autodrome. We have been made to feel extraordinarily welcome for a third consecutive year. Dubai Autodrome and Yas Marina circuit taking the mantle for the Asian Le Mans Series through the difficult years of COVID and now into happier times. So, Nielsen Racing, DCAR Engineering and Inter Europol. As I say, a different looking podium from last night. So, hold fire for what should be a pretty tight point situation in LMP2.
It certainly will be. Not sure. DKR most probably look...
They'll be ahead, I think.
But they look the least happy of any of the teams on there. I feel that they've had the car to compete and battle and lead,
but not to defend.
Yeah, not quite put it off. They've got some work to do in the pit lane.
Yes, indeed.
And a little bit of car prep. Because those three guys standing there on the podium, they've all been driving well.
So it's a fourth and a third for Nielsen Racing. It's a pair of seconds. Here are the points. It is 1 point between Alcon Pro Racing, still lead the championship ahead of DK Engineering, with Inter Europol 10 points back on equal points with Nielsen Racing, 99 Racing on 23. Then the United car 16. A better night tonight for Cool Racing with 14 than the second United car and the ARC Bratislava car. James Allen, John Falb, Kevin Simpson lead the Turkish duo and Charlie Eastwood by a single point, and then Charlie Cruz, Christian Bogle, Norbert Lolan Siegel, Ben Hanley, Matthias Besch and Rodrigo Salas all on 27 points.
I think there's going to be many more twists and turns in this P2 race to the championship in the Asian Le Mans Series. I think it's going to be super close all the way through to the end of Yas Marina.
Let's go down and talk to the LMP3 winners, who are down on pit lane after a dominant win for DK Engineering with Haley right now.
Valentino, a fantastic result for you guys at DKR Engineering, of course, getting victory here at the second round of the Asian Le Mans Series, 4 hours of Dubai. How did it go for you?
Yeah, like we struggled yesterday a little bit, but now we had like a perfect pit stop and everything. Tom did a perfect job in his first stint and as well in the second one, and at the end we were in P1 and I had to save a lot of fuel. Like I was like, oh mate, I need to save fuel, and just over the line we got it then. Well, it was incredible.
Of course, you're only 2 drivers. You have a lot more driving to do. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was really tough. It was really tough. Like 2 hours in a row. It was really tough for the back and physical, but yeah, with a win, it solves everything.
Brilliant. Well done, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, win does solve all sorts of ills, doesn't it? And they will take to the podium now after what was another great LMP3 battle. And I think he's right, by the way. That was very edgy indeed on fuel at the end. And Kendi Jean-Claude takes the podium correctly. And another, a 5th out of 5 different national anthems this season. I wonder if that is the first time that the Luxembourg national anthem has been played here in the Dubai Autodrome. But that is 5 different national anthems and the 5 class wins we've celebrated so far this season over the last 2 nights.
But DKR have had a brilliant run over many years in P3, and tonight they pulled off another great victory.
They did.
Got a little bit of work to do with them for their performance in the P2, but I'm sure that's going to come.
Yep. And they're well in contention.
Yeah, they really are. And we saw from the points difference there in P2, there's only one single point in it. There's plenty to play for as we go to the next 2 rounds in Yas Marina.
Great thing is we've got 5 or 6 cars in this championship fight, and all it means, it needs is a little bit more luck, a little bit of bad luck one way or the other, and they could get turned on its head with 8 hours of racing still to come.
P3 is going to be just the same.
Exactly.
So it's going to be.
We know where the players are now, without a shadow of a doubt. So great stuff. Don't necessarily get the airtime or the glory that sometimes P2 gets, but that was great racing nonetheless, and closely fought. DKR Engineering, Graf Racing and MV2S Racing, they would finish that race. 2.3 seconds was the final gap, first to second, with that the last 10 minutes.
You commented on that and how close it was.
Yeah.
It was just down to fuel saving.
There you go. There are the points. MV2S lead the way still. 40 points to the good from Graf Racing with 36. DKR there, no, back right into it. 7 points off the lead. Bit of a gap then to the defending champions from CD Sport on 17 into Europol's 73 car. A point back. Equal points with the other CD Sport car. They're lurking again. let's wait and see how that one plays out. WTM by Rinaldi have had no real luck, but still sit on 14 points. Fabien Laverne, Jerome Sadler and Slava Gutak are on that 40 points. Fabrice Rossello, Francois Heriot and Xavier Laveras on 36. They're the top two, with the duo we've seen already from DKR, 3 further points back. Next up, it's GT, and Haley is down on pit lane with our podium toppers from Valkenhurst Motorsports.
Well, gentlemen, second victory of this Asian Le Mans series here in Dubai. I mean, what can I say? Even though you changed strategy, pulled it out the bag with another flawless performance. You did go down to, I think, 7th, 8th position, but you managed to work your way up the field once again. And here you are, victorious.
Yeah, we have to credit the team for a brilliant strategy. I have to credit these two guys for just giving me the car in first place. All I had to do was drive it to the checkered flag. It was very, very easy. But thank you to the team. Our M4 was great. The series pulled a little bit away from us there, but we managed to still get a good race car, and we're looking forward to next weekend.
I mean, it's such a competitive field out there, isn't it, Chandler? It's not easy, and you know, there's of course your flawless driving, but there does lie a lot of lie on strategy as well.
It does. I think this is the most competitive grid this series has had in the 3 years that I've been here with them, and it just gets tougher and tougher every year. But we've got to give it to the team, another flawless strategy. I had not the best start with avoiding the accidents, but clawed back some, gave it over to Nicky, and then Tom finished, and it was just kind of perfect from there on out. Couldn't ask for more.
Well done, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's fair to say significantly happier faces on the MG crew's face than there are on the Ferrari crew.
Yeah, I think they might have just had a little bit of a chat in the little room that's just outside our door here.
Surely that doesn't happen.
Maybe just had a little chat, and yeah, certainly the BMW boys look very happy.
As they should.
Yeah.
They will be in a dominant points position now.
Yeah, they certainly will.
That is 2 pole positions, 2 wins.
We've just got to thank Michelin, our great partner here at the Asian Le Mans Series, supplying all the tyres for all the cars. It's great to have them as a partner.
It's quite the effort as well, logistically nowadays. They, like the teams, will be ready to load up and head to the other end of the United Arab Emirates tonight.
Yeah, just a short trip. It's about an hour or so just up the road, isn't it?
Yep. So happy chappies from BMW, slightly less happy from Mercedes-AMG, and significantly less happy from Ferrari.
Yeah, they were all hugging at the end there. I think they'll be all right.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All's fair in love and sports car racing. That is the points position. Dominant, as I say, for Valkenhurst Motorsport. 52 points from Get Speed on 36. Hub Racing Team's number 7 on 21, and 17 for that 21 AF Corsa car. 13 for Herbst Motorsports. And whatever they did with BOP didn't make the difference.
No, not really.
And the minor points down into the depths of this 24 car, on what is now a 23 car. That is the driver points. Chandler Hull, Nicky Katzberg, Thomas Merrill, 52 points. Fabian Schiller, Florian Scholzer and Rafa Marciello on 36. They're going to need a turnaround in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
We do know, though, Ollie, that the circuit is very different. And we did see makes and models that were coming to the fore at the Yas Marina that certainly were not on the money here at Dubai over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think that we will see that switch. I think that there's also going to be maybe another adjustment in BOP, particularly certainly in the GT class. I think that there's going to be, certainly some other teams that are going to be looking to come right to the fore. So we're just seeing the overall classification here.
It's again, it's confirmation. The win in the overall for Inter-Europol competitions, 43. The 5 from DKR Engineering, 10th overall, and the win in LMP3, the 34 from Valkenhurst Motorsport, taking the GT top step tonight and inside the top 20 in a field that features, remember, 24 prototypes. That is a great result from them tonight. They will be correctly pleased with it and dominated that field today.
Yeah, let's see how things do turn around now for Abu Dhabi and Yas Marina. That track is going to suit certain teams a little bit more, certain makes of car. But I think one thing is absolutely for sure, the P2 battle is just going to rage all the way through those next 2 4-hour races from Yas Marina, which is fantastic for all of us. Really looking forward to it. I think that the Asia Le Mans Series has really struck gold with the entry this year. It's absolutely fantastic.
Great stuff. We've seen fantastic racing in all 3 classes. LMP2 in particular has delivered on both evenings here in Dubai. We've seen great racing up and down the order, perhaps not always for the lead in GT, but up and down the order there's great racing. It was certainly a broader range of cars involved tonight than it was the night before.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw right at the end there, you know, with that battle that we saw between Molina and Raffaele Marciello, you know, it got a little bit tense.
That's what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. They're using the apron there and a little bit of the pit wall, trading a little bit of paint, but that's what we want to see from GT racing.
And we shouldn't forget LMP3 either. That very often comes together at the very end of these races. It did again, and I think one of the dramas we perhaps didn't see, we heard a little bit about it, was that DKR engineering car was running out of fuel.
Absolutely.
It was, they almost didn't make it. 2.5 seconds at the end after dominating the second half of the race.
It was like that Frank Williams philosophy, you know, the car needs to run out of fuel as it comes over the line. I mean, it's just extraordinary, you know, that those guys have really nailed it in P3. A little bit of work to do in P2, but they are right there in both championships.
This is where we leave Dubai Autodrome. We're going to say thank you again to everybody here in Dubai, for the fans for turning out and greeting us so well, for the officials here, the track workers here, for making us feel so welcome again. It's brief but beautiful this weekend for the Asian Le Mans Series. We move on and are back on track next weekend in Abu Dhabi, just an hour down the road at Yas Marina Circuit, under the lights for both of those races. If you want to come along, you can do so. Contact the circuit and they will register you for free tickets. Join us again on broadcast channels around the world, on the YouTube and the Facebook stream, on the Asia Le Mans Series pages. I've been Graham Goodwin. It's been a privilege again to bring these races to you with sports car racing legend Oliver Gavin and with Hayley Edmonds, and on behalf of the whole TV production team here in Dubai, we'll say good night for now, and we'll see you next weekend at Yas Marina.
Good night.